The former Shelby police officer at the center of this violent arrest is now facing criminal charges. The latest on the investigation is state agents look into the now viral assault.
Plus, a federal drug bust leads to hundreds of Charlotte area arrests. How the operation is just a first step in a plan to crack down on crime.
And neighbors in Uptown raised the issue, and now city leaders are taking steps to curb it. The proposed solution to cut down on noisy vehicles that comes with an extra set of eyes and ears.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. It is 6 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
And I'm Julian Sador. Guys, meteorologist Ted Phaeton saying today is a day to take advantage of because the 90s come back.
Oh, really?
If you see
Take
it,
them
really,
back to the 90s.
Okay,
I was going to
Ted's
say,
excited.
if
Okay.
you whisper it, maybe they won't come.
Oh,
But you just yelled
maybe.
it, so
Nah.
I'm here for the music of the 90s. I don't really want the temperature of the 90s.
Listen, you're going to need some Kool-Aid because those temperatures are going to come in like the Kool-Aid man come Saturday. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, Kool-Aid man. You just ruined my wall. Please get back outside there and spackle everything.
Who's going to pay for this? Right. Partly cloudy skies this morning. Listen, we have a much cooler start to your day. Not drastically cooler, but those lower dew points makes it feel more refreshing. East-northeast winds 8 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-60s. There's the Queen City in the distance. Sun coming up over the horizon as we speak, and that's going to start breaking through the cloud cover. And your difference from yesterday into today, we're talking 2 to 4 to 5 to 7 degrees cooler, 4 degrees off Boone and Jefferson. Temperature-wise, low to mid-60s around Charlotte. I'm looking at mid to upper 50s, Boone and Jefferson. Holding on to those upper 60s come 10 a.m. Near that 70-degree mark through lunchtime with low 70s on tap, heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Will be partly cloudy and pleasant here through the afternoon. 30% chance of those pop-up showers and isolated storms. So a few peaks of sunshine here and there, but more dry than wet as we usher in some warmer temperatures heading into midweek. I'll break down more of our overall setup here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Julian.
All right, Ted, thank you. First responders around the Queen City are having a busy morning. One person is dead after a crash on I-85 north near Sam Wilson Road. That happened just before 1. Medic says the victim was pronounced dead on the scene. Still no word on who that victim is or what exactly happened, but parts of the road have been shut down for several hours. We'll give you another look at that coming up in your pinpoint traffic. Meanwhile, police in North Charlotte are investigating 2 overnight acts of violence. One person has life-threatening injuries after a stabbing. That happened on North Linwood Avenue, which is near I-85 and the Brookshire Freeway. Another person, meanwhile, has life-threatening injuries after a shooting that just happened before midnight. That was on Equipment Drive, which is just behind the Cookout on West Sugar Creek Road near I-85. Queen City News is working to learn more details on each of those incidents.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump will be addressing the public today and calling for justice following a viral, disturbing video of a former Shelby police officer repeatedly punching a woman. The family of the suspect, Sherry Moore, hired the civil rights attorney. That former officer, identified as Carson Hyder, has now been charged with assault and is free on bond this morning. Last night, Shelby City Council members changed meeting rules to allow unscheduled public comments at their meeting just days after the video went viral. The Cleveland County NAACP welcomed Hyder's firing, but chapter president Carolyn Briggs told council members more action is needed to prevent a repeat of this incident.
We further ask for stronger policies be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
Many organizers who called for Hyder's firing also want his charges upgraded to a felony, arguing police officers should be held to a higher standard.
More than 500 pounds of drugs and hundreds of criminals are now off the streets thanks to a joint federal and local drug sting. Operation Spring Cleaning also included last week's raid at the Garden Inn in Northeast Charlotte. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis tells us why investigators say this is the first step in a larger plan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming.
A 3-month operation dubbed Operation Spring Cleaning leads to charges against 56 people and the capture of 157 fugitives across the Charlotte region.
Our goal here was before those summer months come, when kids get out of school, our young people get recruited to a life of crime. Before that comes, we want to get the worst of the worst off the streets.
Last week's major raid at the Garden Inn in Northeast Charlotte was just a portion of this massive operation.
I think it's fair to say the hotel was probably the biggest operation we had as part of Operation Spring Cleaning, but spring cleaning focused from small to big.
The operation included North and South Carolina. Russ Ferguson, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina, says the coordinated effort is needed to change communities that have been plagued by drugs for years.
We all know Rock Hill is very much a part of the Charlotte community. Our buses run down there. People live in Rock Hill and work in Charlotte. People live in Charlotte and work in Rock Hill. It is part of our community. And of course, criminals go back and forth between the two places.
Now, authorities say enforcement doesn't stop here. They'll still have officers out on the street, but they do need residents to stay engaged.
Even with our collective resources, we don't have enough law enforcement officers to put every single place. We need our community. If you see something, you say something. You come forward. You work with us to aggressively make sure that that community where you live, where you're invested, remains safe.
The people charged during Operation Spring Cleaning face up to 20 years in prison, depending on the charge. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
North Carolina House Democrats want to put more of the state's money into public safety and mental health. Today, they'll be discussing 2 bills that would add more funding for public safety, law enforcement, the justice system, and mental health treatment. They have a news conference set for 10:30 this morning in Raleigh.
Charlotte City leaders say it's time to find new ways to crack down on loud vehicles that disturb neighborhoods and businesses around town. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tells us what the council is now considering as a tool of enforcement.
I made a video for you guys so you can hear what cars sound like with modified muffler cutouts, okay?
That's Jeremy Lamb last month, a Charlotte resident, showing video to city council members that he took of loud cars with modified mufflers and street takeovers, causing earaches across the Queen City.
Okay, thank you. I think that we got it. We really did get it.
Thank you. It would be great if you guys could do something about it.
A little more than a month later, the issue made it to Council's Public Safety Committee meeting on Monday, where Council and CMPD discussed what the city can do more to crack down on the nuisance.
It creates an atmosphere of unease. Like, you hear that noise and it's scary, aside from just being irritated.
We have a lot of folks who had 57,000 people here for a soccer match, and I'm sure some of those fans stayed uptown. And the comments I was getting from our hotel operators, from 2 a.m. and 5:30 in the morning, our folks who visit our city could not sleep.
One avenue discussed was possibly installing what's called noise cameras. They work similar to red light cameras, but instead capture the sound along with the license plates of those loud cars. UK-based company Intelligent Instruments makes these types of noise cameras and explained to Queen City News how they work.
So we have multiple microphones around that camera, and the sound from the vehicle reaches each of those microphones at a tiny different time. And we measure that time difference between each microphone. And from that, we can calculate what angle the sound is coming from.
Now, when it comes to privacy, Intelligence says noise cameras blur out faces and cannot pick up personal conversations.
It's listening and waiting for a sort of excessively noisy vehicle, so it's tuned in on exhaust frequencies.
Intelligence tells us its cameras are being used in places from New York to Iowa. CMPD says Chief Estella Patterson supports the technology being used in Charlotte, which experts estimate can cost upwards of $25,000 per camera.
You know, there's a very positive response from the public because, unfortunately, it's a very common problem.
The Public Safety Committee says it will consider a pilot program at its next meeting in August before any enforcement. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Now, Charlotte City Council members advanced a proposal to regulate street vendors citywide last night as well. They also heard from law enforcement leaders about keeping track of any potential violations from vendors operating without a permit, as well as possible criminal penalties for repeat offenders. Those discussions were also advanced for further discussion.
Chimney Rock at Chimney Rock State Park is closed through Friday after a landslide caused by recent rainfall. Crews are working to repair the main road into the park. The rumbling bald access, though, does remain open. Officials say shops and restaurants in the village of Chimney Rock will also remain open. 6:09, time for a check of our pinpoint forecast with meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, talking about those landslides because of rain. Do we have any more rain in the forecast today?
Not right now. We have low-end rain chances. Some of those showers that's going to be picking up here north of Charlotte towards our mountain counties. But for the most part, we're going to dry out heading into this afternoon and then looking at a dry stretch Wednesday into the second half of the work week. Low pressure system right now to our south of Tennessee, heading into parts of Alabama and Georgia. Most of the moisture squeezes towards South Carolina and the low country. Any rain that you see over uptown should be relatively short-lived and exiting our region here as we take a look at your water vapor satellite imagery. We still hold on to some of the moisture over the southeast, tracking into the South Carolina region. More of that moisture back west towards Nebraska as we take a look at our tropical outlook. Now that it is hurricane season, we'll keep an eye to the Atlantic. Nothing developing as of right now, which is good news. Not too concerned about anything along the coast or through the Caribbean Sea. Radar, mostly quiet. We have some of the showers south of Columbia towards the low country into Charleston. Still looking at low-end rain chance through the I-40 corridor before we dry out midweek into your Friday and Saturday. I'm expecting us to hold on to that warm-up as well. I'll break down more of your weekend forecast with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's get outside and look at our pinpoint traffic this morning. Still early, but we've got delays in the west side of the city. You're looking live right now through the NCDOT cameras. This is 85 northbound traffic. They have 2 lanes closed from an earlier deadly accident. This is right before you get to 485. So this is it. Once you come across the river into Mecklenburg County, it's going to be stop and go traffic through the Sam Wilson exit right at the 45 split because of that earlier accident. Let's just kind of show you where that is. You can see the red not too far from our station at 85 and 485. We'll pull out here again. That's on the west side of the city, causing some real slowdowns if you're coming in from Gaston County. A new accident coming out from Lake Norman, Iredell County up near Mooresville. One of the lanes blocked on 77 southbound as you work your way down from Statesville and Mooresville. They clear out a little bit the closer you get down to Huntersville. Here's a shot here from I-77 north and southbound traffic coming down from Mooresville. We don't see the incident in this video here, but it just shows you that things smooth out once you get through Mooresville and start to head down south towards Davidson. Further down 77, you're uptown. This is near LaSalle Street. All the lanes across, including toll lanes, looking good. And even further south, down at the North South Carolina state line near Carowinds. This is a good looking shot here. All 8-10 lanes across looking good. On the east side of town, 85 north and south up in Cabarrus County. This is Poplar Tent Road near Concord. That stretch looking good, as well as inbound Independence. We will give you more drive times, including if you're headed to the airport. That is coming up around 6:30. Annie?
More chaos outside an ICE detention facility in New Jersey as reports of inhumane conditions lead to protests. The ongoing conflict between protesters and police. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
The federal agency that spent decades fighting the war on drugs could soon be responsible for regulating marijuana. At the end of the month, the Drug Enforcement Agency will decide whether people 21 and older can buy cannabis without any restrictions. President Trump has signaled that he's open to the move. While dispensaries and supporters welcome loosened rules, some medical experts warn of the dangers of making marijuana more available.
Back in the day, people would just get a bag from whoever. You never know what pesticides or molds or contaminations it had. And that's not the point of this plant. This plant is a healing thing.
It increases the risk, one, of addiction, but two, of mental health issues like anxiety, depression, increases the odds of psychosis.
Cannabis dispensaries have until June the 22nd to register with the DEA. A hearing about legal sales is set for June 28th.
Leaders in New Jersey say they are being forced to take action as protests outside Delaney Hall Detention Center got heated over the weekend. They're now building a protective barrier half a mile from the entrance to that immigration facility. Newark City leaders have put a curfew around the facility, with people being ordered off the streets from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Last night, protesters and police continued to clash, with state officers arresting people off the privately owned detention center property for not following curfew. Protests have been escalating since last week, following reports of an alleged labor and hunger strike inside the facility. Over the weekend, Governor Mikey Sherrill admitted that the situation got out of control.
We've set out to do three things here: to protect everyone's First Amendment rights to protest peacefully, to prevent ICE from surging into our communities and putting New Jerseyans at risk, and to ensure that people held at Delaney Hall are treated with dignity and according to our Constitution.
DHS has denied claims of poor conditions and of a hunger strike, saying detainees get 3 meals a day and medical care. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and local political leaders visited Delaney Hall over the weekend, and they said what they witnessed would, quote, shock the conscience. He called for the facility to be closed immediately.
President Trump wants a drone port on top of his planned ballroom at the White House. He shared 2 AI-generated images over the weekend that you can see here. The White House says the drone port would allow a counteroffensive if attacked. It would also include rocket launchers, bulletproof glass, and an underground bunker. The White House wants Congress to approve $1 billion for the ballroom, but efforts to pass a bill have stalled. A judge back in April ordered above-ground work on the ballroom halted until Congress authorizes more funding. Private companies such as Apple, Amazon, and Meta have pledged hundreds of millions of dollars in funding for this project. Hawaii's Kilauea volcano showing more activity after erupting yesterday. Look at this shot. Lava could be seen flowing out from craters on Kilauea Sunday night and bubbling up and sending more smoke up from inside. And then yesterday, the volcano broke records after 9 hours of lava fountaining. Nearby communities are at risk of falling ash, although no major activity has been seen in other parts of the volcano. Kilauea on Hawaii's Big Island's been experiencing an on and off eruption since late 2024. It is almost 6:19 on this Tuesday. There's just something about Mother Nature.
Did you see the lady standing there with the umbrella like that could stop?
Like that's gonna help? It's a volcano umbrella.
I was like, wait a minute. They make umbrellas now for falling lava? I don't know about all that. Sorry to cut you off, Jason. Those temperatures in the 60s this morning. East-northeast winds at 8 miles per hour. I was just going to be like, we're all going to pretend like we didn't see that. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace right here on Independence Boulevard, right near Sharon Amity Road. There's the Queen City in the distance. Low to mid-60s around Charlotte. We're looking at upper 50s, low 60s I-40 corridor. 50s Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. We're holding on to highs aiming into the mid-70s for the peak heating hours of the day today. That lands below normal for this time of year. Mid-60s Boone and Jefferson for your afternoon highs. I'm looking at 90s for San Antonio, Houston, Dallas. Triple digits, Las Vegas, Phoenix, really looking at the above normal temperatures through the deep south out west with our below normal conditions southeast all the way into the northeast. We have that drastic deviation from normal from the Carolinas extending all the way into the northeast. I'm looking at a 10-degree difference and below normal temperatures settle in as that cool air comes out of Canada. That's pushed the cold front all the way south. It sparked those showers and isolated storms for our day yesterday. Now mostly dry with a few passing showers possible for your Tuesday morning and afternoon. I'm looking at the Independence at the Tennessee border north of I-40, looking at some of those scattered showers tracking south and west, impacting upstate South Carolina as well as we head into your evening. Wednesday looks dry and sunny, warmer to get into midweek before we really pull in those mid to upper 80s. A trace of rain, maybe 1/100 of an inch when everything is said and done between now and your midweek. Not going to see much in the way of rainfall for the remainder of your Tuesday as overnight lows settle in the low 50s, 40s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast shows that warming trend getting us into what will be the 90s come this weekend.
All right, Ted, you're looking live at New York City. This morning, a sunny start to their Tuesday. How are those Wall Street futures looking, though? Equally sunny? I don't know. We'll see. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. A second $1 trillion IPO is in the works this year, and most of us have bought a pair of shoes that we regret. I'll raise my hand for that one. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Andy. Good morning to you. So futures pointing to a lower start here today. So looks like a little pullback in store at the open, at least, for those record highs that we saw again yesterday. In fact, we've been up for 9 straight weeks on AI-related stocks, really propelling the markets higher. Well, Anthropic, the AI company that has taken the business world by storm, filed to sell shares to the public, so it could have an IPO this fall. Now, that would be the second $1 trillion-ish stock sale this year. If it does happen, SpaceX would be the first, and that's supposed to be in just a couple of weeks. Well, what age do Americans become more practical about shoes? Well, it turns out it's about age 34. The survey by Skechers and Tucker Research say more than half of Americans admit they buy shoes that they later regret because they're uncomfortable, with people wasting an average of $279 on painful shoes. Annie, back to you.
All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Coming off of a day hitting those low to mid 80s, now aimed for the 70s, much lower than what our average highs are for this time of year. A bit of a cool down before the warm up. We'll break it all down here coming up.
Plus, a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund now on hold. A pushback from both Democrats and Republicans.
A growing North Carolina education program is facing an audit, why officials are looking into the state's school voucher program. Coming up on 6:30, good morning, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us on this Tuesday. We got meteorologist Ted Payton saying, hey, today, whatever you need to do, try to get it done today before those 90s roll in and really kind of blow us out.
Yeah, any outdoor activities, yard work, anything like that, do it today because we're going to have some cooler temperatures. Any outdoor recreational activities, today's not too bad. Today's a tea time type of day.
It is a tea time. You know what? My same worry with the tea time and the yard work, you think the sun is going to dry things out enough from yesterday's rain to make it doable?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, wait till this afternoon. We're going to feel a lot better as those 70s settle in, mid 70s for your afternoon highs. And then Wednesday, not looking too bad, low 80s. It's the second half of the work week where we really ramp up those temperatures. A little bit of a slowdown here on I-85 from our tower camera. We'll continue to keep an eye on that here as we head out and about. Our east-northeast winds coming in at 8 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-60s, dew points at 53 degrees. I'm expecting us to hold on to a cooler start, 2 to 4 to 5 degree difference on the cooler side. We're still 5 degrees cooler up towards our mountain counties. That's giving us the mid to upper 50s in our higher elevations. I'm looking at those low to mid 60s heading out the door this morning. Sun's now up over the horizon. It's going to start working hard to break through the cloud cover, giving us partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies first half of today, climbing into what will be the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day, northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. I'm expecting us to hold on to a low end pop-up rain chance. Our lows bottom out in what will be the 50s heading into your early morning hours. Still looking at partly cloudy skies for the most part, high temperatures ramping up, low 80s to what will be the mid to upper 80s, near 90 degrees Friday heading into your Saturday. Average highs this time of year typically land in the mid 80s. I'm looking at your pollen forecast, low to medium throughout the rest of the work week. Grasses, walnut, oak, that's all going to be the culprits behind those flaring allergies, as your Mountain County forecast will bring in those mid 60s Tuesday, low to mid 70s throughout the work week, upper 70s near 80 degrees come Friday and Saturday heading into your weekend. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Before we get to traffic, we want to talk about this earlier this morning around 1 a.m. First responders around the Queen City starting really busy. One person is dead after this crash on 85 North right near Sam Wilson Road before you get to 485. Happened before 1. Medic says the victim was pronounced dead on the scene. Still no word on who that victim is or what exactly happened, but parts of the road continue to be shut down now. The video on the left from about 1 a.m., the video to the right, our Trevor Beck, photojournalist, is out there live. You can see there on the scene. If we can take that news shot, if we can take that full, there we go. Thank you, guys. You can see these. They've got the big time wreckers out there having to haul that away. Man, a couple of them anyway. A lot of activity going on. They've got the barrels out there. So you've gone from 4 lanes down to 2. At least 2 lanes are moving this morning just to be able to get this clear. But this happened, gosh, almost more than 5 hours ago, and we're still seeing the impacts from this. Again, we'll try to work through the morning to find out who that victim was. But traffic, if we can go to our traffic system now, we can show you from another vantage point from NCDOT. You see those arrows merging everyone over. It's going to take a little while for that to clear out. Speeds are down to about 5 or 10 miles an hour right outside our studios in West Charlotte on 85 northbound. Now, overall, not too bad. Rush hour officially starts in 30 minutes. We still have an accident coming down from Lake Norman, the Iredell County line before going through Mooresville before you get to Davidson. So just be aware of that. If you're coming down from the Lake Norman area, here's a good shot from NCDOT. We don't see backups here, but it is going to slow you down a little bit as you work your way down. Further down 77 near LaSalle Street, good looking shot, all 10 lanes across, and even further down near the state line near Carowinds at the 485 split. All those stretches looking good. I-77 near Westinghouse, again, just a different vantage point of where people are going. On the east side of town, coming down from Concord and Cabarrus County near Poplar Tent Road. The stretch here of 85 looking good, as well as Independence Boulevard. We'll give you drive times to the airport coming up here at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Julian?
All right, Jason, thank you. Police in North Charlotte are investigating 2 overnight acts of violence. One person has life-threatening injuries after a stabbing. It happened on North Linwood Avenue, which is near I-85 in the Brookshire Freeway interchange. Another person also has life-threatening injuries after a shooting that happened just before midnight. That was on Equipment Drive, which is just behind the Cookout on West Sugar Creek Road near I-85. Queen City News is working to learn more details on both of those incidents.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump will address the public today and call for justice following a viral, disturbing video of a former Shelby police officer repeatedly punching a woman. The family of the suspect, Sherry Moore, hired the civil rights attorney. That former officer, identified now as Carson Hyder, has been charged with assault and is free on bond this morning. Last night, Shelby City Council members changed meeting rules to allow unscheduled public comments at the meeting, just days after the viral video circulated online. The Cleveland County NAACP welcomed Hyder's firing, but chapter president Caroline Briggs says that council members need to do more, and it's needed to prevent a repeat incident.
We further ask for stronger policies be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
Many who called for Hyder's firing also want his charges upgraded to a felony, arguing police officers should be held to a higher standard.
A former Cherokee County deputy coroner and volunteer firefighter is out on bond as he faces charges of embezzlement and voyeurism. The charges against Joshua Parker stem from his time as chief of the Buffalo Volunteer Fire Department in Blacksburg. Investigators say that he had a hidden camera at the station containing sexually explicit images. The judge granted Parker a $60,000 bond with conditions. An education program that's quickly grown into one of North Carolina's largest investments is now under review. As Shabnam Dinesh reports, the state auditor is launching an audit of the Opportunity Scholarship Program, which helps families pay for private school tuition.
This school year, more than 106,000 students received Opportunity Scholarships, costing taxpayers nearly $600 million, according to the State Education Assistance Authority, which oversees the program. By 2032, that price tag is expected to grow to $875 million a year. That rapid growth is one reason why the state auditor's office is launching a review. State Auditor Dave Bullock saying in a statement, quote, "This is a relatively new program that receives significant appropriations to provide families with expanded educational options. It's advantageous to families, students, and North Carolinians that we evaluate initiatives like the Opportunity Scholarship Program to ensure they are delivering on intent."
I think the overarching question is, where is that money going and how is it being used and what is the return on investment?
Public school advocates say taxpayers deserve those answers.
Basically sending money into a black hole because there is no public accounting for how that money is spent or even where it's going. But some private schools have clearly increased their tuition as the vouchers became more available.
School choice advocates say they welcome the extra scrutiny to increase public confidence in the program.
I think it's important to ensure that those resources are safeguarded, administered responsibly, and positioned for long-term success so that students continue to benefit for years to come.
And that was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Volek says the audit should be done by this fall.
Well, you're looking live now at the White House in Washington. President Trump is dropping for now his proposed $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. It was meant to offer payments to his supporters who claim they were unfairly targeted for prosecution during the Biden presidency. This announcement from the DOJ comes after House Speaker Mike Johnson discussed the fund with President Trump at the White House yesterday. Democrats called it a slush fund for people convicted for their role in the January 6th Capitol riot and had the potential to pit Senate Republicans against the president. Vinay Simlot reports.
This anti-weaponization fund has been criticized by Republicans and Democrats. Opponents say that it's a slush fund created to give money to President Donald Trump's allies, but the Department of Justice says it's open to anyone who believes they were targeted for prosecution by the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice says it'll abide by a court order blocking it from transferring money considering claims or distributing money from a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund that was created to settle an IRS lawsuit with President Donald Trump.
The anti-weaponization of people, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. We're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs.
But lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say they're opposed to the fund. Some say they're concerned the money could go to people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th of 2021. And disagreements over the fund led Senate Republicans to cancel a vote to fund ICE and Border Patrol before Memorial Day.
The Senate stands adjourned.
The court ordered the Department of Justice to pause the fund for at least 2 weeks, and a person familiar with the president's thinking says he's considering whether to move forward with it at all. Still, some Senate Republicans say they want explicit assurances from the administration that the fund won't be created, and Democrats proposed legislation blocking the government from ever settling a lawsuit with the president or the vice president.
Let's call this what it is. This is corruption in broad daylight.
The federal judge overseeing the original Trump versus IRS lawsuit says she is reopening the case and looking into whether President Trump committed fraud against the court. She says the president is accused of settling the lawsuit to avoid the court's scrutiny. Vinay Simlot, News Nation, Washington.
Congress returns to Capitol Hill this week with a looming deadline involving foreign surveillance. A section of a law known as FISA expires next week, but lawmakers aren't all on the same page about the program over concerns that it spies on Americans. News Nation Washington correspondent Maddie Beertemple reports on the state of play.
Debate on Capitol Hill will continue this week over whether Congress should renew a key spy power known as FISA Section 702 before it expires June 12th.
We will also need to extend FISA.
FISA needs reform.
The program lets the U.S. conduct warrantless surveillance of foreign communications outside the U.S. Proponents like cybersecurity expert Jamil Jaffer told lawmakers in a hearing last month it's kept Americans safe.
It provides 60% of the president's daily beef that has stopped terrorist attacks in this country, abroad, has allowed us to arrest spies, to identify foreign threats to our nation for the better part of 2 decades.
But some lawmakers, including both Democrats and Republicans, say they're concerned about privacy violations of Americans who may get swept up in the surveillance.
Don't spy on me.
Don't spy on me.
Don't spy on me.
Members of the conservative House Freedom Caucus put out a video Monday calling for warrant requirements in any extension of FISA.
It's important that as we come to this June 12th end of FISA, that we understand the importance of getting a warrant as we move forward.
They argue the program has been abused and without reforms could continue infringing on Americans' privacy.
This is America, not some surveillance state.
The Trump administration is pushing for Congress to extend FISA without changes. It's currently operating on a short-term extension passed in April. Maddie Beertemple, News Nation, Washington.
Well, it's been 20 years since Hurricanes fans saw their team in the Stanley Cup final, and tonight that drought is over. We'll have a look at what to expect from the Lenovo Center. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. For the first time in 2 decades, the Carolina Hurricanes are playing in the Stanley Cup Final.
That's right, and the Panthers are making progress in their preseason practices.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has those stories in your morning sports.
For the first time in 2 decades, the Carolina Hurricanes are playing for a Stanley Cup Final, and they are just 4 wins away from Lord Stanley's Cup. They're gearing up and ready to go, and it all kicks off tonight in Raleigh. Now, there have been a number of additions and subtractions roster-wise over the years to get to this point. However, one of the few mainstays is Jordan Staal, longtime captain who is finally getting another chance at Lord Stanley's Cup. Of course, this isn't his first rodeo getting to this point. In his 3rd season in the NHL, Staal helped the Penguins end a 17-year drought by winning the 2009 Stanley Cup. Jordan was fortunate to play alongside his brother Eric Staal for 4 seasons with the Canes and eventually took over as captain in 2019, a role he's been in ever since. His leadership for a team that has been trying to get over the hump over the last several years has been paramount, and Rod Brindamore knows it would have been tough for Carolina to even reach this point without him.
Watch his maturation as a player, as a captain, as a leader, as a player. It's been pretty impressive, and a person. I mean, this guy is world class. I cannot say enough good things about him, and we're not here today without Jordan Staal. I can promise you that. So, you know, we're very lucky, and as a coach, you're super fortunate to have a guy like that be your leader.
Here's the longtime captain by the numbers. Staal is logging nearly 18 minutes of ice time per game during the Canes' playoff run. Throughout the 13 games Carolina has played this postseason, he has 2 goals, with one of them coming on the power play. Staal also has 3 assists during the playoffs as well. 18 shots on goal during the run to the Cup for Staal, and a solid face-off win percentage, gaining possession for the Canes 52% of the time. All right, heading over to the NFL, the Carolina Panthers back to the practice field today for the second week of team OTAs. We'll be monitoring some position battles to watch as soon as summer training camp inches closer, of course. But until then, the team is just focused on building winning habits from the ground up. With nearly full attendance from a week ago, Dave Canales knows the vets know what is expected, but as for the new faces, the rookies especially, the hope for them is continued improvement and familiarity week by week.
Yeah, the first part is to just see how we practice, the speed and intensity of which we ask our guys to play with, how we finish plays, how guys chase the ball, the effort, all the things that we see as our standard for the guys that have been here for a while. The young guys get to see that firsthand and then try to apply that effort first. And the first thing that we told this group is, we're not slowing down for you. You have to go. You have to study. You have to continue to chase to catch up with the information that's in front of you. Those things will come up and we'll bring them along, and we'll expect them to be able to contribute in some way.
And we'll have more from OTAs and the Canes game later tonight on CSL.
Well, the World Cup just over a week away, and soccer fans all around the world are turning their eyes to Mexico and Canada, and of course the U.S. But if you are not a big fan of soccer, it might be time to get a bit of a refresher on the rules of the game. Charlotte FC defender and the U.S. captain Tim Ream is hoping to help people understand those rules, and probably the most difficult to understand, the offsides rule.
The line of defenders that is in front of the goalkeeper, and if a player is beyond that line and closer to the goal before the ball is played by his teammate, then it gets flagged and the play stops and the other team gets the ball.
There you go. Now you know, right? FIFA has added some new rules for the tournament, many aimed at changing the game's tempo. There will now be penalties for taking too long to substitute players, ball throw-ins, and goal kicks. Another major change is that only team captains can approach a ref following a decision on the field. The World Cup kicks off next Thursday. Team USA will be playing their first match that Friday.
Well, the NBA Finals are set to get underway tomorrow, and fantasy football site RotoWire has released a study on the most hated NBA players. Overall, 11 players represented on the list nationwide. The most hated player is Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green. Green was the top pick in 16 states. In the Carolinas and the entire Southeast, the most hated player is Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics. He's also number 2 in the country with 13 states. Some other names in the mix: Jalen Brunson, Anthony Edwards, Luka Doncic, and LeBron James. All right, coming up on 6:49 as we bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Ted, not too bad right now, sitting mid-60s.
Yeah, mid-60s, still locked in. That's where we were this morning. That's where we still are this morning. And we hold on to those winds out of the east-northeast, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Could be gusty at times heading into this afternoon. Dew points in the low 50s. So we are looking at a quiet start, more in the way of those low to mid-60s, I-40 corridor, mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson through our mountain counties. Low 60s around Charlotte. I'm expecting us to warm up into what will be the mid-70s to even upper 70s. Albemarle, Rockingham, we're looking at those low to mid-70s I-40 corridor. Mid-60s on tap for our mountain counties. More of that heat stretches west from Texas into New Mexico and even Phoenix, Arizona and Nevada, looking at triple digits from Las Vegas into Phoenix. El Paso in the mid-90s while we still hold on to those 70s. Below normal temperatures East Coast, above normal conditions West Coast into the deep South. So we'll hold on to a drastic fall off from normal for this time of year from the Northeast into the Carolinas. Highs in the mid-70s, landing almost 10 degrees shy of our mid-80s that we typically see this time of year to kick off your June month, but still looking at some limited cloud cover. That will kick off your morning before that sunshine starts to break through. Can't rule out a few isolated showers developing here north and east of Uptown, tapering off rather quickly. Dry heading into your afternoon with our Tennessee border pulling in some moisture, some isolated storms for our western facing slopes and areas north of I-40, staying west of I-77 heading into your evening before Wednesday ushers in some good sunshine, clear conditions, looking at partly cloudy skies at best Wednesday evening into your Thursday. Not going to see much in the way of wet weather, 1/100 of an inch if not a trace of rain possible for our mountain counties today and south towards parts of Lancaster. Overnight lows will be a little chillier, cool, dropping down to the low 50s, more in the way of the mid to upper 40s mountain counties. 7-day forecast is going to usher in what will be the warm up for the second half of the work week. Mid 80s to near 90 degrees settles in. We'll have those upper 80s Sunday, 90s by Monday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
From NBA playoffs and baseball games to the World Cup, Yelp released a list of the top 100 sports bars in the United States, and North Carolina has made the cut. Among the 10 most popular bars, the Boot Room in Durham got 4th place. The bar is known as a soccer pub and is being called the perfect place for the World Cup. Yelp ranked the bars by their house entertainment, number of TVs, and local popularity. Also, the 50 best restaurants in North America have been announced, and it comes from a site appropriately named, well, the world's 50best.com. While places like New York and LA are well represented, the Southeast is showing up as well. At number 21, Chubby Fish in Charleston, South Carolina made the list. Then at 29, Avize in Atlanta. In total, the list features 36 restaurants from the U.S. and 14 from Canada.
College students facing mounting pressure to be perfect could increase their risk for mental health disorders. A new study finds students became increasingly perfectionistic between 1989 and 2024. It's partly fueled by factors like rising income inequality and slowing economic growth. Results from a psychological bulletin show a rise in fear of failure, indecisiveness, and fear of being judged by others. 6:55, heading to a break. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
A scary moment for passengers on a party boat as it sank off the coast of Turkey. 148 people were on board when the boat started sinking in the Mediterranean over the weekend. You can see people jumping off. Oh my gosh, look at that. As the ship just goes down in the water, the boat had just set sail from a nearby resort city and was completely submerged within an hour. Passengers claim they saw the boat engines catch on fire before it started to sink, but the cause is still under investigation. Everyone was rescued at sea and taken safely to shore. Man, thankfully no one was injured, but serious PTSD. I mean, that is scary. A powerful explosion at a fireworks factory rocked the European country of Malta. The blast tore through the factory in the northern city of Salina, sending plumes of smoke billowing over the Mediterranean. Local media reports that the explosion could be felt for miles, shaking buildings and shattering glass. Witnesses also claim there was a second blast. No injuries were reported there at the facility, but police say 2 people were hurt in a nearby field. 6:59 on this Tuesday morning. Kind of a gray, dreary start. We got sun on the way. Guess what? Our 7 o'clock hour is also on the way. Don't go anywhere.
We are here tonight first to say thank you, but we also have some things that we believe need to be addressed.
The fallout after the arrest of a former Shelby police officer on charges tied to punching a suspect. How people in the city are now hoping this incident leads to change.
Plus, Charlotte City Council members want public safety to be a major focus in their next budget, where the money could go to turn a plan into a reality.
Let's call this what it is. This is corruption in broad daylight.
President Trump backs off from his proposed anti-weaponization fund. Why Democrats were not the only ones who opposed his plan.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock. Good Tuesday morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Y'all ready for a cool day?
Oh,
yeah. I'm ready.
On now.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it. Yard work handled to Harp. I know you had cut some grass this weekend.
Jason.
So we got a cool day ahead, Ted.
Dang.
It sounds like. No, listen. I will tell you.
I finally cut my grass.
By the time I got home, took a quick nap. I woke up, put on the tennis shoes, started walking down the stairs. Kapow!
Rain.
Lightning. And I went, "Are you serious?" I looked outside. I'm like, "Guess I'll wait till a cool day."
You should watch a forecaster too.
If only we were here for
No
6
man.
hours.
Oh,
I think it's time to walk over. Time to walk over to the wall there. Yeah, it's getting hot in here all of a sudden.
Hey, the light picture's not up yet, so we have time.
Can we bring the weather picture up?
Yeah, it's,
so
it's
Ted,
7:23.
there we go. There we go.
Looking around the crowd, the view around the crowd that saved Jason Harper this morning. So we have cloudy skies, a few peaks of sunshine here and there on the way. It is going to be a cooler day, so who says procrastination doesn't pay off? Not going to be too bad this morning as those 60s have settled in. Highs will be limited to the 40s, and as a matter of fact, dew points have come down as well. So if you do have some yard work left to do, today would be the day to do it. Northeast wind, 7 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-60s, humidity at 67%. I'm looking at mostly clear conditions as we can see the Queen City in the distance. Just some of that fog starting to burn off here this morning, or the cloud cover rather, as we look at those cooler temperatures, 2 to 4 to even 5 degrees cooler than where we were this time yesterday. That's giving us mid-60s, Charlotte, Monroe, more in the way of the low to mid-60s I-40 corridor. 50s on tap in our mountain counties. A comfortable start to your day, leading to a warm afternoon, upper 60s by 11 a.m. with low 70s through your lunchtime hours. I'm expecting us to stay mostly clear today, a high of 75 degrees, northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour, low end rain chance heading into the afternoon. Will be partly cloudy and pleasant. Overnight lows settle into the mid 50s. Heading into your early morning hours, a cooler start to your day on Wednesday as we look to have those partly cloudy skies and dry conditions take hold midweek. Still ramping up those temperatures. Highs averaging in the mid 80s. Will be below that for Wednesday, near that Thursday. Upper 80s near 90 degrees Friday into your weekend. Saturday and Sunday, upper 80s, 90 degrees, holding on to that heat through your Saturday and Sunday. Our pollen forecast shows that low to medium pollen count through the rest of the work week. More on the medium side, grasses, walnut, oak, those will be your top allergens that we combat here for the extent of the second half of the work week. Mountain counties warming up from the low 70s to mid 70s for your Thursday. Upper 70s Friday heading into the start of the weekend. I'll break down another check of your forecast here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Well, there is some good news to a tragic start to the morning. All lanes of I-85 North are now open after being shut down for hours from this deadly overnight crash. It happened just before 1 a.m. this morning, closing half of the much of the on-ramp, half of the interstate from Sam Wilson Road. 2 outer lanes were closed. This is earlier this morning around 1 o'clock. Medic says one person was pronounced dead on the scene. We do know that it involved a tractor trailer. Details into exactly what happened are still limited this morning. But like I said, let's go ahead and take a look at our pinpoint traffic. This is a live look right now, courtesy of NCDOT. Outside Sam Wilson, they had 2 of those lanes were closed. Now they're back open this morning. So that is good coming in from the west side this morning. If you're coming in from Gaston County up 85, that's already slow typically. So nice that that things are actually improving this morning. So that is certainly some good news. All right, let's go ahead and show you this morning around the rest of the Crown. A couple of issues, especially up north. About an hour ago, had an accident coming down from the Lake Norman, Mooresville area in Iredell County, slowing folks that were coming down from Statesville and Mooresville. But once you get through that, Davidson, Cornelius, Huntersville, things start to improve a little bit. Here's the drive times that stretch a little over half an hour up 85 from what we just showed you. Mooresville, not too bad. Here's a shot at 77 just south of Lake Norman, right between Mooresville and Davidson. A little further south on 77, we're looking at LaSalle Street, all stretches across, including toll lanes, looking good, working their way into the Queen City, and then all the way down to the state line near Carowinds. This stretch here also looking good. Let's take you to the east side of the city, coming down from Concord, Cabarrus County. Here's 85 north and south at Poplar Tent Road. That stretch looking good. Inbound Independence also making its way around the bend. We like it. If you're headed to the airport this morning, here are your drive times. Do not speed. We don't want you to get a speeding ticket. Put that phone down so you're not distracted, but you're barely over 15 minutes in Uptown. 37 coming up 77 from Rock Hill. And if you're coming down from Cornelius, less than 40. We'll give you another update coming up around 7:30. A Shelby police officer who lost his badge after video of a violent arrest went viral is now facing criminal charges.
Meanwhile, the family of the suspect in this case hired a well-known attorney to advocate on her behalf.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Shelby with the latest on this case. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Today we'll hear from National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump, who is now representing the woman in this arrest. In his statement, he says that Cherie Moore was having what he calls a mental health crisis, and when she called police, he says was, quote, met with violence. Now, in a now viral video, you can see now former Shelby police officer Carson Hyder hitting Moore repeatedly during an arrest on Friday. By Saturday, Hyder had lost his position with the department and by Monday, now facing criminal charges. He's charged with misdemeanor assault and inflicting serious injury. Now, court records describe Hyder's actions as grabbing Moore by the arm, pushing her to the ground, striking her with a closed fist, and causing a possible broken nose and busted lip. Now, officials initially charged Moore with breaking and entering, plus resisting arrest and assaulting a government employee. Those charges were dropped Monday. The Shelby Police Department did not immediately respond to our request for comment, but community leaders say moving forward, the police need to restore trust in the force.
Good thing about the arrest, the good thing about the Ring camera is that this one case is the opportunity to expose as much of this is going on that's not being recorded, that's not being seen.
The arrest and Hyder's subsequent firing were an unplanned but very time-consuming topic here for the Charlotte City Council meeting last night. Coming up here within our next hour, we'll show you more how community leaders, activists, and city officials are reacting to the video and now the fallout. It's coming up here just after 8. Reporting live in Shelby, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Charlotte City Council members are making adjustments to the city's $4.5 billion plan.
We've actually accomplished one thing that works. Just one thing. Give yourself a hand. One.
That applause came after back and forth among council members on the issue of pay raises for public safety personnel. The city manager's original budget called for a 10% increase for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police and a 7% for the fire department. But some council members wanted firefighters to get the same percentage point raises as police, so they discussed whether the raises for both departments should be 7% or 10% or somewhere in between.
I can't support a position where we are going to reduce the CMPD officers down to 7%. I am absolutely leaning into the opportunity to get our CFD officers to that 10% level.
Council members voted for 10% across the board raises for both departments. There's also a 1.9-cent property tax increase, with those funds going towards public safety. The final budget vote is set for next Monday.
Charlotte will begin the process of finding a new interim mayor today by opening up their application process. Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation last month. She originally said that she would step down the end of June, on June 30th, but will stay in office until a successor is appointed. The deadline for applications is next Tuesday. A vote for the new interim mayor will take place on June 22nd. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will hold their final budget vote today. The $2.6 billion operating plan would not call for county property tax increases. It would also set a minimum wage for all full-time positions to be $25.53 an hour. The commission will meet tonight at 6 p.m.
Police in North Charlotte, I should say, investigating 2 overnight acts of violence. One person has life-threatening injuries after a stabbing. It happened on North Linwood Avenue, just near the I-85 and Brookshire Freeway interchange. And another person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting that happened just before midnight. That one was on Equipment Drive, just behind the Cookout on West Sugar Creek Road near I-85. We're still working to learn more details on each of those incidents, and we'll keep you updated. Federal education regulators are opening a Title IX investigation into Cabarrus County schools. They say female students reported they're required to dress and undress in the presence of males while in girls' bathrooms or locker rooms. Federal officials say the district is dismissing the girls' request for that to not happen. The Education Department isn't providing any further information. Queen City News did reach out to Cabarrus County school administrators for a statement, and we are still waiting to hear back.
The Trump administration's nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund is on hold. The federal court ruled in favor of pausing it, and the administration says it will comply. The president is reconsidering the fund as questions remain surrounding who could eventually receive money from it. Now, the fund was created as part of a settlement President Trump brought against the IRS over his tax returns. Administration officials say the money will go to people who a panel believes were targeted or harmed by government actions. If the fund moves forward, Senate Republicans want answers about its oversight. Some Democrats are also concerned people convicted for their roles in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol could benefit from it.
I think that there are and will be, continue to be, a lot of questions around that the administration is going to have to answer.
That's why we're introducing this legislation to put a permanent stop to this and make sure no president, Republican or Democrat, can abuse the Department of Justice for these kind of corrupt deals in the future.
Also, as part of the settlement, the IRS agreed to drop probes into the Trump family on if they have paid their fair share of taxes. President Trump says he's in no rush to get a deal done with Iran to end the war. This comes after the United States says it bombed radar and drone sites in Iran after Tehran shot down an American drone over the weekend. It's the latest in a series of back and forth attacks which repeatedly test the ceasefire between the two countries. Leaders from both Iran and the United States are proposing a memorandum of understanding. It would extend the current ceasefire and pave the way for further negotiations to end the war. 7:12 the time. Let's get back over to meteorologist Ted Fate. Ted, what are we seeing on radar?
Yeah, things are mostly quiet here around the Carolinas. Dry air to our north. Our low pressure system pulling all that moisture south of uptown. That's where I expect most of the rain activity to focus at for today. Panhandle of Florida, parts of Georgia and Alabama, and exiting to parts of the low country of South Carolina. So more of the moisture to our south versus the Queen City. We still have some limited cloud cover to speak of. Some of that dry air dissipating but mixing in, coming out of the Tennessee Valley region, northern Georgia into the far western tip of South Carolina. Zooming out and keeping an eye on our tropics, not seeing anything develop here from the Caribbean Sea out into the Atlantic. Quiet as of right now, and we don't have much in the way of rain chances to start your morning. Just a few light showers along I-77 in areas east that will be short-lived. with our dry conditions lasting through the end of the week into the weekend. I'll have another look at your forecast here coming up with a check in the next 10 minutes. Maykay?
Okay, well, we have some good news for plus-size passengers. A major airline just reversed course on a policy change that large customers, activists, and influencers had described as cruel behavior. I'm Maykay Beeler, coming up, why the discount airline changed course. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. There's good news for plus-size passengers. Southwest Airlines just reversed course on a January policy change that required travelers needing extra space to purchase a second seat up front and then request a refund later.
The newly revised rules allow Southwest gate agents to arrange a free second seat for people of size where 2 adjoining seats are available.
Our Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot, Maykay Beeler, joining us now with the details. Maykay, good morning. What do we know?
Good morning. Okay, so according to reports, the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance, this is known as NAAFA, praised the policy reversal, saying they, quote, commend fat travelers, influencers, and activists for calling out recent cruel behavior, end quote, by the budget airline. Southwest felt the pressure and responded by restoring the previous policy allowing personnel to assign an extra seat at the gate if one is available. This eliminates the heavy burden of financially strapped customers from paying for 2 seats up front. In a statement to CBS News, Southwest said the new update aims to promote a more consistent and seamless experience for customers who require an extra seat. A travel expert at the flight deals website Going says, quote, this rollback feels like for the first time in a while, Southwest is bringing back some of its love to its passengers, end quote. Southwest is publicly listed as LOVE, L-U-V, on the New York Stock Exchange.
Okay, so how does a plus-size passenger know if they need an extra seat, Maykay?
So typically if they spill over into an adjoining seat or the neighboring seat, with the old policy, you were required to buy the number of seats needed. So the armrest is the dividing line. That policy went into effect this past January. This angered passengers who had previously been able to reserve 2 seats for the price of 1, so 1 would be free. With the policy change that just took effect just days ago, you will no longer have to pre-purchase the extra seat, as the only option to fly as a plus-size customer with extra space.
Okay, all this is good, McKay, if you've got 2 seats next to each other. What if there's not an available adjacent seat?
If not, they're going to book you on the next flight or the next, because
wow.
they can't. I know, they're going to book you on the next available flight because there's not another seat. So here's the deal. They still recommend, if you can afford it, to reserve, buy 2 seats up front. That way it's reserved. That extra seat is reserved.
Yeah.
And then once you get on, you can get a refund within 90 days.
Oh, you can?
Which is kind of a pain for some people. I gotta get a refund.
Yeah.
But at least you're guaranteed that extra seat. If you don't pay for it up front, you get it free if there's one available.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But does someone have to go and approach the gate agent about this if they've just bought 1 seat, or is it sort of does the gate agent approach you about it?
No, you go to the gate agent.
Okay, but what if you are trying to not have to have that second seat? You're like trying to fit into that one, or like skirt the system, I guess.
It can be embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly. I know that it's an awkward situation.
I did an in-depth story on this a couple years ago, and it can be very emotional.
McKay, why not just go back to the old policy? I mean, I'm sure that's a question everybody's asking. If they had a policy where you're able to get the second seat for free, why not just do that?
I think because there were some passengers, there wasn't an extra seat. So there has to be an extra seat available on the flight, and it has to be in the same class that you paid for.
Right.
Okay. Has to be an extra seat before the plane departs. I think that if the flight is full, there have been too many passengers who were disrupted. Oh, I can't get on, darn it. There's not an extra seat. I'll wait for the next flight or the next flight or the next flight. I think that's why they changed the policy to, well, you got to pay for 2 up front. If you don't need the extra one, we will reimburse you. That upset some passengers. You know, and they considered that cruel. Some people cannot afford to pay for 2 tickets up front. 2 seats. Can you understand?
But you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
they can't afford. I can't afford to pay for 2 seats right now.
It just seems like the original system of like you can book a seat, and if you need an extra one, you can book the second one for free. Allow them to book it ahead of time, so you know how many people are there. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right, and it's very emotional, and you know some folks have to ask for a seatbelt extender.
Right.
You got to be able to fit it, not only fit in the seat, but the seatbelt's got to buckle, even with 1 extender.
This seems like it's going to still cause embarrassment because they have to go up to the gate to say, hey.
Yeah, and some people bring their own seatbelt extenders that they buy on Amazon.
Is that TSA approved?
Not supposed to do it because it's, even if it's FAA approved, it's not part of the airline's equipment that they inspect. They have to.
If it malfunctions, then lawsuits, et cetera.
So they don't recommend it.
For that,
Some people do it though because they're embarrassed to ask.
Interesting.
Anyway, this is good news. That second seat is free. Listen, airlines like American, you got to pay for that second seat. If you're wondering about your airline, check the website. Most of them, you got to pay for that extra seat. But Southwest is saying, no, we're going to give it to you for free.
Okay.
But if there's a second seat available, if not, we're going to put you on the next flight.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay. Anyway, 7:22 the time. Ted, how are we shaping up on this Tuesday morning?
Yeah, we're shaping up pretty nicely. Not seeing any major issues right now. Forecast looking at those mid-60s. Some cloudy skies sticking around. Northeast wind 7 miles per hour. Will be a little breezy later on this afternoon. Low to mid-60s in and around uptown through the I-40 corridor. Mid-50s on deck for our mountain counties. I expect those mid-70s for our afternoon highs, landing well below normal for this time of year. Even mid-60s for Boone and Jefferson. More of that heat extends out west towards Texas, into New Mexico. Triple digits. Las Vegas, Phoenix will have 80s all the way up through the Dakotas with above normal temperatures in that orange. Below normal conditions here in the blue, extending into the Northeast, seeing that big deviation from normal, landing anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees below normal for the Carolinas. all the way up into the northeast. Low pressure system tracking south of Tennessee, pulling in that moisture. That's going to funnel into South Carolina, staying off to our south for the most part. Still could see some low-end rain and storm chances over eastern Tennessee into our Tennessee border. Our mountain counties pushing south and west, continuing to dry out here heading into your Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon, mostly sunny. And still seeing at best what could be maybe a trace of rain, 1/100th of an inch, to what will be mostly dry conditions here heading into your overnight hours. So lows tonight settle in the low 50s. We'll be in the mid to upper 40s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast shows a drastic warm up on the way. We go from what will be the mid 70s Tuesday, low 80s on Wednesday, mid 80s Thursday with near 90 degrees settled in Friday, heading into the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, taking you up there to New York City. Stock futures right now are in the red. Markets ended the day yesterday positive, though, as we take a look at Monday's closing numbers. If we have those, there we go. The Dow Jones up slightly, NASDAQ up almost a half percentage point, S&P splitting the difference here. We're going to talk with Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up at 8:25. All right, we'll be back with more Queen City News Now right after this 7:27 here on your Tuesday morning.
The former Shelby police officer at the center of this violent arrest is now facing criminal charges. The latest on the investigation as state agents look into that now viral assault.
Plus, a federal drug bust leads to hundreds of Charlotte area arrests. How the operation is just the first step in a plan to crack down on crime.
Neighbors in Uptown raised the issue, and now city leaders are taking steps to curb it. The proposed solution to cut down on noisy vehicles. That comes with an extra set of eyes and ears.
7:30 on your Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us on this Tuesday. Let's get across the studio to meteorologist Ted Phaeton. A day that's going to be a little cooler than the rest of the week, Ted.
Yeah, this day is going to start off cooler. Yesterday made it into the low 80s. Nowhere near that for today. Only expect this to ramp up into the mid-70s. A little bit more cloud cover overhead to start your morning here. Taking a look at our Arlington camera. A few peaks of sunshine on the way today. And then again, just a very low-end rain chance for your morning and afternoon north of the I-40 corridor heading into later on this afternoon. Northeast wind 7 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-60s. Dew points low 50s. I'm looking at a 2 to 4 to 5 degree cooler start. 8 to 6 degrees cooler Boone and Jefferson. Those 60s, Rock Hill into Charlotte. We're looking at mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson. Day planner hosting those upper 60s come 11 a.m., low 70s by lunchtime. We'll get a little bit more sunshine second half of the day as we sit in the low to mid-70s through the peak heating hours. Partly cloudy, nice and pleasant. Northeast winds anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusting up to 20 miles per hour at times. Just a very low-end rain chance. I expect us to stay more dry than wet heading into the afternoon. I'm looking at lows tonight settling into the mid-50s, making for a cool, maybe even chilly start to your morning for some of our mountain counties. High temperatures rebound, warming up into the low 80s Wednesday, mid-80s Thursday. Average highs typically land in the mid-80s. We'll get near 90 degrees Friday, heading to your Saturday, staying near 90 all the way into early next week. So we will feel that warm up as our pollen count stays medium to low for the remainder of the work week. Your top allergens will be the grasses, the walnut, the oak. Claritin, Zyrtec needed if you're sensitive to those allergens, with our mountain counties ramping up those temperatures into the 70s after only peaking in the 60s today. A little bit of a higher rain and thunderstorm chance, peak heating hours of the afternoon, settling into the mid to upper 70s Thursday into Friday. We'll be near 80 degrees for the higher elevations with partly cloudy skies heading into the weekend, Friday, heading into your Saturday. So we'll keep a close eye on things for you. Not looking too bad heading into the weekend. I'll break down another check of your forecast and what to expect with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and take a look this morning. All lanes of 85 North are now open after being shut down for hours from this deadly overnight crash. It happened just before 1 a.m., closing much of the on-ramp from Sam Wilson Road and 2 of the outer lanes on I-85. Here's a look at the scene earlier. Again, this is around 1 o'clock this morning. Medic says one person was pronounced dead on scene. We do know that it involved a tractor trailer, but details about exactly what happened are still limited this morning. Now let's get out to a live look from our pinpoint traffic. This is outside our studios in West Charlotte. This is NCDOT cameras here taking a look at I-85 north and southbound traffic. All open now. You can see they still have some folks that work with NCDOT across the road as we're working to get traffic flowing 100% now, but it is definitely better than it was a couple of hours ago when 2 of the lanes were blocked. Looking around the Crown, things are improving as well. We had an earlier accident up near Mooresville, 77 southbound, a lane was blocked. That's now moving again. Most of the Queen City, honestly, not too bad. Still have a little bit of a slowdown coming in from Gaston County. That's typical. Every day, around 30 minutes to get from Gastonia to 485. 36 minutes coming down from Mooresville. Other side of Rock Hill, coming up 77, 24 minutes. Here's a look up near Lake Norman, I-77. 77 north and south looking good. Further south that you go, slowdowns going underneath LaSalle Street. All 4 lanes really coming to a halt under the overpass there, unless you're in the toll lanes trying to work your way down 77 south. No accidents, that's just sheer volume this morning. Further south at the state line, all traffic's moving well, all 8 lanes across. Do have a slowdown near the airport. This is 85 north and south. Northbound traffic's on the left, and that is people trying to get off on Billy Graham Parkway. It is backed up. That right lane's going to be slow for a while. Independence Boulevard looking pretty good. All 3 lanes working their way in. We will give you a look at your drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Julian?
All right, thank you, Jason. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump will address the public today and call for justice following a viral, disturbing video of a former Shelby police officer repeatedly punching a woman. The family of the suspect hired the civil rights attorney. That former officer, identified as Carson Hyder, has been charged with assault and is free on bond this morning. Now, last night, Shelby City Council members changed meeting rules to allow for unscheduled public comments at their meeting just days after that video went viral. The Cleveland County NAACP welcomed Hyder's firing, but chapter president Carolyn Briggs told council members more action is needed to prevent a repeat of the incident.
We further ask for stronger policies be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
Many organizers who called for Hyder's firing also want his charges upgraded to a felony, arguing police officers should be held to a higher standard.
More than 500 pounds of drugs and hundreds of criminals are now off the streets thanks to a joint federal and local drug sting. Operation Spring Cleaning also included last week's raid at the Garden Inn in Northeast Charlotte. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis tells us why investigators say this is the first step in a larger plan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming.
A 3-month operation dubbed Operation Spring Cleaning leads to charges against 56 people and the capture of 157 fugitives across the Charlotte region.
Our goal here was, before those summer months come, when kids get out of school, our young people get recruited to a life of crime, before that comes, we want to get the worst of the worst off the streets.
Last week's major raid at the Garden Inn in Northeast Charlotte was just a portion of this massive operation.
I think it's fair to say the hotel was probably the biggest operation we had as part of Operation Spring Cleaning, but Spring Cleaning focused from small to big.
The operation included North and South Carolina. Russ Ferguson, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina, says the coordinated effort is needed to change communities that have been plagued by drugs for years.
We all know Rock Hill is very much a part of the Charlotte community. Our buses run down there. People live in Rock Hill and work in Charlotte. People live in Charlotte and work in Rock Hill. It is part of our community. And of course, criminals go back and forth between the two places.
Now, authorities say enforcement doesn't stop here. They'll still have officers out on the street, but they do need residents to stay engaged.
Even with our collective resources, we don't have enough law enforcement officers to put every single place. We need our community. If you see something, you say something. You come forward. You work with us to aggressively make sure that that community where you live, where you're invested, remains safe.
The people charged during Operation Spring Cleaning face up to 20 years in prison, depending on the charge. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Charlotte city leaders say that it's time to find new ways to crack down on loud vehicles that disturb neighborhoods and businesses around town. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tells us what the council is now considering as a tool of enforcement.
I made a video for you guys so you can hear what cars sound like with modified muffler cutouts, okay?
That's Jeremy Lamb last month, a Charlotte resident, showing video to city council members that he took of loud cars with modified mufflers and street takeovers, causing earaches across the Queen City.
Okay, thank you. I think that we got it. We really did get it.
Thank you. It would be great if you guys could do something about it.
A little more than a month later, the issue made it to Council's Public Safety Committee meeting on Monday, where Council and CMPD discussed what the city can do more to crack down on the nuisance.
It creates an atmosphere of unease. Like, you hear that noise and it's scary, aside from just being irritated.
We have a lot of folks who said 57,000 people here for a soccer match, and I'm sure some of those fans stayed uptown. And the comments I was getting from our hotel operators, from 2 a.m. and 5:30 in the morning, our folks who visit our city could not sleep.
One avenue discussed was possibly installing what's called noise cameras. They work similar to red light cameras, but instead capture the sound along with the license plates of those loud cars. UK-based company Intelligent Instruments makes these types of noise cameras and explained to Queen City News how they work.
So we have multiple microphones around that camera, and the sound from the vehicle reaches each of those microphones at a different time. And we measure that time difference between each microphone. And from that, we can calculate what angle the sound is coming from.
Now, when it comes to privacy, Intelligence says noise cameras blur out faces and cannot pick up personal conversations.
It's listening and waiting for a sort of excessively noisy vehicle, so it's tuned in on exhaust frequencies.
Intelligent tells us its cameras are being used in places from New York to Iowa. CMPD says Chief Estella Patterson supports the technology being used in Charlotte, which experts estimate can cost upwards of $25,000 per camera.
You know, there's a very positive response from the public because, unfortunately, it's a very common problem.
The Public Safety Committee says it will consider a pilot program at its next meeting in August before any enforcement. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members advanced a proposal to regulate street vendors citywide. They also heard from law enforcement leaders about keeping track of any potential violations from vendors operating without a permit, as well as possible criminal penalties for repeat offenders. Those discussions were also advanced for further discussion. Chimney Rock at Chimney Rock State Park is closed through Friday after a landslide caused by recent rainfall. Crews are working to repair the main road into the park. The rumbling bald access remains open. Officials say shops and restaurants in the village of Chimney Rock will also be open.
A shocking case leading to a not guilty plea. We're speaking with Chief Legal Analyst Collie Rhodes about why the shop owner who shot a teenager after accusing him of shoplifting. We're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. A South Carolina jury has found a store owner not guilty in the 2023 murder of a 14-year-old. Ja'Kai Rick Chow shot Cyrus Carmack Belton in the back after chasing him from his Columbia convenience store. Carmack Belton was black, and the case was treated as a racially motivated shooting by prosecutors.
Prosecutors said Chow acted in anger because he wrongly thought the teen had stolen 4 bottles of water from the store. They argued that Carmack Belton had a pistol, but that it fell to the ground when he was running, and it wasn't used to threaten anyone. A defense lawyer said that Chow fired to defend his son only after the teen pointed a gun at him.
All right, so we're going to bring in our chief legal analyst, Kali Froats, to talk about this. This happened 3 years ago. Obviously, a lot of pain here with the verdict for both families. What do you make of the verdict, especially given that the suspect was running away and he was shot in the back?
130 yards is how far that man chased him before he shot him in the back. Let's start with a number of things. I would echo your opinion that I remember when this happened 3 years ago. I remember the visuals and the pain and folks who were crying then, just like they were crying in the courtroom yesterday on both sides of the families. And so I'd say that this was excellent lawyering on the defense side, and a couple of hurdles early on that I could see from watching the trial. This is the best part of jury trials on the state level, is that you get an opportunity to watch. You can see the video, not like in federal court where you're just hearing about it, you're writing notes about it, you're listening to what other people say if you're not there, but you can actually watch the trial. And so I watched closing of both prosecutor and state, and most trial prep, trial strategy, trial skills would teach you to tell a story. And both of them, I think, did an excellent job, both prosecutor and defense, of trying to tell a story. And while doing that, you're trying to paint a picture. Prosecutors painting a picture, and this is one of the best closings I've seen, where he has a water bottle there, and he talks about, well, can you put a price on a human being's life? And he said, well, is it the cost of this water bottle? And he draws on the board at $1. And leaves it up there. And that visual is going to stick with the jury. It's going to say, I'm looking at this $1 the whole time while you're talking, and I'm attempting, and he did a great job of attempting to connect that $1 to this kid's life, and it was excellently drawn out and well-crafted storytelling. On the other side, defense was extremely well-crafted, very, very well-spoken in terms of his ability to convey, not just with words, but body language. Sometimes he sat down, sometimes he got up, extremely demonstrative, and even talked about, hey, I see that dollar up there. My team said, hey, you want to take that dollar down? He said, no, I can use it and I can explain. And he told this story about how when he was a kid, this guy on the radio would tell stories, and he'd think you already knew all the details. He'd wait to the end and say, hey, now I'm going to tell you the rest of the story. And he did that yesterday, and he told the rest of the story, as he said, and walked them through hey, if this guy did what the prosecutor said, yes, he deserves to go to jail. Matter of fact, he deserves to go to hell. But I will take it a further step and say, but he was defending his son because they didn't tell you the rest of the story and unpacked it. Again, excellent lawyering. I as a student of the profession, enjoyed watching those folks do their job there.
So many of these outcomes, like Andy said, are controversial. It's painful. Almost no one really wins on either side. But when you look at this case, as you just described, both parties doing really a good job in court. Why do you think he was found not guilty? What was the key there that you think? Because from the outside, when you look at it, you're thinking, well, surely he'll be found guilty.
Overcharged, shouldn't have been murder, probably at the very minimum, or at the very best, should have been manslaughter charge. And I suspect, because I've been in that situation, during the negotiations, there would have been an offer for something, and the family rejected that offer. No, we're going to trial because we have a defense in our pocket. We have self-defense and defense of others. There was testimony of a firearm. His son saw it. And they, in the state, talking about telling the whole story, played a part of the child's interview where he said, I didn't see the gun. But his defense did an excellent job. We said, oh, you know what? I'll play you the rest of his interview. Said, I didn't see it at first, but then I saw the pistol in his hand. Well, that's different. That's the rest of the story. Did an excellent job of paying that. But I think it was overcharged. For you to be able to prove first-degree murder, you need that malice of forethought. And they were not going to be able to prove that even from the very beginning. Second degree, maybe. Manslaughter, proper charge. I think they were just overcharged.
So they would have been successful in the manslaughter charge because, again, as you kind of mentioned, he went over a football field away and shot this guy in the back.
Yes, proper charge. You know, when they show the game's predictability of winning,
right.
It starts at one way, and then as the game is going out, it's going back and forth.
Sure.
If you start at manslaughter, the percentage of them winning, them as in the state, is significantly higher. And what I was confused on, and I would say, is that of the not guilty. that meant that the defense did an excellent job of getting everyone in there, because it has to be unanimous, to agree that there was a defense. Not just a hung jury, not just a mistrial, but a not guilty. I mean, I had everyone in the room saying they believed my story.
And real quickly here, the attorneys for the young man's family say they're going to file a civil lawsuit. What does that look like?
I mean, it's going to be malicious prosecution. It's going to be a number of things that would say that you attempted to paint a picture of me being this violent vigilante going out for justice on my own, and I was just trying to defend my family and myself. And so that case is obviously going to go a different path, lesser standard to prove. But listening to the trial, there will be facts that will support that, yes, you guys put me in a situation that I probably shouldn't have been in as having to defend myself. This is a case that they would have alleged should have never been brought. Is it going to be an easy case to win on the civil side? It isn't. But is that the right thing to do? Typically, if you are found not guilty, you're filing a civil claim for sure.
Okay, 7:49 the time. Again, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, waiting on that for us. Khalif, thank you. Ted, as far as where we are on this Tuesday, you're saying this is going to be the best day of the stretch.
Yeah, best day of the stretch. We only get warmer from here. We'll get some good sunshine. Nice days ahead, but just a little on the hot side, so you're going to have to find a big body of water. Stay cool any way you can. Northeast winds, 7 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-60s. Dew points low 50s. Heading out the door this morning, Independence Boulevard right near Sharon Amity Road. Low to mid-60s. Monroe into Charlotte. Low 60s I-40 corridor with 50s Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. Today's highs will ramp up into what will be the mid to upper 70s, especially east of I-77. Mid-70s for Charlotte. That still lands almost 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. I'm looking at mid-80s, Boone and Jefferson in our higher elevations. That heat and that warmth extending from Texas into parts of New Mexico, into the desert. I'm talking Las Vegas, Phoenix, triple digits for today, as that orange indicates the above normal temperatures with high pressure in control for our central plains. More of the cooler than normal conditions. As a matter of fact, the deep blue shading that you see from the Carolinas all the way up into New York and the Northeast shows that deviation up to 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. Clouds and radar off to our south and west. Low pressure system dipping into parts of Georgia and into Alabama. We'll still hold on to some of that moisture with some light showers possible, and then those isolated storms develop over our western facing slopes, far eastern Tennessee near Bristol. And then even further looking at us drying out heading into this evening. More dry than wet, but by the time we get to Wednesday morning, mostly clear, mostly sunny, and those temperatures ramp up through the week as we get into the 80s Wednesday, upper 80s on Thursday. I'm looking at best, a trace to maybe 1/100 of an inch of rain north of I-40. Same goes for Lancaster. Very light rain, spotty in nature, not going to be much of a washout today. We're looking at lows in the low 50s, a little bit on the chilly side, more in the way of the mid to upper 40s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast shows that warm up. We'll get to near 90 degrees Friday into your weekend, Saturday into Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. A former Shelby police officer fired, then arrested after this video of him punching a woman during an arrest went viral. Now the woman in the video has hired one of the nation's most well-known attorneys. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell will have a live report coming up from Shelby. President Trump's so-called anti-weaponization fund is now on hold. The administration says it's meant to protect people targeted by the Department of Justice, but critics call it a slush fund for Trump's allies. We'll have a live report from Washington on how this issue is uniting some Republicans and Democrats in Congress. Plus, are you tired of paying to watch your favorite NFL team? Plenty of people are, and now the league's commissioner is being called to testify all about it before Congress. We'll check back in with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes about this case against the NFL's streaming fees. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
A new vaccine is showing promise in the effort to keep deadly skin cancer from returning for several years. Research by the pharmaceutical company Moderna found a personalized mRNA vaccine had the risk of melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer, from recurring. It found 5 years after receiving the vaccine and drug combination, nearly 70% of the patients were cancer-free compared to 49% of patients who had been getting standard treatment. Doctors say the combination of the vaccine and a drug harness the immune system to attack those cancer cells. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now. Good night.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday, almost 8 o'clock. Welcome in to Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and we're going to be enjoying a little bit of a cool down before that heat up.
Okay.
Okay.
Today is the day that Jason is going to stop procrastinating and do his lawn work.
Well, one might say procrastinating over the last 4 days. Others would say wise strategery.
Yes.
Today a little cooler than yesterday, a little less humidity. Now, I might leave wheel tracks in the grass if it doesn't dry out, Ted.
It could be a little soft on the soil a little bit. We will be warming up, though, heading into the mid-70s. At least get it done before this weekend, because that's where those upper 80s, 90 degrees will settle in. So just if you're also procrastinating or strategically planning around the forecast, today's the day to do it. That's your order and your prescription for those 70s that roll in later on this afternoon. 65 degrees northeast winds, 9 miles per hour, dew points in the low 50s. So we've come down a little bit with that moisture in the atmosphere. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace, cooler than where we were yesterday. I'm talking 2, 4, 5 degrees cooler, with 6 to 9 degrees cooler in our mountain counties. Temperature-wise, we're looking at low to mid-60s around the Queen City, mid-50s Boone and Jefferson, and I'm expecting our day planner to host what will be a good warm-up with those upper 60s near 70 degrees come lunchtime. Can't rule out a pop-up shower, but more dry than wet. Not seeing an abundant amount of rainfall for today. It's just a low-end 30% chance, pleasant through the afternoon with mid-70s and partly cloudy skies expected throughout your peak heating hours of the day. Winds will be out of the northeast, 5 to 15 miles per hour. Could be breezy at times. Wind gusts as fast as 20 miles per hour. Overnight lows drop down into the mid-50s, making a chillier and cooler start to your morning on Wednesday, even though we'll warm up warmer through the peak heating hours of the day. I'm expecting low 80s midweek, mid 80s for your Thursday. We'll be near 90 degrees come Friday, heading into the weekend where that heat really settles in. For Saturday into Sunday, well above our average high of 84 degrees that we typically see this time of year. Pollen forecast, low to medium for the remainder of the work week. Oak, walnut, grass, those are your top allergens that we'll be combating with, again, a little bit of that relief hopefully coming into play Wednesday. Keep that Zyrtec and Claritin handy if needed. I'll break down more of your setup here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. All lanes of I-85 North are now open after being shut down for hours from an earlier deadly overnight crash. This happened just before 1 this morning, closing much of the on-ramp from Sam Wilson Road, 2 of the outer lanes on 85. That's what we've been watching this morning. Now, this is the scene earlier this morning, like I said, around 1 a.m. Medic says one person was pronounced dead. We do know that it involved a tractor trailer, but details into exactly what happened are still limited as of right now. Now, let's go ahead and get to what we're looking at this morning as far as looking at our map. I want to show you here. Let's take you outside our studios first. This is Sam Wilson Road here at I-85. Now, the right-hand side, that's northbound traffic coming out of Gaston County. Earlier, those were 2 lanes. The outer lanes were closed. Now you can see all the traffic moving, but still there's some road crews that are off in the median in the grass there. That's where they had things blocked. So the good news is it's now moving. As we look around the crown, some other issues that are causing some slowdowns. Nothing major so far, which is really good. We'll take that this morning. We do have a new accident, though, in the north part of the city. 485 outer right there at Statesville, Old Statesville Road. So we're hearing some on-ramp, off-ramp restrictions. Just be aware of that if you're in the north part of the city. Try to use 485 to get around town. Drive time's around 30 minutes, whether you're coming in from Gastonia, down from Lake Norman, Mooresville area, up from Rock Hill, you're sitting under 20 minutes. Here's I-77 slowing down. That's southbound traffic on the left. Unless you're in the toll lanes, you're zooming right past everyone, right at LaSalle. Trying to work your way into Uptown, a little further north, up near Lake Norman. Both stretches, north and south, looking good. Up near Mooresville, down near the state line, near Carowinds, also looking good no matter what direction. You're headed 85 at Billy Graham. It's been a little bit slow, not that slow. We had some slowdowns trying to get off at Billy Graham. We'll give you another update of your pinpoint traffic coming up at 8:30.
State investigators are reviewing the actions of a Shelby police officer seen punching a woman repeatedly during an arrest Friday.
Meanwhile, the woman's family is seeking assistance from a high-profile lawyer.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in Shelby with how community leaders are reacting to this arrest. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Shelby City Council members took time out of last night's meeting to make sure they addressed the incident. And they also opened up and changed the rules a bit in order to have a public comment section, give people a chance to respond to how the city has been handling things in the aftermath of the video coming out. Now, the original incident that has sparked all of this backlash, this all began as a break-in call where now former police officer Carson Hyder responded to Cherie Moore. Now, doorbell camera footage shows Hyder taking Moore to the ground, hitting her repeatedly. He's now facing criminal charges for misdemeanor assault and inflicting serious injury. Officials dropped Moore's charges of breaking and entering and resisting arrest. Now, some activists want Hyder's misdemeanor upgraded to a felony as they argue law enforcement officers should be held to a higher standard. The chapter president of the Cleveland County NAACP says they appreciate the very quick action that the Shelby Police Department took to fire Hyder, and they still say more can be done to prevent similar incidents.
We further ask for stronger policies to be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
There will be opportunities for community engagement, and we are going to do that. Our staff is committed to that.
The Moore family hired National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump to advocate for her, and we'll be hearing from him a little bit later on this morning, right around 10:30. We'll be sure to keep you updated with the latest online at qcnews.com and on air on Queen City News at noon. Reporting live in Shelby, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Police in North Charlotte are investigating 2 overnight acts of violence. One person has life-threatening injuries after a stabbing. That happened on North Linwood Avenue, which is near I-85 and the Brookshire Freeway. Another person, meanwhile, has life-threatening injuries after a shooting. That happened just before midnight. That was on Equipment Drive, which is just behind the Cookout on West Sugar Creek Road near I-85. Queen City News is still working to learn details about both of those incidents. A former Cherokee County deputy coroner and volunteer firefighter is out on bond this morning as he faces charges of embezzlement and voyeurism. The charges against Joshua Parker stem from his time as chief of the Buffalo Volunteer Fire Department in Blacksburg. Investigators say he had a hidden camera at the station containing sexually explicit images. The judge granted Parker a $60,000 bond with conditions.
Taking a live look over the White House this morning, President Trump is dropping, for now, his proposed $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. It was meant to offer payments to his supporters who claim that they were unfairly targeted for prosecution during the Biden presidency. The announcement from the DOJ comes after House Speaker Mike Johnson discussed the fund with President Trump at the White House yesterday. Democrats called it a slush fund for people convicted for their role in the January 6th Capitol attack, and it had the potential to pit Senate Republicans against the president. Vinay Simwat reports.
This anti-weaponization fund has been criticized by Republicans and Democrats. Opponents say that it's a slush fund created to give money to President Donald Trump's allies, but the Department of Justice says it's open to anyone who believes they were targeted for prosecution by the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice says it'll abide by a court order blocking it from transferring money considering claims or distributing money from a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund that was created to settle an IRS lawsuit with President Donald Trump.
The anti-weaponization of people, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. We're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs.
But lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say they're opposed to the fund. Some say they're concerned the money could go to people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th of 2021. And disagreements over the fund led Senate Republicans to cancel a vote to fund ICE and Border Patrol before Memorial Day.
The Senate stands adjourned.
The court ordered the Department of Justice to pause the fund for at least 2 weeks, and a person familiar with the president's thinking says he's considering whether to move forward with it at all. Still, some Senate Republicans say they want explicit assurances from the administration that the fund won't be created, and Democrats proposed legislation blocking the government from ever settling a lawsuit with the president or the vice president.
Let's call this what it is. This is corruption in broad daylight.
The federal judge overseeing the original Trump versus IRS lawsuit says she is reopening the case and looking into whether President Trump committed fraud against the court. She says the president is accused of settling the lawsuit to avoid the court's scrutiny. Vinay Simlat, News Nation, Washington.
An education program that's quickly grown into one of North Carolina's largest investments is now under review. As Shabnam Dinesh reports, the state auditor is launching an audit of the Opportunity Scholarship Program, which helps families pay for private school tuition.
This school year, more than 106,000 students received Opportunity Scholarships, costing taxpayers nearly $600 million, according to the State Education Assistance Authority, which oversees the program. By 2032, that price tag is expected to grow to $875 million a year. That rapid growth is one reason why the state auditor's office is launching a review. State Auditor Dave Bullock saying in a statement, quote, "This is a relatively new program that receives significant appropriations to provide families with expanded educational options. It's advantageous to families, students, and North Carolinians that we evaluate initiatives like the Opportunity Scholarship Program to ensure they are delivering on intent."
I think the overarching question is, where is that money going and how is it being used and what is the return on investment?
Public school advocates say taxpayers deserve those answers.
Basically sending money into a black hole because there is no public accounting for how that money is spent or even where it's going. But some private schools have clearly increased their tuition as the vouchers became more available.
School choice advocates say they welcome the extra scrutiny to increase public confidence in the program.
I think it's important to ensure that those resources are safeguarded, administered responsibly, and positioned for long-term success so that students continue to benefit for years to come.
That was Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Bullock says the audit should be done by this fall.
One of the NFL's top officials could be heading to Washington as lawmakers question the use of streaming services in sports. Our chief legal analyst, Conleve Rhodes, is looking at the case some fans might have. Ted?
And we're mostly dry on radar, just a few light spots of green, some light showers north and east of Uptown, but that's really going to be it for most of today. Dry heading into your midweek as we bring in those warmer temperatures come Thursday, Friday into your weekend. I'll break down your full forecast here coming up after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Coming up on 8:15, welcome back. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell has been invited to testify before Congress as the league faces increasing federal scrutiny about the league's paywall to buy streaming devices, or streaming services rather. This comes as the DOJ opened investigations into league officials potentially making prices high and stopping people from watching games.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Kali Frodes. We know that people don't want to add another streaming service. They don't like paying to watch their favorite team. But what legal issues do you see here that Roger Goodell could maybe answer for Congress?
Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961. That's going to be at the center of discussion for this. And they're going to probably center around three questions. Are fans paying more because of this exemption that allows the NFL to collectively bargain? Does the NFL's 1961 exemption extend to streaming platforms? And would competition among individual teams create a better market for consumers instead of the NFL getting this one lump sum package? If the Cowboys and the Panthers could go out and negotiate their own contracts, would it be easier and I should say cheaper for consumers as opposed to what we're getting now, which is whatever the NFL decides, they can set the price because they control the market, which typically without this exemption, you can't do.
What are some possible outcomes? What could Congress do? Where do you see this potentially going?
I think you hit it on the head. This is a congressional response. This isn't something that would, it may get to a courtroom at some point, but this is more, I won't say fishing expedition, but investigatory, and more than anything, I'm going to try to figure out, well, at the time when they drafted this, days in Congress, is this what we anticipated? Did we anticipate streaming services? Not at all. We anticipated television. We didn't anticipate it being on your phone and on your tablets and everywhere. And because now there's a new carve out for there's billions of dollars connected to that now they as in the NFL have 100% control. The NFL will come back and say, hey, 87% of our games are free. That's what they've said. Well, those other 13%, they're inching closer and closer to them not being free, and the consumer paying more to have access to games that historically would have been free. So the argument will be, well, should Congress rewrite this? Should it redraft this? Should it remove this exemption? And if that's the answer, then the NFL will now not be able to collectively bargain.
We're talking about streaming services that don't have any cable connection, Amazon Prime, and Netflix there, so you'd have to have the streaming service to watch these. Cleve, when we talk about laws like these or acts, are we getting into an age with streaming where they have to revisit some of them? We've talked about things in news where they have to kind of revisit that. Is it just the point now where the technology has kind of outrun the laws that we have in the books?
That's, I think, what Jim Jordan, who's pushing this for him to come to Congress, is saying. Jordan is saying, I think we're past the date. The drafters of this in 61 didn't know about, the internet wasn't even an idea, let alone streaming. So, we are probably 4 or 5 steps past when they drafted this. And so, is it worth revisiting? Yes. Does revisiting mean redrafting a law that comes up to date with what we're at now? Maybe.
So if I may, I just want to ask a follow-up. What does that do to existing agreements that they may already have with Amazon Prime, with Netflix? If the laws changes, does that then make the agreement null and void?
Well, there are smart folks that are going to be in these rooms, and so a lot of them would have some type of, weaning out process. Okay, we'll have communication with these streaming partners and with the NFL and the NBA, because this wouldn't be something that would just be NFL specific. This is all major sports, but the NFL is just at the center of it right now. But it would be, okay, when do these, fall off? And then after that, when will we sunset those? And now going forward, 2029, 2032, whenever they expire, now this is when this would actually be in effect. And that's something that could be done. But remember, we're at the beginning. We just want to figure out, is this something that's benefiting consumers? Because originally in 61, that was the goal. The argument from the NFL and other sports agents at the time was, if consumers will suffer if you allow individual teams to go out and negotiate their own contracts, because now the prices can be all over the place as opposed to one uniform price set by us.
Obviously, consumers are the big part of this, right? They're the ones that are paying more. What is the venue for people like you and me to say, hey, I don't like this? Is there any place for them to say that to Congress after they hear from Goodell and other experts?
I like that question as well. That's a different venue. That would probably be when I mentioned that it could ultimately get to court. A consumer, an end user of the product that is affected negatively by this anti-competitive atmosphere that would be created with this exemption could have standing to bring a claim. So anyone that's viewed the NFL, over the last 5 years, 10 years, that's when streaming has, been pushed out, could now say, hey, I've been affected by this, and this exemption that you're giving them is now costing me individually a higher cost. So yeah, there would be standing for them to bring a claim. Would they be successful? David versus Goliath. David versus probably 20 Goliaths is the better analogy. So maybe.
We'll have to see.
The shield is tough to get over.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
Sure. Our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighing on. Khalif, thank you.
All right, let's catch up with meteorologist Ted Payton on a little bit of a cooler Tuesday before the heat really comes in on the back half.
Yeah, we have that cool Tuesday. The heat's going to come later on in the week, but right now we're looking at those mid-60s northeast winds, 9 miles per hour, dew points in the low 50s. There's the Queen City in the distance. Low to mid-60s around the Queen City. Low to mid-60s I-40 corridor, 50s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. Today's highs ramp up into what will be the mid-70s, upper 70s. Albemarle, Rockingham, Shra. We're looking at low to mid-70s I-40 corridor with 60s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at those upper 80s, near 90s for Texas and surrounding areas, looking at what will be more of that heat out west towards New Mexico, triple digits, Las Vegas and Phoenix. 75 degrees Charlotte. We have those cooler temperatures over the East Coast with that warmer air settled in over the Central Plains into the West Coast. So we have the deviation from normal over 10 degrees, especially around the Carolinas. We're going to land almost 10 degrees shy of what we typically see this time of year. That cooler air extends further north and east towards New York, where those dry conditions have settled in. We have more of that limited moisture here over the Queen City, tapering off over our South Carolina low country, and then cloud cover lingers with more of the rain potential along the Tennessee border over eastern Tennessee. Clouds and radar continues to dissipate as we head into your Wednesday. Mostly sunny and dry midweek. We'll rebound into the low 80s before the near 90s start to roll in. Only a 1/100 of an inch at best as we head into your midweek. I'm looking at that 7-day forecast hosting 80s as we head into Thursday, 90s on tap heading into this weekend. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. As we go to break, I want to give you a live look at the sun coming up over New York City this morning. Beautiful with the harbor there in the background. The opposite of that is not beautiful, and I'm talking futures. They're all down right now. The Dow's down almost 200 points, S&P and NASDAQ, both in the red. We're still over an hour before markets open. We will join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. 8:25, welcome back. Most Americans have a shoe buying regret, and retailers are having a mostly good year despite inflation. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning. Good Tuesday.
Hi, Jason. Good morning. So it looks like we may actually open lower today. Been a while since I feel like I've said that because we had more records yesterday. In fact, we've been up for 9 straight weeks, and it's been the AI-related stocks that have really been propelling the market higher lately. Well, even with high gas prices, retailers had a good first few months of the year. Still, tax refunds and buy now, pay later apps may have been masking some underlying consumer weakness. Retailers do report their earnings the next few weeks, so investors will be watching for any cracks in that strength. And at what age do most Americans become more practical about shoes? Well, it turns out it's about age 34. The survey by Skechers and Talker Research say more than half of Americans admit they have bought a pair of shoes they later regret because they're uncomfortable, with people wasting an average of $279 on painful shoes. Jason, back to you.
Oh, man. Don't even get me started. Jane, thank you so much. We'll join you coming up in an hour when the market's open. We appreciate that. 8:26 right now. Traffic moving well on inbound Independence. We'll have another look around the Crown with your morning commute, and we'll catch up with Ted on your forecast. Stay with us.
Coming up on 8:30 here, happy Tuesday. Thanks for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Phaeton. There is medical proof that you can be healthier if you're happy. Sometimes people like to attribute their happiness to the weather, Ted. Is today one of those days we might feel a little happier?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You know, the sun's going to be shining and smiling down on us so we can smile back, right?
All right.
Reduce the cortisol in the body. That
That's
way
right.
your body can heal itself.
All right, man, you're trending to be Dr. Phaeton.
Dr.
Prescription
Phaeton.
for happiness.
Where are your glasses?
That's right.
Oh, it's right over there.
Oh, okay.
Man, it's surprising you can see without them.
Hey, yeah.
That's right. Okay. Oh, dear Lord. I don't even know what just happened. How are we looking out there, Ted?
Yeah,
Without the
go-
glasses.
weather.
Grab my glasses.
Yeah, why don't you?
Go ahead,
I was
Ted.
looking out there. I'll be back. Taking a look right now from our tower camera out of West Charlotte. We can see the Queen City in the distance here. Right now, not seeing too much in the way of sunshine. It's the cloud cover that's going to be relatively thin. Breaking up, though, as the morning continues. We'll get some peaks of sunshine mixing in with the clouds as we warm things up, going from the mid-60s. Northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour to ramping up into the 70s this afternoon. Still lagging behind anywhere from 2 to 4 to even 5 to 7 degrees compared to where we were yesterday. Low to mid-60s Monroe into Charlotte, 50s Boone and Jefferson, and our day planner will continue to ramp us up into what will be the upper 60s, near 70 degrees come lunchtime. Highs land in the low 70s today. We'll stay partly cloudy to mostly cloudy before sunshine dominates second half of the afternoon. We'll have those northeast winds anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour. Very low end rain chance. Mid-70s expected for your afternoon highs. Tonight settles into the 50s, heading into your early morning hours. I'm looking at overnight lows in the mid-50s, and we are going to rebound into the 80s. So cooler to start, warmer to finish on Wednesday. Average highs this time of year land in the mid-80s. We'll be closer to that on Thursday before we settle in the upper 80s near 90 degrees heading into your weekend. So we are looking at what will be a big warm-up second half of the work week into your Saturday and Sunday. Pollen count will stay relatively low to medium, anywhere between the grass, walnut, oak, probably going to be flaring up your allergies, as those will be the top allergens to worry about for the remainder of the work week. Mountain County forecast, a little bit on the cooler side, but still warm by any stretch. Mid-60s this afternoon with a better chance for those pop-up showers and storms. 70s lock in Wednesday, upper 70s near 80 degrees come Friday into Saturday to kick off the weekend. I'll break down more of your forecast here with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. We want to get back to this traffic story we've had for the last few hours. All lanes of I-85 North are now open after being shut down for hours from a deadly overnight crash. This happened just before 1 a.m., closing much of the on-ramp from Sam Wilson Road and 2 outer lanes of the interstate. Here's a look at the scene from early this morning. Again, around 1 a.m., medic says one person was pronounced dead on the scene. We do know that it involved a tractor trailer, but we don't really know anything else beyond that. Details still limited right now. We're working to get more information throughout the morning. Now let's go ahead and give you a live look this morning outside our studios, looking at I-85 near Sam Wilson. You're looking southbound, so you're looking towards Gaston County. Traffic on the left-hand side is coming up out of Gastonia. You can see a lot of construction happening there this morning. We're looking, again, looking out in West Charlotte. Let's go ahead and look overall. Things are looking pretty good. We've had some accidents clear, some new ones that have been added to the board. The newest one is at the top of the 485 loop. And so this is I-485 enter near Old Statesville Road. The accident causing some slowdowns on Old Statesville, which goes underneath the interstate. You can see the red there. And the ramp to get onto 45, a little bit slow this morning. Now, as far as drive times in from Gaston County down from Lake Norman, you've got the slowest stretch. If you're coming down from Lake Norman, you're just shy of 40 minutes. Slow coming up from Rock Hill. No accidents on 77, but you're a little over 20 minutes to get up from Rock Hill. 77 southbound near LaSalle. Beautiful shot from NCDOT. Slow traffic on southbound underneath LaSalle, that overpass, unless you're in the toll lanes. No accidents there, just sheer volume. Coming down from Lake Norman in both directions, traffic's moving well down near the South Carolina state line near Carowinds. A little bit slow. That northbound traffic coming up from South Carolina, merging there at 485. Here's a quick check of 85 at Billy Graham. Traffic, there we go. Now it's flowing, looking really good. Same can be said for inbound Independence. We will wrap up your pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump will address the public today and call for justice following a viral and disturbing video of a former Shelby police officer repeatedly punching a woman. The family of that suspect, Cherie Moore, hired the civil rights attorney. That former officer, identified as Carson Hyder, has been charged with assault and is free on bond this morning. Last night, Shelby City Council members changed meeting rules to allow unscheduled public comments at the meeting, just days after that video went viral. The Cleveland County NAACP welcomed Hyder's firing, but chapter president Carolyn Briggs told council members that more action is needed to prevent a repeat of the incident.
We further ask for stronger policies be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
Many organizers who called for Hyder's firing also want his charges upgraded to a felony, arguing police officers should be held to a higher standard.
Charlotte City Council members are making adjustments to the city's $4.5 billion plan.
We've actually accomplished one thing that works. Just one thing. Give yourself a hand. One.
That applause came after back and forth among council members on the issue of pay raises for public safety personnel. The city manager's original budget called for a 10% increase for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police, but a 7% for the fire department. But some council members wanted firefighters to get the same percentage point raises as police, so they discussed whether the raises for both departments should be 7% or 10% or somewhere in between.
I can't support a position where we are going to reduce the CMPD officers down to 7%. I am absolutely leaning into the opportunity to get our CFD officers to that 10% level.
Council members voted for that 10% level across the board for both departments. There's also a 1.9-cent property tax increase, with those funds going towards public safety. The final budget vote is set for next Monday.
Charlotte will begin the process of finding a new interim mayor today by opening up their application process. Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation last month. She originally said that she would step down on June 30th, but now will stay in office until a successor is appointed. The deadline for applications is next Tuesday. A vote for the new interim mayor will take place on June 22nd. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will hold their final budget vote today. The $2.6 billion operating plan would not call for county tax property increases. It would also set a minimum wage for all full-time positions at $25.53 an hour. The commission will meet tonight at 6 p.m.
Federal education regulators are opening a Title IX investigation into Cabarrus County schools. They say female students reported that they are required to dress and undress in the presence of males while in girls' bathrooms or locker rooms. Federal officials say the district is dismissing the girls' requests for that not to happen. The education department isn't providing any further information. We did reach out to Cabarrus County school administrators for a statement, and we are still waiting to hear back.
North Carolina has become one of the biggest manufacturing success stories, landing billions of dollars in investments from companies like Toyota, Wolfspeed, and Jet Zero.
Now, new data shows manufacturing across the country is gaining momentum as well.
Let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Taylor, North Carolina has been on quite a run when it comes to manufacturing. So what is happening nationally?
Yeah, so U.S. manufacturing activity just hit its highest level in 4 years. And this is notable because I think that there have been concerns for years that manufacturing was going overseas, that factories or that U.S. companies were kind of depending on factories overseas for products, but now companies are heavily investing in domestic manufacturing, looking to shorten supply chains and reduce dependence on foreign production, foreign companies. So this is a big swing.
So why is North Carolina such a big player in this end?
Yeah, so this state is an absolute manufacturing powerhouse. North Carolina, for years now, has continued to rank among the most competitive manufacturing states in the country. You know, friendly business climate, skilled workforce, its access to major East Coast markets, and that has helped attract billions of dollars in investments, you know, from companies that make EV batteries, semiconductors, aerospace, and of course, AI data centers are kind of the new big one too.
Absolutely. So what kind of jobs are we talking about here?
Yeah, and I think this is where people might be a little bit surprised because, you know, today's modern factories are no longer just assembly lines. I mean, these companies, these factories are looking for highly skilled workers. We're talking engineers, technicians, mechanics, other really highly skilled workers. And in many cases, these are jobs that don't require a 4-year degree and actually pay much higher than the average salary across the country. And I think this is a big part of why North Carolina is seeing so many people moving here, because there's those high-paying jobs and an abundance of them.
All right, we're all trying to save money, right? Especially in this economy, Taylor. So if more and more products are being made here, does that mean consumers are going to have will products cost less here?
So not necessarily.
Okay.
You know, making products in the U.S. and of course in North Carolina, of course, can avoid supply chain disruptions and prevent the U.S. from being, you know, extremely dependent on other countries. But labor, land, and then you have your regulatory costs. I mean, those often are higher here in the States, right? So, you know, while domestic manufacturing, it can make the supply chain a lot more reliable, especially when you have something like a pandemic happen, which we know cause a lot of disruptions, but it doesn't necessarily translate to lower costs. But there are a lot of positives here, I think, especially for the state of North Carolina, which just continues to attract really big companies that bring a lot of high-paying jobs.
All right, we'd like to see it, Taylor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May-Kay, what do we have coming up next?
What started as a joke for one passenger ended terribly for two pilots at one of the world's largest airlines. I'm May-Kay Bueller. Coming up, how a viral social media post caused a flight crew to get canned. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
What started as a joke for one passenger ended terribly for two pilots at one of the world's largest airlines.
A federal whistleblower hearing is underway in a case involving a fired United Airlines captain who says she was let go after reporting a cockpit security violation during a charter flight in April 2024.
All right, let's break this all down here. Our chief transportation correspondent and pilot May-Kay Bueller is here to explain. May-Kay, what happened?
All right, let me try to make it clear. Okay. If you have any questions, let me know. So the passenger was a coach for the Colorado Rockies baseball team. The plane was the United Airlines Boeing 757. It was a charter flight. I'll explain the difference between that and an airline flight in a minute. It was carrying the team from Denver to Toronto. Now, during the flight, the coach was filmed sitting in the captain's seat while the aircraft was in cruise flight. This is a violation of federal aviation regulations. To add insult to injury, alcohol was allegedly involved. Now, the footage quickly went viral online, prompting public outrage and investigations by both United and the FAA. Now, both the captain and the first officer lost their jobs after the video posted on social media showed the cockpit door wide open, people moving in and out of the flight deck. According to reports, United considers that incident to be a serious violation of company safety and operational procedures.
All right, so the big question is, how on earth did the coach end up in the captain's seat?
All right, so the captain, female, got up to use the lav, the bathroom, so she left. Now, on an airline flight, that door would have remained closed with the flight attendant in there with the other officer. But the door's wide open. She goes to use the restroom. While she's in the bathroom, the first officer, in a very relaxed environment, sees the coach walk into the flight deck and sit in the captain's seat. Didn't stop him. You know, like, hey, this is cool, take my picture, take a video. When the captain comes out of the bathroom and sees this, she's like, oh, we know this is a security breach. So the very next day, she filed a report through United's Flight Safety Action Program. It's a report that allows pilots to report mistakes or safety hazards to an aviation reporting system without fear of disciplinary action. All right, it's confidential and it's voluntary, typically non-punitive. The review committee looked at it, accepted the submission with no penalties, but the FAA ultimately decided, this was a breach of security. The pilots willfully let it happen. They know it shouldn't have happened. They knew better. So the pilots were terminated. No action was taken against the jokester coach who was filmed in the captain's seat.
My gosh. All right, you mentioned earlier that this was a charter flight.
Right.
Are there different standards and rules based between that and commercial flight?
Not really. There shouldn't be. So a charter flight might be for a smaller airplane where you and your buddies hire the plane to take you to Aspen or somewhere. It's on demand. An airline flight is scheduled, right? But they use United Airlines, and a big jet like that does go by what we call Part 121 rules. These are stricter rules. They have to follow those rules. So that cockpit door should have been closed. No one is allowed in the cockpit. But on these sports charter flights, it'd be like the Panthers flying on Delta. It tends to be relaxed. Everyone knows each other. So the captain, first officer said, well, there's kind of an unwritten law that we can keep that door open. But according to federal aviation regulations, no, that's a safety hazard.
Okay, so I mean, I can imagine some things of not having access to the cockpit while the flight, the plane is in the air, but why is it that way? Why is it a violation?
So passengers are prohibited from sitting in the flight deck, especially in the pilot seat during a flight, due to life-threatening distractions and unauthorized control tampering. It's only permitted for certified, trained crew and authorized officials. These are strict security laws. They were put in place after 9/11 to prevent unauthorized access and hijacking.
All right, so what's the hearing about?
So the hearing is about the captain feels she was unfairly terminated because she filed that report. She knew that was wrong. Oh, we screwed up. We messed up. We're sorry. This is what happened. But she felt the airline is retaliating against her for speaking out because apparently there had been some challenges on these charter flights where they relaxed the rules. The rules are not to be relaxed, but some people relax them a little bit. And she kind of called the airline out, and she felt she's being retaliated against. You're fired. But United Airlines says, no, this is a serious breach. You don't leave that door open. Anybody can wander in, especially alcohol was allegedly involved. You can, oh, what's this do? Woo, 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 So anyway, what do you think?
I mean, interesting that the pilot was fired. The first officer, it seems like, was the one that allowed it, but the pilot.
First officer was fired too.
Right, but I'm saying I understand why the first officer was fired because they watched the coach sit down, right? The pilot just went to the bathroom, and normally on a commercial flight, the flight attendants would have closed that door.
That's right.
It seems like the pilot did everything that she was supposed to do.
Yeah, I agree, but they said that, well, she had a relaxed attitude also. And that's why the FO or the flight officer felt it was okay.
Listen, we might have to bring Khalif in on this conversation.
I know.
This will be an interesting case.
I said, Khalif, we should have talked about this together.
Wow.
But willfully, they can fire you for any reason. They don't have to have a reason, or you don't have to have any notice. They can just fire you. So anyway, maybe we'll talk with Khalif about that. But they're both out of a job, and the jokester coach just had a big old time.
Coach should have stayed in coach.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Coach
All right,
should have stayed in coach.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. 8:49. Let's get over to Ted. A little cooler day on tap for this Tuesday.
Yeah, much cooler day as those 60s are starting to stick around. They're still sticking around, rather. Going to make a run for the 70s later on today. Northeast winds anywhere from 5 to 15 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 50s. We're looking at those mid-60s around Charlotte, Monroe, low 60s I-40 corridor, mid-50s Boone and Jefferson up through our mountain counties, holding on to a cooler start. Cooler finish, mid-60s, Boone and Jefferson for this afternoon. Low to mid-70s I-40 corridor, mid-70s uptown. Could see the upper 70s towards Albemarle, Rockingham, Stroud, bringing in that warmth as the heat really extends out west towards Texas, into New Mexico, Albuquerque, Phoenix, Las Vegas, triple digits, and we hold on to those above normal temperatures through our central plains out towards the west coast. Below normal for the east coast into the southeast, much cooler temperatures than normal for the northeast into the Carolinas. So our high of 75 is almost 10 degrees below what we typically see this time of year. That's what plays into that big deviation from normal with that blue on your map. So we'll have mostly clear skies, just a little bit of that rain here setting up north of Uptown, east of I-77. We'll taper off heading into tonight, looking at what will be some lingering showers for the Tennessee border, western facing slopes overnight into your early morning hours. As that rain pushes south and west, we'll have sunshine dominate heading into your Wednesday morning, and in the afternoon more in the way of those sunny skies and warmer temperatures, helping us get into the 80s as we approach your midweek. Rainfall totals will be maybe a trace to 1/10 of an inch and maybe 100th of an inch north of I-40. That's going to be the rain that we see for today, with our lows tonight getting a little on the cool and chilly side, dropping down to the low 50s. Monroe into Charlotte, mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson, with our afternoon highs ramping up into what will be the low to mid 80s Wednesday into Thursday, near 90 degrees heading into your weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
From NBA playoffs and baseball games to the World Cup, Yelp released a list of the top 100 sports bars in the United States, and one of them is actually in North Carolina. Among the 10 most popular bars, the Boot Room in Durham got 4th place. The bar is known as a soccer pub and is being called the perfect place for the World Cup. Yelp ranked the bars for their in-house entertainment, number of TVs, and local popularity. Meanwhile, the best 50 best restaurants in North America have been announced, and it comes from a site appropriately named, well, the world's 50best.com. Well, places like New York and LA are well represented. The Southeast is showing up as well. At number 21, Chubby Fish in Charleston, South Carolina made the list. Then at 29, Avize in Atlanta. In total, the list features 36 restaurants from the U.S. and 14 from Canada.
College students facing mounting pressure to be perfect could be increasing their risk for mental health disorders. A new study finds that students became increasingly perfectionistic between 1989 and 2024. It's partly fueled by factors like rising income inequality and slowing economic growth. Results from psychological bulletins show a rise in fear of failure, indecisiveness, and fear of being judged by others. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
A scary moment for passengers on a party boat. Take a look at this. This is sinking off the coast of Turkey. 148 people on board when it started to go down in the Mediterranean over the weekend. Man, people jumping, look at that, just jumping off the side. This looks like a pirate movie. The boat had just set sail from a nearby resort city, was completely submerged within an hour. Passengers claim they did see the boat engines catch fire before it started to sink. The cause of the investigation. They're still looking at this right now. Thankfully, everyone was rescued at sea and taken safely to shore. No one was injured. Whew, that is a scary scene for sure. All right, same here. A powerful explosion at a fireworks factory rocked the European country of Malta. The blast tore through the factory in the northern city of Salina, sending plumes of smoke billowing over the Mediterranean island. Local media reports that the explosion could be felt from miles, shaking buildings and shattering glass. Witnesses claim that there was a second blast. No injuries have been reported there at the facility, but police say 2 people were hurt in a nearby field. All right, it is almost 9 o'clock. Our final hour of Queen City News starts right now.
City News starts now.
It is straight up 9 o'clock on this Tuesday. Good morning, everyone. Welcome into the final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, looking ahead to what will be a relatively comfortable and pleasant afternoon here before we ramp up those temperatures. I think it's actually going to be perfect for the weekend. 90 degrees.
Really? All right.
Find me by a pool. You know,
Don't do that to me on a Tuesday, though, man. Now you got me thinking about the weekend.
What you working for?
But today's a tease. Today's a tease of the weekend.
Okay.
gotta
So
get
it'll
over
feel
the
like
Tuesday.
it.
So far away, though.
The worst day of the week,
Yeah.
objectively.
Tacos.
Tacos
There
on
we go.
Tuesday.
All right.
And you can have your tacos on the patio today.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you
I'm
can.
back in, Ted.
You back in?
I'm back
You know
in.
what? Get some fish tacos.
Oh, okay.
Right? You can even put it on the grill a little
Oh,
bit.
boy.
Let's-
Come on,
Oh,
Daddy.
boy.
Come on now, let's go crazy. We just need the sun to break through the clouds, and then it's a day. We're starting off with those 60s this morning out towards Charlotte Motor Speedway. Nice and cool and comfortable, especially compared to yesterday. Dew points have come down a little bit. Northeast winds, I told you it would be breezy. And then here we are looking at those 14-mile-per-hour winds. Wind gusts could be as fast as 20 miles per hour. We even have a little bit of a shake in the lens here on I-85. I'm looking at a difference of anywhere from 2 to 4 to 5 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday, 9 to 8 degrees cooler in our higher elevations with mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson. 60s on tap for Charlotte and surrounding areas. I'm looking at your day planner ramping up into what will be the 70s come lunchtime. Into the peak heating hours of the day. Partly cloudy, some good sunshine breaking through. Winds a little breezy out of the northeast, but mid-70s for your afternoon highs. A very low-end rain chance. Not too concerned for those showers, with overnight lows settling down into the mid-50s heading into your early morning hours. So still a little bit on the cool side. Chilly in our mountain counties as we drop into the 40s. Despite a cooler start, we'll have a warmer finish on Wednesday. Low 80s before we ramp up those temperatures. I'm calling for those 90s heading into your Saturday. Upper 80s Sunday. The heat sticks around early next week. Average highs this time of year typically land in the mid-80s. I'm expecting us to be above that at the very least until early next week. When it comes to your pollen forecast, you might need the Zyrtec and Claritin if you're sensitive to the grass, walnut, and oak. Will be low to medium for the remainder of the week. I'll break down more of what our overall setup looks like here, coming up with another check in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. A little bit after 9, let's go ahead and wrap up our pinpoint traffic for the day. What started as a very difficult, deadly accident on 85 out in the west part of the city early this morning has now cleared up. A couple of issues still left on the board, none of these causing major delays, which is really good right now. Let's go ahead and take you outside and show you some of the drive times. If you're coming in from Gaston County, man, you're now in the green. That's the first time today. Coming out from Lake Norman, it was at 40 minutes. Now you're down in half to about 20. Rock Hill, a little bit slow, but not too bad this morning. Other side of town, you're good coming out from Concord, a little bit slow. A new accident on Albemarle. It's got you slow trying to get off of Sharon Amity onto Independence Boulevard and Independence Boulevard. A new accident down near Matthews is slowing things down if you're coming up from Monroe this morning. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and show you a couple of issues. This is the lane we're talking about. One of the inbound lanes is blocked as you're headed northbound. It's got you backed up beyond 485 if you're on Independence Boulevard. The closer you get to the city, though, things are looking good. All three lanes looking great this morning. 85 north and south outside our studios in West Charlotte at Sam Wilson. That stretch is looking pretty good this morning. Let's go ahead and take you just north of Uptown 77 at LaSalle. All 10 lanes across, including toll lanes, looking good. Further north up near Lake Norman, also looking nice. Today might be a great day to get out on the water. We'll go ahead and wrap up your pinpoint traffic. Just don't be distracted with your cell phone. Put it away till you get to where you're going. That way you can have a safe Tuesday.
An arrest out of Shelby over the weekend is making national headlines.
Yeah, video of a now former police officer hitting a suspect several times has led officials to file new criminal charges for the officer and drop the charges for the suspect.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in Shelby with the latest in this case. Savannah, good morning.
That's right. The family of Cherie Moore has now retained National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump. He says in a statement so far that his client was having a mental health crisis. And he says the footage from that arrest was both, quote, disturbing and raises serious questions. Now, the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigations is looking into the incident and how the Monroe Police Department responded. Know that the former officer, Carson Hyde, can be seen in a Ring doorbell video hitting Moore car repeatedly while on the ground during an arrest on Friday. He was fired Saturday and facing now criminal charges for misdemeanor assault and inflicting serious injury. Court records describe Moore's injuries as a possible broken nose, black eyes, and a busted lip. Officials initially charged Moore with breaking and entering, plus resisting arrest and assaulting a government employee. However, those charges were dropped Monday. Then Monday night, several residents brought their concerns to the Shelby City Council, as well as the Shelby mayor, about the video. The community advocates hope that more transparency comes from police moving forward.
We need to ensure the community that our police officers in this area are getting the proper training, that they have the proper instruments on them so that if they do have some misconduct, it's recorded.
We further ask for stronger policies be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
Shelby police didn't immediately respond to our request for comment yesterday about the new charges for the former officer, but the attorney Ben Crump plans to speak about the situation, provide more details today. He says he plans to speak around at 10:30. Members of the media, of course, will bring you the latest online at qcnews.com and on air at Queen City News at noon. Reporting live in Shelby, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you for that update. We're going to bring in our chief legal analyst now, Kali Frodes, to talk about this. This happened Friday. A very quick response now, getting a prominent attorney involved, and it's all thanks to this doorbell camera video. If this hadn't existed, we probably wouldn't have known about this.
Not at all. She'd still be charged. It would have been a he said versus she said. Yeah, there may have been body cam footage. They would have had to request that. That fight to even get access to that would have been a long, stretched out fight as well. And her underlying criminal charges probably still would have been pending. So she would have been fighting that while also trying to get the video out. So a number of things complicate this, but the video camera from the doorbell actually clear up a number of things on her side and open the door for her now having access to her charges being dismissed and a civil rights attorney coming to fight on her behalf. So yes, I think technology, timing a lot would have been different if this was 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Khalif, use of excessive force is here on the line. The police chief even said this was disturbing, it was inappropriate. The officer was later fired. How does that help? The comments not only from the chief, but the video, how does that help build this civil rights case?
I mean, it helps it tremendously. I mean, it obviously the video, you play that. I mean, any attorney that has, if you're first year or been doing this for 20 years, you're playing that video if this case goes to trial and you're showing the officer strike her multiple times, but then you're using the words from the officers there. You're using part of the video that I thought was even more telling was his fellow officers attempting to stop him from hitting him. At one point, the officer walks in and kind of pushes him like, okay, enough is enough. I mean, there's no audio, but you could assume there was a conversation that, okay, she's down at some point, stop hitting her. That is what I would want to have played as well if I go to trial. So that video would be damaging. His officers or the other folks' statements about him would be damaging as well, because this isn't about force. We recognize that force was used and it was excessive force. The question is, was it unreasonable? That's going to be the standard. You will get experts that will come in and testify that, listen, the standard of care for an officer that's in that situation, the force that he was using was appropriate. You have other officers come in and testify that it wasn't appropriate, but that video would help to say, well, hey, was this appropriate or not? And you have to have a jury that will be able to either listen to the story that they're attempting to tell or not by that painting the picture that they're trying to paint.
Khalif, we know that there's also criminal charges that the former officer is now facing. You've talked about it before, that they're given some sort of protection when you're acting in an official capacity there. How do you try a case like that? Should it be upgraded, as some of the people wanted to a felony charge? How do you even begin breaking that down when somebody was acting or trying to act in their official capacity?
Two parts on that answer. So I'll deal with the official capacity. That's qualified immunity that you talked about. That's not law. That's court dicta, where the court has over years has created this carve out, this set aside for the higher burden to even charge an officer because they're in their official capacity. So they're qualified to have this shield of protection around them. And so because we got to this point, we're in rare territory already, having a charge, not a conviction, but just a charge.
Right.
In terms of the likelihood of success at trial or some type of conviction or the elevation to a felony, in North Carolina, the statute's pretty clear. If you assault a person and you leave permanent, protracted damage, if it's a serious permanent disfigurement, so yeah, it's a felony assault inflicting serious bodily injury right now. But if it's assault inflicting serious bodily injury and there is a permanent damage, like broken eye socket, fracture of the face, jawbone, orbital socket, anything like that, this could be elevated to a felony. And so, yeah, he's charged with misdemeanors now, but could easily be a felony as the investigation goes on. Those bruising, as they continue to die down, as she continues to get medical treatment, if it becomes more permanent, yeah, you can get an elevated charge.
Wow. All right. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes weighing in on that for us. Thank you.
Coming up on 9/11, let's get back over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton on your Tuesday morning. Ted, what are we seeing on radar?
Yeah, not too much on radar. There are a few light showers that's developing north of Uptown, sticking around for your early morning and then tracking south. That's going to end up drying out as we head into this afternoon. I'm looking at the stationary front to our south, all across the southeast from our Gulf states into parts of Louisiana, dry and clear up through the Ohio Valley region. So moisture squeezes over the southeast, south of Charlotte. That's where most of the rain chances will focus towards the low country of South Carolina. Water vapor satellite imagery looking at that limited moisture cloud cover here overhead with more of the green on your map indicating where the heavy rain and where the moisture is locked in as of right now. Quick update on tropics. Nothing developing here out over the Atlantic. Not too concerned about the coast as we sit in the beginning of hurricane season. Still looking at those light showers now developing north towards the I-40 corridor, tracking south towards Uptown. Something we'll watch for quietly as we have a lull in rain chances through your midweek into the weekend. We'll break down your full setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Ted. Helping children navigate through grief. We're speaking with leaders from Rainbow Kids about how they're helping young people in the community find peace. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Time is 9:14. Welcome back, everyone. Losing a loved one, it's not easy for anyone, but kids have a particularly hard time navigating the process of grief, and that's where Rainbow Kids in Iredell County comes in. This morning, we're speaking with Rainbow Kids Director Leanne Daugherty and Director of Development Mindy Rice about the center and the mission for these kids. Ladies, thanks for being here this morning.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Leanne, I want to start with you, okay, because I know you're an expert and a clinical social worker. You've talked with kids about grief. Yeah. It's hard. I mean, it's just a heavy conversation. How do kids even process grief?
Well, you're right, it is a heavy conversation, but it is such an important conversation. Children, teens, process grief a little bit differently than adults. Sometimes they have trouble sharing their emotions or expressing them, and that's what we help them do. Rainbow Kids is the children's grief program of Hospice and Palliative Care of Iredell County. And Rainbow Kids are in all of the schools in Iredell County.
That's a lot.
47 schools a year for a mighty small team of 4. And we also have Camp Rainbow in the summer. We provide individual counseling, and we work with children and families during the holidays too, as we know that can be difficult.
Mindy, I want to talk about all these programs that you guys offer for these kids. It sounds like you're trying to help these kids work through the grief, not around it.
Not around it, yeah.
Why? And I know that's something that you talk about. Why is that important to not go around it?
So with children's grief, I mean, the statistics speak for themselves. In the state of North Carolina, 1 in 10 children will lose a parent or a sibling by the time they turn 18.
Oh, wow.
1 in 4 children who pass away by suicide were bereaved. 175% more likely to develop substance abuse. Those are the reasons why we need to help these kids. We need to give them the healthy coping skills that they need, the tools that they need to avoid the risky behaviors that can develop if this complicated traumatic grief goes untreated.
Because Leanne, what I was looking at this morning is trauma affects everyone.
Exactly.
And so you're going to get support from somewhere. Wouldn't you rather get to it early and have positive support? Otherwise, you're going to have negative support from social media or other groups that you don't want them to influence.
Absolutely. It's crucial.
Yeah.
It's crucial. Behind every statistic, very important, is a story, is a child, is a parent losing a spouse or someone important in their life. And so their stories matter. So how we help them with their stories, let them know these stories are important, that we want to create something where they're seen, they feel safe and heard and supported. It truly matters.
Yeah. We're surrounded by these beautiful pictures of these kids and beautiful colors and the rainbow and balloons and looking at camp. I can't imagine how you start a conversation with a kid, a teenager even, that is just speechless. And for some, they don't know what to say.
Exactly.
You guys are launching this beautiful Brown Family Grief Center that's going to be launching in a couple weeks, where families can be together, they can do art projects to remember their loved ones. Why is all that so important to help a child get through this process?
Do you want to take that?
It's important so that they do not feel alone.
Okay.
One of the key indicators in helping with trauma is connection. So families can meet other families with a similar loss, and we sort of normalize it, but we teach them the importance of being able to share. We look at it, Jason, like a building full of hope, warmth, light. Yes, there's pain, but there can also be joy, and we're trying to provide that hope again.
I love that. You know, Mindy, as people are watching this morning, I mean, everyone at some point in your life, you will be touched by grief. I hope that you are older and more mature when you have to go through it, but that's not how life is, right? As I'm looking at these kids, have there been success stories where you've heard down the road, there's no way I would be where I am now, or I've been able to help someone else my age because of what Rainbow Kids has done?
Oh, we have so many success stories, and Rainbow Kids has been around for 20 years. So, I mean, probably the prime example is Meredith Fleming, who, you know, Maureen did a piece with back several years ago. And Meredith was a Rainbow Kid herself as a senior at Lake Norman High School, lost her father.
I was her grief counselor and
Oh,
doing
wow.
the support group in the school.
Yeah.
And she really credits Leanne with giving her the courage to go to her dream school, which is where her father wanted her to go in Texas, because you know, I can't leave my mom.
Right.
My dad just passed away, but Leanne, working with Meredith, gave her the skills that she needed and the confidence she needed to go away to school. And here we are. She's now our senior Rainbow Kids grief counselor. So she relates better than anybody could with these kids when they come to be treated by her.
Thank you for what you're both doing and have been doing with Rainbow Kids and the rest of your team that's probably watching back at the office. Thank you. We know the Brown Family Grief Center is opening in weeks. Camp will be later on in July. If people are interested, not only in giving, volunteering, or they've got kids that they would love to be a part of this, where do you want people to go to find out more?
HOIC.org to our website and just click on Rainbow Kids and we'll be there to help.
Thank you both for helping shine some light on a very dark and difficult subject. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
All right, it is 9:20 this morning. We need to get over to Ted talking about bringing light after some of the rain we've had. And we know that you can't have a rainbow, Ted, without going through the rain.
Yeah, you got to have the rain to get to the rainbows. And here we are looking at some cloudy skies making way for some sunshine. That will help heat us up into those mid-70s later on this afternoon. Mid-60s northeast winds, 10 to 14 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 50s this morning. So on the drier side, more refreshing as we head out the door with those 60s on tap Charlotte into Monroe. We're in the 50s, Boone and Jefferson, low 60s I-40 corridor with highs aimed right towards those mid-70s through the peak heating hours of the day. Low to mid-70s I-40 corridor, mid-60s Boone and Jefferson. High temperatures will ramp up into what will be the 90s through our central plains and into Texas. Albuquerque, New Mexico at 90 degrees. I'm looking at triple digits. Las Vegas into Phoenix above normal in that orange shading out west with our below normal temperatures over the East Coast and into the Northeast. The deep blue shading is where we have the larger deviation from normal, anywhere from 9 to 10 degrees below normal for this time of year for the Carolinas. That same gap will extend to the north and east as we see that dark blue shading up through New York, Vermont, and parts of New Hampshire. Clouds and radar showing some limited moisture and light showers here over our Queen City towards North Carolina. That's going to be short-lived, tapering off as we approach the afternoon. Looking at more dry than wet conditions, mix of clouds and radar showing some peaks of sunshine here and there. Showers set up west of I-77 pushing south before we dry out heading into your Wednesday. Midweek, mostly sunny and clear. We're going to hold on to a big warming trend as we go from the trace of rain to maybe a tenth of an inch of rain to what will be those dry conditions here heading into the end of the work week. So 80s turn to mid 80s to near 90 degrees come Friday. You're looking at 90s kicking off the weekend heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for a Father's Day gift that is both hilarious and useful? Oh, look at this. Check out the Charmin Forever Roll Starter Kit. Not only guaranteed to make your dad laugh, but it's also a pretty genius way to save a little cash. The kit comes with 2 massive toilet paper rolls. Each one lasts about a month. Not in my household with all those women, but it also comes with a sleek stainless steel stand. It is currently selling for $20 on Amazon.
Okay.
I hope that stand is sturdy, because that looks like the commercial toilet paper rolls
industrial.
you get, the industrial ones
Yeah.
you get in public restrooms. I hope the stand can take it.
I mean, you could run from here to Lake Norman, like, and, you know, holding on to it, and the thing probably still wouldn't be running out.
Probably
That's hilarious. I would die laughing if I got that. If
That'd be
someone gave me
good.
that.
But then you'd be like, thank you, what a practical gift.
Again.
I can actually use this.
There you go.
We've had 5 women in our house at one time. Go through about that much every few weeks.
There it is.
So, but this is good because this is clearly the #1 and the #2 gift.
There it is. I see what you did there.
For Father's
I see
Day.
what
Yep.
you did.
Ted, you shaking your head.
I'm picking up where you're laying down.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Julie made the point, though. Are we talking 2-ply?
It better
It's
be.
Charmin.
It's extra soft,
This
right?
is Charmin.
And that makes me feel good because normally when they come in a size
And
that
that
big,
big,
it's
it's-
single ply and nobody
No.
likes that. I feel like, though, if you really want to get dad and you care about dad, get him dude wipes.
Yeah.
Dude wipes.
Get him dude wipes. Bring dad into the current century. Dude
Yeah.
wipes. It's all right.
I saw one of these at Costco recently. I thought, who in their right mind is getting a roll that large? Now I know.
There you
There you go.
Now I
Now
know.
you know.
Okay, it is 9:27. Look at this. We're going to give you a live look at New York City this morning. And futures have been down all morning long. We're going to join Jane King coming up with the opening bell in 3 minutes.
Welcome back into Queen City News Now. Is coming up here on 9:30. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is Ted Payton, trying to keep you feeling good, looking good when you step outside today. And maybe today's one of those days where if you struggle looking good, today might be a day where Mother Nature helps you out.
Oh yeah, a little breeze, like so everybody can, when
give me some Beyonce.
Yeah,
a little bit, some Beyonce vibes.
You don't have the aggressive humidity, so you don't have, you're not sweating like that.
Okay, you're not shiny.
Right. This is the Beyonce cast.
Oh,
the Beyonce cast.
Okay.
Little breeze, nice and cool. You know, watch me walk.
All right.
I do like you better when you go off frame like that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Well, if you like this weather, you better put a ring on it because it's going to be running pretty quickly. 65 degrees northeast winds coming in at 14 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 50s and traffic moving at a speed limit pace right now on I-85. So a quiet start to your morning, more refreshing with those lower dew points and your difference anywhere from 4 to 5 to 7, even 8 and 9 degrees cooler than what we were this time yesterday. So still holding on to those mid 60s, low 60s I-40 corridor with 50s on tap in our mountain counties. We have about a 10-degree jump from where we are to where we end up. Cloud cover just stubbornly lingers through the first half of the day. A little bit more sunshine in the afternoon. We'll get near 70 degrees lunchtime. Low to mid 70s expected through your peak heating hours as I look at northeast winds anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour. Could be a little breezy at times. I'll break down more of your forecast. We're in for a cool night with a warm up on the way. More on that coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Hilton is launching a new line of hotels, and oil traders are keeping an eye on the latest headlines from the Middle East. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Yeah, kind of a quiet start here to both stocks and oil. So we're seeing oil this morning steady, really, for the most part. The Dow's down about 50 points. And as you mentioned, we're continuing to watch headlines out of the Middle East and trying to really figure out if peace talks are progressing and where exactly they are. Well, Hilton is launching a line of hotels in college towns. It will be called Undergraduate. Hilton says the hotels will give an additional option for things like Parents Weekend and athletic events and graduations. In all, Hilton hopes to build 500 of these hotels on and near college campuses. And the burger chain Steak and Shake switching to all grass-fed beef. The company said on X that it is the only American burger joint serving the healthiest kind of. The switch to grass-fed and grass-finished beef is the company's latest move to align with Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr.'s Make America Healthy Again efforts. And Annie, back to you.
All right, Jane, thank you. We will see you dark and early tomorrow morning.
For months, we have heard concerns that artificial intelligence is making it harder for recent college grads to find jobs.
Yeah, but new research suggests AI may not be the biggest challenge after all. Instead, now workplace trends that took off during the pandemic could be playing a much bigger role.
All right, let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. All right, so if this isn't AI behind the struggle, what really is with all these, what grads are actually facing?
Yeah, so it's something that is still in very high demand today, and that's the ability to work from home. So researchers with the New York Fed say remote work may be making it tougher for recent college graduates to land their first job. In fact, they estimate remote work may account for about 64% of the increase in unemployment among young college graduates since the pandemic. And the thinking is pretty simple. When employees work remotely, companies often have a harder time training and mentoring brand new workers. And that right there can make employers more likely to favor experienced candidates who can hit the ground running instead of recent grads who are still kind of learning the ropes. So essentially, it's harder to kind of walk onto a job if you're at home working remotely, not around your coworkers or a mentor who could help you.
I think most people assume there's just AI to blame.
I know.
Why isn't the data backing up what you just
Yeah,
said?
because researchers say the timeline really isn't matching up. So, you know, the labor market changes kind of started showing up before generative AI started being used widely in the workplace. But instead, data shows that the biggest changes are really happening in jobs and roles that became more common to work remotely in. So in other words, AI may be changing some jobs. I mean, that's still a possibility, right? But remote work may be changing who is getting hired really for those entry-level jobs. in the first place.
So does this mean that the return to office push that we're seeing from many companies could actually help benefit some of these recent college grads?
Yeah, and I think it could. I think that's a silver lining of companies bringing people back into work, knowing that majority of people do want to work remotely, right, or have flexibility. But researchers say college graduates really benefit from that hands-on learning and training on the job, also having a mentor at work, or just being simply around coworkers who have more experience than you. So if companies, bring more employees back into a physical office, I mean, that could just open up more opportunities. And it could also alleviate the main problem here is that, hey, we can't train you remotely. If you bring them back into the office, of course, that would remove that issue. And I think surprisingly, the majority of Gen Z actually prefer to work in the office. They are the least likely generation to want to work fully remote. About a quarter say they prefer a flexible schedule, right? Like some days in the office, some at home. So I think that's something that they would benefit from and actually want to do. But I think the bottom line here is that the unemployment rate for recent college graduates is extremely high. It's noticeably higher than the national unemployment rate across the country. So this is a group of workers who want to work. They're okay working in an office, but they are struggling to kind of land those jobs. It's just overall, I mean, yesterday we were talking about how people in their 30s and 40s were competing against younger workers. Well, these younger workers are competing against, facing jobs that won't necessarily hire them if they are working remotely. So it's just a struggle out there.
Yeah, sounds like it.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much. Appreciate that. It is 9:36 right now. Mecklenburg County Commissioners are going to be holding their final budget vote later tonight. The $2.6 billion operating plan will not call for county property tax increases. It will also set a minimum wage for all full-time positions at $25.53 an hour. The commission will meet tonight at 6 p.m.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump will address the public later this morning, calling for justice following this viral, disturbing video of a former Shelby police officer repeatedly punching a woman. The family of the suspect, Cherie Moore, hired the civil rights attorney. That former officer, identified as Carson Hyder, has been charged with assault and is free on bond this morning. Last night, Shelby City Council members changed meeting rules to allow unscheduled public comments just days after that video went viral. Cleveland County NAACP welcomed Hyder's firing, but chapter president Carolyn Briggs told council members that more action is needed to prevent a repeat of the same incident.
We further ask for stronger policies be put in place so officers that have a history of excessive forces, aggressive behavior are not allowed to continue to police our community.
Many organizers who called for Hyder's firing also wanted his charges upgraded to a felony, arguing police officers should be held to a higher standard.
Charlotte City Council members are making adjustments to the city's $4.5 billion plan.
We've actually accomplished one thing that works. Just one thing. Give yourself a hand. One.
Now that applause came after back and forth among council members on the issue of pay raises for public safety personnel. The city manager's original budget called for a 10% increase for Charlotte Mecklenburg Police, but a 7% for the fire department. Now, some council members wanted firefighters to get the same percentage point raises as police, so they discussed whether the raises for both departments should be 7% or 10% or somewhere in the middle.
I can't support a position where we are going to reduce the CMPD officers down to 7%. I am absolutely leaning into the opportunity to get our CFD officers to that 10% level.
Council members voted for the 10% raises across the board for both departments. There's also a 1.9-cent property tax increase, with those funds going towards public safety. The final budget vote is set for next Monday.
You're looking live at the White House this morning. President Trump is dropping for now his proposed $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. It was meant to offer payments to his supporters who claim they were unfairly targeted for prosecution during the Biden administration. This announcement from the DOJ comes after House Speaker Mike Johnson discussed the fund with the president at the White House yesterday. Democrats called it a slush fund for people convicted for their roles in the January 6th Capitol attack, and it did have the potential to pit Senate Republicans against the president. Vinay Simla reports.
This anti-weaponization fund has been criticized by Republicans and Democrats. Opponents say that it's a slush fund created to give money to President Donald Trump's allies, but the Department of Justice says it's open to anyone who believes they were targeted for prosecution by the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice says it'll abide by a court order blocking it from transferring money considering claims or distributing money from a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund that was created to settle an IRS lawsuit with President Donald Trump.
The anti-weaponization of people, I mean, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. We're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs.
But lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say they're opposed to the fund. Some say they're concerned the money could go to people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th of 2021. And disagreements over the fund led Senate Republicans to cancel a vote to fund ICE and Border Patrol before Memorial Day.
The Senate stands adjourned.
The court ordered the Department of Justice to pause the fund for at least 2 weeks, and a person familiar with the president's thinking says he's considering whether to move forward with it at all. Still, some Senate Republicans say they want explicit assurances from the administration that the fund won't be created, and Democrats proposed legislation blocking the government from ever settling a lawsuit with the president or the vice president.
Let's call this what it is. This is corruption in broad daylight.
The federal judge overseeing the original Trump versus IRS lawsuit says she is reopening the case and looking into whether President Trump committed fraud against the court. She says the president is accused of settling the lawsuit to avoid the court's scrutiny. Vinay Simlat, News Nation, Washington.
All right, well, coming up, we have some good news for plus-size passengers. A major airline just reversed course on a policy change that large customers, activists, and influencers had described as cruel behavior. On May K. Bueller coming up why the discount airline changed course. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, there's good news for plus-size passengers. Southwest Airlines just reversed course on a January policy change that required travelers needing extra space to purchase a second seat up front and then request a refund later.
The newly revised rules allow Southwest gate agents to arrange a free second seat for people of size where 2 adjoining seats are available.
Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Maykay Beeler joining us now with more details. What's the latest on this?
Okay, so according to reports, the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance, known as NAAFA, well, they praised the policy reversal, saying they, quote, commend fat travelers, influencers, and activists for calling out recent cruel behavior, end quote, by the budget airline. So Southwest felt the pressure and responded. They restored the previous policy allowing personnel to assign an extra seat at the gate if one is available. Now, this eliminates the burden of financially strapped customers from paying for 2 seats up front. So in a statement to CBS News, Southwest said the new update aims to promote a more consistent and seamless experience for customers who require an additional seat. And a travel expert at the Flight Deals website, Going, says, quote, this rollback feels like for the first time in a while, Southwest is bringing back some of the love to its passengers, end quote. Now, Southwest is publicly listed as LOVE, L-U-V, on the New York Stock Exchange.
Okay, so Maykay, how does a plus-size passenger know if they need an extra seat?
All right, so if you encroach on the neighboring seat, if you're kind of spilling over, then you were required before this change that just happened days ago to purchase the number of seats needed. So in addition to the 1 seat, the seat's armrest is the dividing line. That policy went into effect just this past January. This angered passengers who had previously been able to reserve 2 seats for the price of 1. So with the policy change that just took effect, you will no longer have to pre-purchase the extra seat as the only option to fly as a plus-size customer with extra space.
I mean, it sounds good if you have an available seat right next to you, but what if you don't? What happens then?
See, that's the catch. If there are no available empty seats, they put you on the next flight or the next one. So that maybe could be.
That could happen all day, though.
Yeah,
you could go 2 or 3 flights getting bumped in a row. How do you?
I know. That's true. Southwest, even though you don't have to do it now, they still recommend you buy 2 seats.
Yeah.
That way you're reserved. You've got 2 seats. You're locked in. Then when you board, if there happens to be an empty seat, you can get reimbursed, but you have to ask for the reimbursement within 90 days.
Okay.
So that would guarantee. A lot of people don't have the money to pay for 2 seats up front.
Yeah.
That's a burden for some people. So they couldn't fly. They couldn't fly, or unless you had the extra money to pay for a premium seat on American or Delta that's wider, right? But you know, Southwest 737, those economy seats.
How does this compare to other airlines, though? Major airlines. Southwest used to be a budget airline. I would say no longer considered a budget airline.
I think they're still considered a budget airline, but but American Airlines and Delta, you got to pay for the extra seat.
Okay.
As far as other airlines, check the website.
Right.
But at least with Southwest, if there's an extra seat, it's free.
Okay. Okay.
So there has to be an open seat before the plane departs. Has to be within the same class of what you paid for, right? Does it make sense to you?
The policy makes sense in terms of logistics. Logistically, it makes sense, but you know, to Julian's point, there was. Why not go back to the previous policy?
I know.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost the same.
Yeah, almost the same. And you know, this is a very sensitive topic for larger passengers.
Okay, do you know if, based on airline, are the width of seats different compared to Southwest? Because you may not need an extra seat on, say, Southwest, but if you're flying Spirit, then maybe you do.
Well, God bless Spirit.
You're not flying Spirit anymore.
Rest in peace, Spirit.
Right.
But
Frontier, I should say.
Right. No, Frontier, because we're hoping Frontier doesn't go out of business because now they're facing pressure. Yeah, seats are typically between 16 inches. They may go up to width. They may go up to 23 inches. So
it's a big difference.
Varies with varies with you want to pay for first class.
Oh, I mean,
it varies with the configuration of the airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So anyway, and the seatbelt has to close too. That's another. Yeah. Even with one extended.
it's like me putting on my dress pants in the morning.
There you go. I don't know what happened, but Just kidding.
Thank God for sweatpants.
All right, save
Thanks,
Julian
Make-It.
here. All right. Well, they're usually something you want to avoid, but Google is making plans to release mosquitoes in California and Florida. All right, here's why. Before you freak out, the tech giant is looking for approval from the federal government to release 32 million mosquitoes into both states. It's part of its debug program. The long-term research project was first started in October 2016. The program aims to stop bad bugs with good bugs by releasing millions of sterile mosquitoes to eliminate those that carry disease. The good news, only males are being released. Since only females bite, it will not impact people in the area.
The more you know.
I think we knew that.
Oh yeah, everybody knows.
Wow.
Okay. Well, Hawaii's Kilauea volcano is showing more activity after erupting yesterday. Lava could be seen flowing out from craters on Kilauea Sunday night and also bubbling up and setting up smoke. Yesterday, the volcano broke records after 9 hours of lava fountaining. Nearby communities are at risk of falling ash, although no major activity has been seen in other parts of the volcano. Kilauea on Hawaii's Big Island has been experiencing an on and off eruption since late 2024. Ted?
I still see the lady with the umbrella. I'm just saying. Like every time I watch that, I'm like, what are you protecting yourself from? Mid-60s this morning. Northeast winds at 14 miles per hour. We'll have a little bit of that breeze stick around into the afternoon as well. 60s on tap with 50s in our mountain counties. Highs making a run for what will be the mid-70s. Peak heating hours of the day, 60s in our mountain counties. That heat extends out west from Texas into New Mexico. Triple digits. Las Vegas and Phoenix will be on the cooler side. East Coast much warmer from the Central Plains out west with the well below normal temperatures locked in for the Northeast into the Carolinas. We're talking almost a 10-degree difference below normal for Charlotte and surrounding areas. Morning rain starting to taper off, pushing south towards the Queen City. Could see a few pop-up showers, but just a low-end 30% chance of rain today. And then most of that sets up west of I-77, pushing south through your afternoon and evening. Now, heading into your midweek, will be dry and clear. Sunshine dominates Wednesday. Heading into your Thursday, temperatures rebound into the 80s before we usher in those upper 80s for the end of the work week. Maybe a trace of rain to a thousandth or 1,000th of an inch. So not going to see too much in the way of rainfall from even the showers we have this morning. I'm looking at overnight lows settling into what will be the low 50s, 40s in our mountain counties, rebounding into the 80s Wednesday through the rest of the week. 90s on tap heading into this weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast as we have those temperatures much cooler today. Only going to be in the mid-70s peak heating hours of the day. A little bit of the low-end rain chance, about 30% chance for showers and storms, and then low 80s heading into Wednesday. That warm-up gets us into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees as we approach the end of the week into the weekend.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. Listen, just enough time. This is not a sight that you see every single day. Aviation officers in Florida, again, these happen in Florida, spotting a loggerhead sea turtle building a nest on a beach. The Sarasota County's Sheriff's Office released this video on the Book of Faces, and the caption read, "Working in the SCSO aviation sections, more finding people, spotting vehicles, and assisting with emergencies. Sometimes, though, you get to witness the magic of a sea turtle building her nest."
Oh, I love that.
That is really cool.
But
That's so
it's
cool.
like with its flippers. It's like when you're kicking the covers off. When
Yeah,
you're
that's
hot.
exactly
Heat
right.
out there.
Listen, mama's getting the hot flashes. She's cooling off. She's like, "Woo, get these sheets off me. I need to breathe a little bit."
Pick that sand off.
Yep.
There you go. Julian's like, "Yep, okay."
Turtles with hot flashes.
That's the worst.
Liza
Turtles with
and
hot.
Alicia, what you got coming
Hey.
up?
What's up, ladies?
Today, y'all, is National Rotisserie Day. So you know what we do. We eat them.
What? Rotisserie?
We got Viva Chicken in the house. We're going to be eating and telling y'all what makes a good rotisserie.
Right, and also we're talking gut health too. So you know, after you have your rotisserie
Oh,
chicken,
wow.
I'll tell you how you can stay gut healthy for the summer.
Okay.
Okay.
Gut health action?
Yeah, by chance you're not talking turtle hot flashes, are you?
No, not yet.
Not the age yet. I'm close, but we're not there yet. Not there
Maybe
yet.
tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe by tomorrow.
Listen, happy Rotisserie Day. Go out and celebrate, turn over, celebrate again. We'll be back. See you tomorrow at 4.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte. It's Tuesday, so that means we are getting to know our nights.
And we've got more from our gut wellness friends at Holy Wellness. Hear about how they say instead of a summer body, we should be focusing on a summer gut.
And speaking of, you know we are eating good today because Viva Chicken is in the house. You won't want to miss this. Good morning. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahacek. It's so great to have you joining us here today. Well, we've got some great news. A family-owned spot in the QC has just been crowned the best soul food in Charlotte. Meet Nana Morrison's. A soul food restaurant with 3 locations around the Queen City, this establishment was created out of necessity for the owners on one big issue. They just couldn't find anywhere that made the soul food that they had growing up.
So after Kiana Morrison had this realization, she knew what needed to be done. She understood the assignment. She moved from New York to the South, and it might feel like jumping into a world of soul food, but that just wasn't the case for her. And the big thing Nana Morrison's is known for, very generous portions that you're seeing right there. They might put you to sleep, and that means you were eating good. Liza, what are we doing for lunch today?
Girl, I think this.
It's about 15 minutes away, yeah.
I was gonna say you've been here before.
Those are my photos.
I know, of course. Now, what did you get?
It's so good. Okay, so that one is the smothered chicken. The other one is the catfish. They've got really good curry rice, but it's so basically you go up and you can order a couple of meats, and then it's like a line.
Got
so
proteins and sides.
Yeah, you pick what you want. So it's almost like a meat and 3. But ooh, is it good?
I mean, it looks
And you eat it for like 3 days because you can't eat all that in one portion. But
that's so fair.
It gets better and
You know
better.
what? If you've got the willpower, you can.
We were looking for photos for the story. I was like, hold up.
You said, wait a minute.
I got it.
She said, let me pull up my fried catfish.
All my eating pays off. All right, guys, so check this out. Yelp just released a list of the top 100 sports bars in the United States, and one of them is right here in North Kakalaki.
That's right. So among the 10 most popular bars, the Boot Room in Durham got 4th place. The bar is known as a soccer pub and is being called the perfect place for the World Cup. Yelp ranked the bars for their in-house entertainment, number of TVs, and local popularity. So, Alicia, do you have a favorite bar here in the Queen City?
I do. It's actually the bar top at 131 Main.
Oh, you do love this place.
I love it because it's like Cheers. Everybody knows your name. It's not necessarily a bar.
Yeah.
But I'm grown. I can't be rocking up in bars. Like my bar days are over.
Yeah.
What about you?
I went to Caswell Station to watch the game
Soccer,
over this past weekend, the UEFA Championship, and that's a good place to watch soccer. But I also I love some Monday Night Brewing.
That's your place. That's your place. I do like Blinders as well, and
Blinders
because
is
the
fun.
TVs are so big.
And also, I mean, honestly, there's so many good bars here.
Charlotte's got a lot.
In Charlotte, Charlotte's got a lot.
Charlotte's got a lot. Charlotte's got a lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, switching gears here, college students are facing mounting pressures to be perfect that could increase their risk for mental health disorders. A new study finds students became increasingly perfectionistic between 1989 and 2024. It's partly fueled by factors such as rising income inequality and slowing economic growth.
Results from Psychological Bulletin show a rise in fear of failure, indecisiveness, and fear of being judged by others. Now, what are your thoughts on this? I feel like this has a huge thing to do with social media.
1,000%. I think I lived this. Like, I was such a perfectionist, working so many jobs, just trying to be perfect, and it led to like the ultimate crash out. It was so bad on my mental health, just trying to be perfect. So I think there's no such thing as being perfect. You have to surrender and you have to make time for yourself. Like, that's the one thing I've learned through any of my mental health, struggles and overcoming stuff, is you have to take time for yourself. There's no such thing as perfection.
That's very true. And I think that everybody thinks that they are the exception to that rule, and no one is the exception.
No.
You know?
Yep.
And, but it's, I think in a day and time where you are seeing everybody else's successes and not their failures, it's hard to not think that you don't have to be perfect.
It's true, but it's okay not to be okay. Like, once I started being like, hey, I wasn't okay at this time, it was amazing. Like, the support I got and people that opened up, people actually could relate more to that than somebody that's perfect.
I think it's more endearing when you know that somebody, and more approachable also, when you know that somebody has been through something, and it enforces more compassion on your end and on theirs. And so
you work on your mental health, you can come out on the other side.
That's true.
All right, guys, on Tuesdays, we love it because we get to know our nights. Today, meet left-handed pitcher Tyler.
getting to know our Knights right now. We're getting to know Tyler. So our first question for you is, what is the team that you're always rooting on when you are not rooting for the Knights?
I mean, obviously the White Sox.
Okay.
I grew up a Cubs fan, so I know. I'm from Indiana, so all the Indiana teams, Indianapolis Colts, Indianapolis Pacers. Unfortunately, we didn't make the playoffs this year, so hopefully next year we're a lot better.
Okay, so question, what does a night off of work look like for you?
Go back, get ready for bed, basically. We get done pretty late. Talk to my wife, and then basically go to bed.
Do you have any time in there for shows that you're binging? What shows are you watching right now?
There's some animes that I like to watch. The genre is called isekai. It's like this person dies and gets reincarnated. I'm a big fan of those, even though they're not the best. And then if there is some time, I like to play some video games.
I'm mad at it. Okay, we know you're married, but your hall pass, who's your celebrity crush?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Probably Scarlett Johansson.
That is a really good one. Okay, that's a really good one. Now, what does it mean to you to be a Knight?
I mean, it's great, I've always dreamed of being a professional baseball player, and coming this far up, I mean, it's a dream come true.
Always fun getting to know these guys.
It is. It's fun getting to know them. And always, Truist feels so beautiful.
It's gorgeous. It literally looks like there's a green screen behind us.
It does.
Like, it doesn't even look real.
It doesn't.
It's gorgeous.
You know what else is gorgeous?
What?
Chicken. Because
That's right.
It's National Rotisserie Day. Here on Positively Charlotte, Liza and I love to eat. A local institution joins us who's serving up all the good chicken. Viva la chicken.
And we take a look at the best medicine, especially for our little ones. And here's a little clue. It's got some laughter involved.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. It's National Rotisserie Day, so it only makes sense to have Viva Chicken in the house. Americans eat an estimated 1 billion rotisserie chickens every year.
That's right, and no one does it better than Viva Chicken. Here to tell us more is co-founder Bruno Machiavelli. Did I say that correctly? Machiavello.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, what is the history of Viva Chicken?
Well, we started Viva Chicken like 14 years ago, but I've been working with chicken since I'm 12 years old back in Peru. So in Peru we call it pollo a la brasa, which is rotisserie chicken. Yes, it's like a tradition for Peruvians to eat chicken almost every day. But Sundays afternoons is the day that we enjoy the chicha, chicken, and all the goodies that comes with it.
I mean, and let me tell you, I wish you guys could smell this right
So
now
good.
because it smells amazing. What's the key to a good rotisserie chicken?
Well, it's a tradition to cook the chicken in the rotisserie oven with charcoal. That's what it brings the smell, the flavor, and all that together.
So Bruno, you've really brought us the Sunday tradition Peruvian style. So let's start over here. What are these drinks?
Well, this is the chicha morada. This is a traditional drink back in Peru. It started from the Incas. It's made with purple corn. These are herbal limeade, and this is passion fruit juice.
Oh my gosh, can I try the, look, Liza,
Yeah.
I know, literally,
We're
we
so
knew
greedy.
exactly which ones to choose, girl. But so you guys have, such distinct Peruvian flavors. What are the most forward flavors within the Peruvian culture?
Well, starting from the cilantro rice, we put the fresh cilantro, and this is the solterito salad.
That looks
We mix
beautiful.
all the flavors. You can see the big corn, the queso fresco, and all the.
How has Viva Chicken grown in Charlotte? Because you guys make some amazing soup. There's all kinds of good stuff there.
Yeah, well, it took us 13 years, but when we started with so much passion about food that we're bringing something straight from Peru.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Now, also, I'm looking over here. Tell me a little bit about this dish.
Plantain.
The plantains.
The plantains, yeah. Well, the plantains, we cook the plantains at the house, fry it, and that's it. There you go.
And then what about the sauces?
Oh, well.
Because you got to
That's
have
the
these.
favorite.
These might not go on the plantains, but I just want to show them.
Alicia
I just want to show them. I just want they look
Yeah,
good.
you go like this.
Okay,
You
so
go
show
like
me how to do
this.
it. Thank you.
On the rice.
Okay, on the rice.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go.
Or
can I
the
do
green, the
okay,
green.
Okay.
So what are the two different sauces that you have here?
This is the yellow sauce. It's made with yellow peppers from Peru. And this is the green sauce, the favorite from everybody. Well, it depends. It's my favorite.
He said, yeah, exactly. It's Bruno.
It's spicy, but right in there.
Okay.
So when you mentioned the chicken soup.
Yes.
So there is
I
a
love the
secret.
soup.
Yeah, there is a secret. When you get the chicken soup, put some green sauce, and you get
Peruvian style.
Peruvian style.
Do you feel like Peruvian food is having a moment right now where it's finally really being recognized?
Yeah, that's my mission here in Charlotte, bringing all these flavors from Peru.
Yeah.
So we started with Viva Chicken, and now we have another project.
Oh, you got something else?
Yeah, we have. Well, we actually have two concepts going on right now.
Exciting. Now, if somebody is experiencing Peruvian food for the first time, what is a good kind of entry order when they're coming in? What should they get first time at Viva Chicken?
The
chicken.
The chicken.
That's the start.
Rotisserie chicken.
Yes, chicken. The chicken is the start. The solterito, the rice. Well, it's everything together. Every dish that we have, every side that we have, is what we have in Peru every day with the chicken.
Well, Bruno, we want to thank you so much.
Oh,
you
thank
brought
you,
us a
guys.
feast. We appreciate it.
You really did. Thank you so
guys.
much.
Amazing.
Well, new research shares that laughter is truly the best medicine, especially for our little ones.
That's right. And according to an early childhood expert across the pond, laughter can help navigate life's challenges and also allow you to better handle stress. A quote from Dr. Jacqueline Harding in her book, The Brain That Loves to Laugh. When we see children laugh, we see the brilliance of the brain in action, learning, connecting, and growing. And honestly, the laughter of kids is such a pure healing sound. As a mom, Alicia, do you feel like that brings you a major joy boost?
1,000%. There's nothing better than like little laughter from little kids.
Yeah.
It's just so sweet. Especially, I know I give little Hudson a hard time, but he's got the sweetest little like kid voice and pure laughter. It just makes you like, it just.
They're both. I mean, your kids are just the cutest.
Thank you.
They're
So you feel joy when they laugh. So
Yeah,
I get that.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something where like even if you're on a plane and you're like, oh, there's a baby on this plane, but then when you hear the baby laugh, you're like, yeah, it's really cute.
Well, I was saying I have a video of Liza yesterday when that mascot came on, and Liza's like pure enjoyment, just like pure wonderment.
I was so excited about Lumi. If you didn't see it
I'm
yesterday,
gonna post
go
it on
look at what
Instagram.
Lumi looks like because it's so funny.
You got to see Liza's reaction. That's like pure joy. So.
I was loving it. But I mean, I think that laughter, that's like one of the most important things in a relationship,
1,000%.
Friendships with your family, with, your romantic partners. Like, I think that it's so important.
We were talking about mental health earlier. I think one of the best things you can do for your mental health is to laugh.
So true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. Well, we've got more positivity coming up after this short break. Here's a live look at Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back.
Well, a new trend among health influencers, it's turning heads, bovine colostrum. Essentially, cows make more colostrum than their babies need, and farmers will gather, pasteurize, dry, and package the superfood with an emphasis on gut health benefits. This is because it's called liquid gold. It's packed with vitamins, minerals, proteins, antibiotics that give calves the strength they need immediately after being born. And you know, when you have a baby, they tell you immediately get that colostrum in your babies.
So health influencers are claiming that bovine colostrum can improve IBS symptoms, upper respiratory infections, and even children being, quote, stunted. And early research seems to back up these claims. However, some experts warn that while it's not bad to try out for yourself, relying on the anecdotal evidence alone is probably not going to be as sound until further testing is done. So let's bring in somebody who can give us a little bit of expertise on the matter of colostrum and gut health. Nutritionist Aubrey Turner with Holy Wellness is here with us. And, you know, what do you think of this? Is it just a trend, or is there some truth in this?
I think that it can be both and. And I also think that it's very important to probably wait for more research. Anecdotal information is great, but we also love like real research. We love real trials, real testing, and anything that is marketed as a catch-all. I'm always a little bit hesitant about that. Miracle supplements, history has proven that they're probably not as miraculous as they are marketed to be. So let's just wait and see what the research says.
And I know that you really emphasize whole foods and consuming, you know, fruits, vegetables, all that jazz, getting your fiber, your protein. Now, I know a lot of people now, we're getting into vacation mode. We're in the summertime now. And I know for me, when I go on vacation, I'm not hitting all of my like, you know, the 5 food groups all the time. So what are some tips that you have also for people who are going on vacation and want to maintain that good gut health?
Absolutely. So we want to flow with the easiness, breeziness of summer. We want to make it as easy, enjoyable, bright, colorful as possible. So my recommendations are to focus on having a good, wholesome, nourishing breakfast. What can you add in? The protein, the colors, the fiber. We usually have more control during those morning hours. So I love a good breakfast. And I also taking advantage of summer, the fruits, the vegetables, the herbs, all of the things, juicing, smoothies, all of these great things, right? Just to add in little pops of wholesome, nourishing health.
Now, we talked a little bit earlier this week about, you know, this study that was done showing that people who are having, you know, just fruit juice alone, if they didn't consume fruit really at all in their diet, if they added fruit juice in because that was something that they were a little bit more willing to consume, then even that is better. So what are some ways that people can kind of dip their toe in the pond of some fresh foods, fresh items? Because like you said, summertime is the best time for some fruit and veggies because that produce is ready.
So, okay, 2 things is number 1, aiming to eat as many different colors as you can. Going to local farmers markets, whether you're at the beach or the lake or you're staying in town, there are amazing farmers markets around. Go, and what colors can you get? Can you eat the rainbow? Can you eat Roy G. Biv? And it's such a fun challenge, right? And people of all ages love it. Maybe you're taking it on vacation with friends and family and you have like a little challenge and you have a winner at the end of it. Who can get the most? Making it fun, making it enjoyable, right? And if you are doing fruits and vegetables, you can't do it wrong. You can't. You're popping it in a juicer, in a blender, in the oven, on the stovetop, in the air fryer. You can't do it wrong. So enjoy. Go with the flow. Have fun.
Now for summertime, you know, I think that everybody is like, oh, I want to get my summer body ready. But you say that summer gut health is really what we should be focusing on.
Yes. Let's aim to actually feel good. When you feel good, you look good. When you feel good, you glow, right? So feeling good from the gut. Figuring out what your triggers are, what makes you go to the bathroom every day, you know? Like,
true.
Yeah, what is it like that, right? Like, what is it that's making you feel bloated, heavy, chronically tired? Focusing on feeling good, on that good summertime gut. That gives you the confidence to carry you through all of summer's ups and downs and beaches and vacations and hikes and all of that.
Now, I know that when people come to a nutritionist, they might be like, oh, well, if I'm going to a nutritionist, then that means that I'm going to be losing weight. I'm going to be cutting out things. But what is your approach to nutrition when you are having, you know, new people come to you?
Yes, my approach is adding in nutrition by addition. My approach is, again, and I love the theme of this. I love your questions because we're constantly coming back to what can you add in? How can you add it in? Where can you add it in? Is it breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks? And do it. Take advantage of all of the different ways that you can add in a little spoonful here, a little snack there, and it will. The small things matter, right? We all know that. The small things matter when it comes to nutrition as well. So sure, it might just be a side salad with your hamburger, but it's still a salad.
It's still a salad. Hey, you still had some lettuce.
Yes, exactly. And probably some cucumbers and some tomatoes.
It's
with
true.
That, right?
Exactly. Aubrey, you
Yes.
always bring us such the great energy. We so appreciate you sharing this with us today and giving us your expertise.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Well, there's truly nothing more freeing than running wild. Check out this story of horse-sized proportions.
Tucked away in the northernmost stretch of the Outer Banks, longtime inhabitants have called this beach home for countless generations, predating the United States of America. Wild banker horses, a treasured part of North Carolina history, with a slightly murky origin story.
You have the myth and sort of the romanticized story of the horses, and then you have the actual history.
We know there were Spanish ships with horses on them. Whether they were shipwrecked, tossed overboard, or otherwise brought over on purpose, they have lived here since the 16th century. Spanish settlers established in this part of the world, breeding and trading horses about until the American Revolution.
We had the American Revolution. The Americans really were not trading with Spain at that point. And so that horse trade kind of stopped. So up until like the 1980s, really, there were no protections or anything like that because there wasn't really a need for it. And so people could come and grab one and ride it.
Meg Puckett is the director of herd management for the Corolla Wild Horse Fund. Since the 80s, eventually put under a state and federal management plan, they work to preserve the remaining wild horse population here on the banks. In the past few decades, housing developments grew around the horses.
There's nowhere else for them to go. There's nowhere else for us to move them. And so, I think that people need to understand the gravity of that.
The idea is to have tourists and locals living alongside the wild horses. People who live here may on occasion just wake up to them in their backyards. For the most part, the humans here know to keep their distance and let them live on their own. Human engagement in feeding can be dangerous for both. They drink nearby fresh water and feast on the area's bullbriar and greenbrier.
And I mean, they just eat the whole vine with the thorns and everything.
Lately, their biggest problem is vehicle strikes. 4 horses were hit last year, 2 of them killed. But 2025 also brings a silver lining for the herd. 10 new foals.
They're a cultural treasure. They're the state horse of North Carolina. They're recognized as a cultural and historic treasure. They're a part of our history here.
Workers and volunteers carefully collect data on each horse, managing from a distance, preserving living history on the Outer Banks.
And coming up, the conspiracy that had us all in a chokehold. Finally resolved? We tell you all about the Toy Story drama on the other side of this break.
Well, in a new development, a Love Island cast member, Vasna Montgomery, has been ousted from the show prior to the 8th season's release due to video surfacing online of her using a racial slur. So Peacock stated the private video was not made available during the vetting process.
This unfortunately makes this 2 years in a row of contestant removals, following last year's string of firings over similarly racist language. Hopefully this makes for a more thorough review process before next season, but with reality TV these days, who knows? Because, you know, we never know what's getting past the producers to make for more moments like this.
You never know. So apparently she had used the N-word a few times in a video, allegedly, and her friends had held onto the video and then released it right when she got cast. But you know what? Good for them.
I mean, it's also like, and it also is crazy to me that it gets this far along.
Exactly.
And it hasn't come out at all, and there's a whole team of people vetting.
Exactly.
Like, you know,
yeah.
But it's also at the same time, it's like if it's in a specific person's possession, then it's not going to come out until they decide to release it.
So you got to be careful.
It's very true. All right, well, continuing with some entertainment news, indie horror is on the brain in Hollywood. Melvin Robert has everything that you need to stay current in today's entertainment report.
So we start here with some major movie news. 2 indie films are making millions at the box office, and it's all thanks to Gen Z, who showed up in mass for 2 buzzy horror films.
Look, I know how this sounds, but you gotta understand, it's massive in there.
I'm not saying I don't believe you.
Okay, I'm gonna come back here with proof.
A24's The Back Rooms collected a record-breaking $81 million in its opening weekend, the second horror film to see a big boost at the box office, Obsession.
You only get one wish. I wish Nikki Freeman loved me more than anyone in the entire world.
Obsession is up 10% from last weekend, defying box office norms as the first film since E.T., get this y'all, to see ticket sales increase in its second and third weekends outside of the holiday season. After 3 weekends of being in theaters, Obsession has grossed $106 million domestically, and this is the thing, it costs less than $1 million to make. The real success stories with these 2 horror flicks, though, are for the directors. The director of Backrooms is a 20-year-old YouTuber named Kane Parsons. Backrooms is an adaptation of Parsons' viral YouTube short film series, and it cost about $10 million to make. He's the youngest director in history to top the domestic box office, smashing a record previously set in 2012. Obsession director Curry Barker isn't much older. YouTuber Curry Barker is also a hot director in Hollywood. His film, which cost about $700,000 to make, has crossed the $100 million mark at the domestic box office, an all-time high for its production studio-focused features. His next project is with A24, and it's a reboot of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I mean, it's a great feat for both of these young directors. It really shows that young people are keeping movie theaters alive. In Hollywood, everybody, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Okay, so you guys remember a certain countdown in April we just showed you that briefly showed up on Taylor Swift's website with fluffy clouds and all, that's it right there. Then it was very unceremoniously removed within hours. Doesn't matter how long it was, that was more than enough time for the Swifties to screenshot, share, and speculate on what it could mean, with fans noticing the clouds reminded them of simpler times.
That's right. Well, fast forward to this week and billboards start popping up with a very distinctive font and the letters TS. And it's all but confirmed for fans. Taylor Swift is going to be in Toy Story. Because think about this.
Yes,
TS
tell me.
could be Toy Story,
right,
or Taylor Swift, but the Swifties,
I would think it was Toy Story.
You would think,
yeah.
You would think, but Swifties are insane. So here's the problem, though. Taylor's camp makes a statement that there are no plans to work with Disney and Pixar on the upcoming Toy Story. Fans are devastated, but hey, that's the price that you pay when you start speculating.
Okay, but
or
hold up.
Is
it, Liza? Okay, so some fans decided that they knew better, and especially after more marketing from Disney Pixar included the big, bold TS that you're seeing right there all over those billboards. Obviously, we know it stands for Toy Story, but mega fans know they said it was Taylor Swift. On top of that, eagle-eyed fans noticed that there were 13 clouds in the image, which was believed to be a subliminal message referring to Taylor's birthday. You know, that's her favorite number. So I know we're moving into full tinfoil territory, but there's a problem.
No, this is also like, this is what Taylor Swift does for her fans. If you count 13 clouds, that's nearly a confirmation.
It's too much for me, I don't know.
So the fans were right all along, seemingly out of nowhere, especially for those who aren't chronically online. Miss Swift herself dropped a bombshell on social media confirming herself that she will indeed be involved in the movie by way of an original song for the film. She went on to say over Instagram, "You Knew It, my original song, I Knew It, I Knew You, for Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 will be yours on June 5th. I've always dreamed of getting to write for these characters who I've adored since I was a 5-year-old kid watching the first Toy Story movie." So our hats are off to you, Swifties. Maybe consider applying to the FBI because the sleuthing on this one, top notch. Also, then people were saying, so there were people that were saying that she changed the clouds in her 5th studio album and all this stuff. And so like there are these little micro changes that she makes that she knows where she's like, if I do this and even 3 people see it, they will freak out and then it will get out to the world.
I love that for her. Apparently she saw an early screening of Toy Story 5, immediately rushed back, wrote the song, and then her team submitted it to Disney and Pixar. Of course, Disney
I mean,
is like,
how would they
yes.
not pick that up?
Yeah. But you know what? I think it's fun that she has fun with her
right?
fans. Yeah.
But it's also like, it's kind of like almost this like, she makes like a scavenger hunt for people.
Cute.
And like,
Yeah.
it's kind of like this friendship that she has between
that's cool.
herself and her fans. And I think that while it's crazy, it is sweet.
It's sweet.
Well, it's official, y'all. The GOAT is back. Tennis icon Serena Williams is returning to pro tennis at age 44, nearly 4 years away from the sport. And after that, she is coming back and has accepted a wildcard invitation to play doubles at the upcoming Queen's Club Grass Court Tournament in London.
The 23-time singles Grand Slam champion has not competed since 2022 at the U.S. Open, and play starts next Monday. And Williams has not announced who her doubles partner will be. And this is a big deal because oftentimes when people do doubles, they then go on to Wimbledon. But I hope she just stay retired. I get so annoyed when people come out of retirement. Like, you went out on top.
But also, here's my thing, is that like this is something that people are so passionate about too.
No, but it's like Tom Brady of it all.
That's fair. But you're like, it's what you love doing, and so then when you're not able to do it anymore, it's kind of like, oh well.
You know
if
what
I had
else
the
I love
opportunity to do
doing?
it.
Her husband owns Reddit. I would love sitting on my multi-millions and billions of dollars with my feet up, chilling. Like rich people kill me. Let me unretire. I'm just working to retire. Like,
oh my gosh.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
All right, well, enjoying a cup of coffee with someone is a low-key way to get to know each other. But a Charlotte comedian says it's also a great way to jumpstart some jokes and sometimes serious talk about what makes funny people tick.
Well, storyteller John Lee reads between the punchlines and faces of the Carolinas.
It's not groundbreaking to say that caffeine is conducive to a nice chat.
But if there's anything else you kind of want to bring up.
These two are at Queen City grounds for a little coffee talk.
Ready, Freddie? Ready. All right.
Up on the rooftop at the refinery,
Don't mind me and my madness. Sorry.
Nicole Curbs is almost ready to roll.
Gotta make sure that this mic is on. And my guest today is Randall Moore.
In March, she launched her YouTube series, Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte.
I bombed so hard. I got a giggle. Maybe it was a pity giggle.
I tell new comics to quit all the time.
Why?
It's a barometer.
I wanted to find a way to showcase not only the Charlotte comedy scene, but also the comedians behind it.
If we all make great shows, there's going to be more appetite for comedy, and therefore there's going to be more great shows.
So it felt like an amazing space to kind of hang out at.
As she interviews funny man Randall Moore, the cup of joe is an icebreaker.
An iced latte.
Nice,
with
nice.
caramel and whole milk.
Wonderful. How is it?
It's delicious.
Who would you say is your celebrity doppelganger?
Kimbo Slice. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the series is a slice of comic life.
Someone came up to me and said I looked like that person from the Blindside movie.
When Randall first took the plunge at an open mic night 4 years ago in Gastonia, laughter ensued.
That releases some kind of like dopamine or serotonin for us, so I think, yeah, we're a little bit addicted to it.
Everyone goes into it for different reasons, and also everybody's background influences their comedy style and the way that they approach things. Would you rather do a show at a one-horse town biker bar or like a super affluent like country club in like Ballantyne.
Ooh, biker bar.
After moving to Charlotte, Nicole began doing improv to meet new friends. She also does a fun impersonation of actress Jennifer Coolidge.
You have to narrow your eyes, and it's just got to be a lot of like, I really want a hot dog real bad.
She has lots of material as a Filipino-American woman living in the South.
So I've noticed that my white friends keep calling me their brown friend, and then all of my brown friends keep calling me their white friend. So I feel like a diversity hire either way.
Observational, kind of spoken through the perspective of a very quirky, socially awkward, mixed brown girl kind of thing. So
these one-on-one conversations reveal local comedy origin stories and some of the challenges they face along the way.
Always like a balancing act.
Randall can't say yes to every gig.
I have 3 small kids at home, so it's like it's difficult to go out every night to do comedy because then like my wife has to put everybody to bed, and that's like not great for our marriage.
even though I see them week after week, sometimes they surprise me with things I didn't know about them. What would you say are maybe some of the really cool things about the Charlotte comedy community, or things that we do really well?
A lot of the veteran comics that have been around for a minute and are really good about like just being supportive of like the new people that come up.
Randall is confident nothing he says on Charlotte comedians getting coffee in Charlotte will actually be held against him.
She told me she wouldn't use it in any kind of like deposition or anything, so I think we're good. Like if that comes out in a court case, like I think I'm fine.
At least Nicole can vouch that he's a stand-up guy.
It's been a really endearing kind of experience.
In Charlotte,
And we will see you next week.
John Lee, Queen City News.
And you can watch episodes of Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte on YouTube. We have a link to it in our story at qcnews.com.
Very fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Because I think that there's also so many great comedians in Charlotte as well. Well, after the break, Uber is putting y'all on blast for the things that you may have left behind. Stick around for the details.
We're live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. A little rain ain't hurting nobody. We'll be right back. Okay, this is a real story. An escaped emu held up traffic and led police officers on an hours-long pursuit on a highway outside of Salisbury, Maryland on Saturday before being caught and returned to its owners. And Maryland State Police told Storyful troopers responded to a call about the bird in Salisbury bypass at around 10:50 a.m. But it wasn't until around 2 p.m. that troopers were able to catch the emu with a dog leash.
The dog leash is crazy.
That's wild.
The emu was also struck by a vehicle around 1:30 p.m. while evading capture, but was not injured, MSP said. Footage from James and Natalie Binder shows the emu walking along the edge of a highway as an MSP trooper attempts to approach it. So I am amazed by the fact that it was a multiple hours long.
Like, if the emu was just chilling though, he was smart enough not to get in the middle of the highway.
No, because also there are so many animals that will just run straight out there.
Right. This emu, he said,
I'm taking a stroll on the side of the highway. I'm going to see what everybody's up to today.
Could you imagine driving and you see an emu?
I can't. Genuinely, what would you do? We've had the situation where we saw a dog running on the highway one time. We had to pull over.
We pulled over. We tried to get the dog.
Can you imagine what would happen if it was an emu?
Rod, let it ride. I'm like, no. Good luck, brother.
You're right. You know what? That's out of our hands.
That's
out of our
hands.
hands. Okay, well, if you're a fan of music festivals, this one is certainly an interesting one. The Orgy Dome at Burning Man has been damaged from inclement weather and is now crowdfunding to facilitate repairs. The dome's operator, Consensuality Incorporated, is devastated, saying in their GoFundMe, the winds came pretty hard this year and they took down one of the Burning Man's most beloved landmarks. Our dome that meant no cool air conditioning oasis, no lessons in enthusiastic consent, no wild, tender, sweaty, joyous gathering of humans of every gender, body, ethnicity, ability, and story.
Okay, the venue had operated for over 20 years and typically draws around 10,000 burners each year. To operate the dome this year, the group needs to rebuild and is asking for help with a goal of $30,000. So far, donations have reached $24,000. Here's the thing, we don't judge and don't really bring religion into things. Don't you think God is tired? Do you think God was like, we're good? Like, you know?
This is so funny to me.
It is so funny.
Burning Man in general, I'm funny. Like, you know what? That's a different world.
Yeah, you do you.
Whole different world.
You do you.
When in Burning Man.
Do you. Well, a classic star of the olden days is celebrating a very special day. Chad Tucker shows us how Andy Griffith is the guest of honor.
For decades, millions knew Andy Griffith as Sheriff Andy Taylor, the Mayberry sheriff with a warm smile and timeless wisdom.
They'll do an episode and talk about the lessons.
Yes. But for Dixie Griffith, he wasn't just a legendary television dad.
Because I was about 1 year old when the show started.
He was dad.
Well, and it's so wonderful. I feel so fortunate and grateful to be able to be here, celebrate my dad.
Dixie was about 9 years old when the Andy Griffith Show ended.
Do you feel close to him when you come to events like this?
I do. And that's probably what brings me the most joy.
She and her late brother Sam lived out of the spotlight.
Yes, so we grew up actually in the San Fernando Valley, absolutely not Hollywood.
But Andy's North Carolina roots were very much a part of her childhood.
And then when he was off, we would go to North Carolina on Roanoke Island where he had a lot of property, and we just had the best time.
From grandparents to summers in Manteo and visits with family in Mount Airy. Dixie says her father never forgot home.
You know, there's a lot of roots there of just family love. And
from his love of music to his appreciation for simple living, Mayberry wasn't just a television show. In many ways, it reflected her dad and the hearts of the people and places that built him.
He'd eat peanut butter sandwiches, and he wasn't a fancy guy. You know, it wasn't fancy. That is not who we were.
Come on up here, Terry.
Today, thousands of the show's fans still visit Andy's hometown of Mount Airy.
You know, I've not watched every episode. I do not know every line of the show. And
searching for a little piece of Mayberry.
It's amazing to me that it just keeps going.
And Dixie is often here too.
Hey, how are ya?
Welcoming fans and even dressed as some of the beloved characters of the show. Dixie says the love fans hold for her father remains deeply moving. Even generations later, the lessons, laughter, and legacy of Mayberry. A simpler time, sweeter place lives on.
He definitely raised us with those values that he infused in the show, because a lot of that was him.
In Mount Airy, looking for Chad's folks. I'm Chad Tucker.
It's like I love hearing the stories and the impactfulness that he had.
Well, have you ever left something behind in an Uber and hoped no one would talk about it ever? Okay, so sorry, this is going to be your PSA. Never bring it up again. Uber just released their new Lost and Found report, revealing all the weird things riders left behind over the past year. And some of the most bizarre things mentioned include a mannequin head with human hair, a Viking drinking horn, a Ghostbusters ghost trap, a chainsaw, a urinal, and a live turtle.
How do you leave those last three things?
How
do you forget
a
that?
chainsaw, a urinal, and a live turtle?
Like, how are you
transporting a whole urinal?
What kind of car can accommodate a full
SUV?
urinal?
I don't know.
What's the weirdest thing that you've ever left behind in an Uber?
My dignity.
Period.
It's an Uber.
That's right. I've left my purse many times, and I have been hounding these poor Uber drivers. I'm like, can you please come back?
They're like,
please.
nah.
And then my sister's keys in it. like please, no.
All right, guys, in a headline I didn't want to read today, it looks like the fashion industry is in trouble. Evan Moon goes deeper to find out what's happening in the world of haute couture.
From runway to rack, every piece tells a story we often don't see. Fashion is a $500 billion industry today. But FIT President Jason Schubach says despite the revenue, the industry is facing challenges.
Some of those jobs in New York City are going down. Fashion, we've lost about 23% of the fashion designers in the city in the last 10 years. That's an alarm bell.
Uncertainty over AI is fueling the decline, and Schubach's goal is to teach the next generation to harness their creativity while working alongside the technology.
AI, massively disruptive, right? We are incorporating it across our classrooms. We're doing all kinds of different partnerships with major industry corporations, helping them experiment with their AI.
Fashion companies are using AI for trend forecasting, inventory planning, and digital design, while in stores and fitting rooms, it's assisting customers. Fia Cost is an FIT junior studying the business side of fashion.
We need to learn how to adapt to AI and learn how to use it to better our jobs and our positions in the industry, because it is here to stay.
AI is also finding ways to improve sustainability. We saw how FIT is now experimenting with gardens, creating natural dyes from plants to color fabrics.
Extract colors from something like a Hopi black dye sunflower. We take the seeds out of that and it turns purple.
Regardless, Schubach says some things just never go out of style.
People will always wear clothes. You still need someone to make those clothes. You still need someone to design those clothes. A robot does not have an imagination that will design the next hot thing that someone wants to wear.
By stitching tech and human touch together, he hopes to bring jobs back to the global fashion hub. Evan Moon, CBS News, New York.
And there's more positivity headed your way, including the daring rescue of this beautiful steed. We'll be right back.
Thanks for sharing an hour of your Tuesday with us here on Positively Charlotte. Well, yesterday we talked about Italian horses in the streets, and oh boy, we were not expecting this companion story. Italian firefighters came to the rescue of a horse that fell into a ravine, lifting it to safety to the country's fire. And actually, I mean, look, just watch this video. This is amazing. So the country's fire service posted this footage and thanked the helicopter crew and veterinarian who took part in the rescue effort. And the service said the horse was not injured and was returned to its owner. Thank goodness.
Okay, so this all comes after video of horses escaping a parade rehearsal over the weekend that we showed you yesterday. So clearly somebody needs to keep track of these horses a little better in Italy. But after it's all said and done, we all need the horses to be wild sometime. I'm just glad they saved that horse. That gave me anxiety.
I mean, we were talking about wild horses earlier today.
Emus.
Show too.
Yeah.
Emus running all around.
The
But you know
animals are ready.
what? Hey, this is their world and we're just living in it.
That's it, Liza. You guys go enjoy this day. Stay dry. We'll see you here tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Positively Charlotte.
that is the major flaw in AI, which is good for the world because it says there still needs to be a human in the loop to verify the information that's coming out of those responses.
Welcome to Tired Parents Club, a safe place to share, laugh, vent, talk about the ups and downs of raising the littlest versions of ourselves. We are your hosts, Kevin Pinto. We have Sierra Langford.
Hello, hello.
Sierra, what are we talking about today?
All right, you may have heard about a little thing called AI. And today we are talking about students and graduating seniors entering the ever-changing workforce, right? And how there's a lot of industries out there right now that are increasingly using AI and relying on AI and maybe even replacing jobs with AI, right? So today we've got Joe Little. He's the Associate Dean of Technology with Central Piedmont Community College, also known as CPCC. Thank you so much, Joe, for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
And with your background and everything, please tell us just like a little bit about yourself. What brought you to CPCC?
Yeah, I can get into it. So Joe Little, Central Piedmont Community College. I like to start off by telling people, since we're in Charlotte, that I'm a born and raised Charlottean.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm one of those
So
unicorns.
rare.
Yes, I'm one of those unicorns. I predate Uptown. It was downtown when I was here as a little baby. So that I can tell you legit, I'm a Charlottean. So what got me to Central Piedmont Community College was a journey that started with the United States Army. I was a communication specialist back between 1999 and 2003. So right before 9/11 and that world-changing event. I got out of the Army due to an injury. Went to Central Piedmont Community College for my 2-year degree in network administration and support back between the years of 2004, 2005. Actually, walked the stage in 2006 because we didn't have winter commencements back in that day. And then worked at the ITS help desk for part of that career. So even after I graduated, I stayed connected to the college because Central Piedmont does that to you, right? Once the key word in that name is community, and we're all about building community and supporting our community here in Charlotte and surrounding areas, and connecting with people and making sure that they can change their lives for the better. So what that college did for me, and I'm very proud of it, is I got my 2-year degree. I got some industry certifications. I was able to get a part-time job with the college, first at the ITS help desk, then as an adjunct instructor teaching cybersecurity courses. Worked a full-time job in the industry while doing that. Here in Charlotte. The company was based out of Chicago. It's been bought out since then. Startup company, got me a lot of quick hands-on experiences. And then I worked for a managed service provider here in Charlotte as well, and was hired to teach full-time in Central Piedmont back in 2011 and have been full-time with the college ever since, getting promoted to Associate Dean back in 2021. So,
Amazing. Wow.
Thank
So
you.
you've just worked your way up the entire time. So tell us about this AI program that CPCC offers.
Yes, so we have a now 2-year artificial intelligence degree program, and also has a certificate along with it. So depending on what your skill set desires are, you don't have to sit for the entire 2-year degree program. You can do the fundamental certificate if you so choose, and then decide to major in the 2-year degree pathway beyond that if you desire to do so. The one thing we're proud about it to date is that we've already got 7 graduates out of that program, and it doesn't really turn 2 until August. So we've already been through the graduation process for 7 individuals, 3 in the fall of 2025, 4 in the spring that just completed their degrees 2 weeks ago.
Wow. So I know we did a story with you a couple years ago about when this was starting up. And you were doing 50 applicants, or 50, you could have 50 students. You had 56 applicants.
Right. 50 were on the wait list back, I think, when we last talked.
Yeah.
Correct.
So has that grown? You know,
Yes.
where are you guys at now?
So to use official numbers, the state dashboard has us at 95 unduplicated students, meaning that is their sole major or their primary major. But if you look at double majors, meaning people that are in computer science pathways, people that are in our traditional AAS degrees for information technology, as well as simulation and game development, there are over 200 students declared for the AI degree at Central Piedmont currently.
How have you seen it like progress, I guess, in those 2 years, just overall?
Right. So we've seen the breakdown in the degree where folks are focusing on things like chatbot programming skills, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision. Computer vision is important when you think about things like physical AI. So these are things like robotics. And when we say robotics, what we mean are think robo taxis. Like you've seen the Waymo taxis starting to show up here in Charlotte.
Yes.
The Tesla cabs. That's why computer vision is becoming more important. Like we're looking into cameras here in the studio. So think about a bot that could react to what it's seeing and maybe track my head if I was starting to move, so that at no time am I out of focus or out of view in the camera. So this is what we're teaching our students as part of that degree program.
That's fascinating. Are there different kinds of courses that tend to be more popular than others within the program? Or is it all, is it like a 101, 102 type of situation where you work your way up?
Yeah, it depends. That answer varies because it depends on what skills those learners are trying to seek. So, some of them only want the chatbots or generative AI, as we call it nowadays, right? And what we have to be careful in when we advertise the program is make sure people know this is mostly a programming degree, but it's focused on programming AI skills. So large language models, neural networks, things of that nature. So we need to make sure that people don't think, well, I'm coming to be an advanced ChatGPT user, or I'm coming to be an advanced Gemini user or something like that. No, you're coming to learn how to build the back-end infrastructure that is artificial intelligence. So that and we make sure we say that clearly in our information session. Like, please don't think you're going to be living in ChatGPT in all your assignments. That's not what this is.
No, you're not going to become a glorified
Right.
user.
Yeah. There is prompting, there's prompt engineering and all those things, but it goes well beyond that.
And what types of careers, you briefly mentioned it, what types of careers you see your students kind of get into after taking these programs?
It's a mix. So it's those AI specific jobs that companies are starting to look into now. So it's your AI engineers, it's machine learning, it's computer vision, a lot around data analytics and data science, because that's where we're starting to see AI being used as a tool to augment the work. Those redundant tasks. Hey, I want to pull a report on XYZ and give it to the C-suite to kind of make a business decision, something like that. But then it's traditional software development roles as well, because you can use AI to augment your code to help you debug, etc. So that speeds up the work, and that's another place where people are starting to get into the conversation about, well, is AI going to take my job? No, but it will augment your job. And if you don't know how to use it to augment your job, you may find yourself replaced with somebody who does have that skill set.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of the workplace as well, right? This is always going to be a back and forth. I feel like, and I'm sure you already know all about that by now. I guess the workplace, something we talked about yesterday, even. Is that going to take away the interactive workplace? We work in a newsroom. We're constantly always running around and stuff like, talking to each other, yelling stuff out. It's nuts in here sometimes, but
I wouldn't blame AI for that so much as I would the recent pandemic, being that a lot of people have gotten used to a hybrid or remote work environment, and even though AI has been around for half a century, we didn't start the hype game on AI until the last 5 to 10 years, right? So, but we were already in a Zoom or Microsoft Teams, you pick your flavor of teleconference environment prior to the explosion that has been AI for the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, so I guess, COVID sped up AI, I guess, or the advancement of AI.
Well, yeah. Well, it
in a weird way, right?
Yeah. So, that worldwide events like pandemics, wars, etc., will fundamentally change the way we do business moving forward, because, COVID did that, right? So it forced us into a lockdown for 18 to 24 months, depending on which country you're living in. And then because of that, you were forced to use tools that you were otherwise hesitant to do so prior to the pandemic, right? A lot of businesses didn't want their data in the cloud prior to 2020, because if it's on site, I have control of it. I can see it. If something happens, I can go unplug a cable or whatever, and we're fine. If it's in the cloud, I got to be very trusting. I got to make sure I have SLAs. I got to make sure I have agreements to say who's backing up this data, who's got access to this data, how do I control the identity access management and all the things that, are the pieces around cloud controls, cloud security, et cetera. AI was not even in that conversation during the pandemic, even though it was starting to come on the scene. While we were in lockdown, folks were starting to use ChatGPT for, prompting it to do homework, whether they should have been doing that or not. But that was
talking about the ethics of using AI.
Right. So, yeah.
we wanted to ask you, I know you have an ethical portion of this class. What really goes into that course?
So our computer ethics course is really focused on helping students understand the why and the why nots, how, when and where you want to use artificial intelligence, helping them understand things like biases and discrimination and all the things that could be built into a large language model or a personal model that is built by someone, because AI is only as smart as the data that you give it. Right. So if let's strip the politics out of the conversation. Let's talk about food. Right. So people come to Charlotte to eat all the time. We have a large restaurant um kind of environment here.
Yep.
So if I wanted to build a model and say, hey, let's build a model that's going to be serving the people that want to find the best restaurants to eat at. If I build it, I'm a steak lover. So my model may give a preference to steakhouses versus somebody who wants to find Italian or French dining, French cuisine, or seafood or whatever the case may be. So that's an example of bias that's built in unintentionally, because it just I'm like, hey, make sure you mention places like Steak 48 or Del Frisco's or whatever, because I love to eat at those places. But I'm shortchanging the folks that want to see Chinese or Japanese or where's the best soul food place in the city or whatever the case may be. So, that's what our ethics course is. Try to encourage students to stay away from, is that even when you're not thinking about your human desires, your human biases, you could very easily code it into your model, because you're thinking about the things that you like or dislike versus what is best for the greater good, the greater economy, whatever the case may be.
And
Fascinating.
we have younger kids, right? So, I mean, I guess, should we be integrating this earlier? I mean, obviously, parents are going to have their own thoughts on it. I'm always nervous. Like, is my kid actually learning, or are they taking a very quick shortcut using AI and then they're just going to wash it away?
Well, that question is at the heart of it. You should always be thinking ethically in every decision, right? Like we should, as human beings, should always be concerned about how my actions will impact my neighbor, right? When I'm driving down the road, road rage is a thing. But if I decide
Here
to,
in Charlotte? What?
I am guilty. I'm lying a lot.
well, I mention it because you think about AI's impact on transportation and ethical decisions, right? So, would you want a driverless vehicle to have in its code the ability to strike a person in its decision making, right? So, if it's going to slam into a wall, or if it's going to avoid the wall and maybe not damage itself so much and protect its passengers, but the risk is it could run over somebody. Would you even want that in an AI code, or would you want to say, hey, I need you to slam into the wall each and every time, because we never want a robot ever having in its code that it's okay to kill a human being, right? So these are some of the questions that we have to start considering as we start deploying artificial intelligence in the physical sense, right? So we're beyond generative AI, we're beyond agentic AI, where now we're having AI augment the jobs, right? That's what AI agents are used for, and now we're getting into self-driving or driverless vehicles where supply chains are using AI to deliver packages. Drones that are being monitored and redirected by AI are being used in supply chains and to deliver packages and all the things. So these are the types of questions that we propose to our students. We have Tech Week events. One of our professors, Dr. Fraser Smith, did a "Would you pull the lever?" Question on this very topic. It was a very popular discussion about, like, again, would you want artificial intelligence to make a decision that could ever be concerned with harming or killing a human being? Like, think about the movie I, Robot as an example.
That's my first thought every time, right?
With AI kind of going into all different kinds of careers at this point, do you think that at this point it's maybe gone too far as to where it is, or what is your thoughts on that? As like, if are there students that feel, I guess, wary as they head into this, new kind of environment where we see AI, taking away certain jobs because, the corporation has said, like, okay, we've got this AI technology that can now do these certain entry level positions. Like, do you think What are your thoughts on that?
Well, can do doesn't necessarily mean should do. AI can do a lot of things, but again, back to the ethical question, should we allow it to do certain things? Um, I can't speak for any company. I can speak to the fact that technology in the world always seems to outpace regulation and governance. So you always have a tool before you know what the law is around the use of that tool. And you can speak to almost any piece of technology developed in the last 100 years, and that statement would hold true. So here we are again with artificial intelligence. Oh, by the way, quantum computing is right around the corner. So those two technologies are going to be tied together. Good thing is it's going to significantly increase healthcare in the country, in the world. There's experiments being done right now with quantum computing around cancer treatments and all the wonderful things. But on the other side of it, here comes cybersecurity. Like, what does quantum computing do to encryption, to your ability to have virtual private networks, and like, what are we going to do in response to this new technology? Like, we're talking about AI, but quantum is right behind the curtain. Like, it's ready to be deployed. It's just a matter of, can we get the error rate down in the qubits? So once that happens, here we go again with a discussion around, well, we don't even have federal regulation on AI use yet. What are we going to do about quantum?
Yeah, because we've created this thing that's now going to help us in so many ways, right?
Right.
But now we've
Double-edged
created,
sword.
yeah, now we have all these problems. Now we have to figure out a way to combat it, right? It's like, kids using it for homework, right? And that's something that people have talked about, writing their assignments and stuff like that. So now we have to figure out a way to, and we already have, right, to combat it and ask. But now we're asking AI, hey, did a student write this? Or
Let me say,
this?
homework use in AI is not necessarily a bad thing. It's when so if you're using it as a checker, okay. If you're using it to do the work for you and you're missing out on the learning opportunities, and you don't understand why the comma, you don't understand why the comma belongs where it belongs, the period belongs where it belongs, etc., and you're letting the bot do it for you, that's where it's a problem. But if you're using it to provide the checking, to be that assistant, to help you in the learning process, help you with the equations, etc., now it's augmenting your learning, which is what you want it to do. You want it to augment the learning, not take over the learning, because then it defeats the purpose.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I brought up to you earlier today. Even I was like, well, is it gonna make us dumber or is it gonna make us smarter? Because the idea is hopefully it's helping us learn, but are we just putting in blind prompts and seeing whatever happens? Like, I still want my kid to learn, not just use that information immediately and then.
Well, there is the phrase trust but verify, right? So AI does still hallucinate, even though models get updated, new technologies get deployed. AI is still capable of hallucinating, which means it's capable of making up an answer for the benefit of wanting to satisfy the user. Like, I'm going to give you something because I don't want to say I don't know. Even though when you're in a job interview, I don't know is a perfectly good answer, because we'd rather you admit to not knowing that skill or not having that skill than lying to me, and then I give you something to do and then you can't get the job done. So that is the major flaw in AI, which is good for the world because it says there still needs to be a human in the loop to verify the information that's coming out of those responses.
We have to take a break because that definitely is going to lead into the job conversation, I guess, for the future. So we'll be right back.
We are living in a time of profound change. That's an understatement, right? Profound change. Change is exciting, very exciting, and let's face it, change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Whoa. What happened? Okay, I struck a chord.
You all have AI. You all have AI, actual intelligence. My entire life in the technical world, I've been following people that were trying to figure out how to make a brain, software, hardware, synapse chips. And I was at a company where the engineers figured out how to make a brain. It takes 9 months.
All right, welcome back to Tired Parents Club. Obviously, we started with some of these clips. We will bring back Joe Little. I mean, what is your response? I guess first to the booing one. Why would students? Yeah, I felt so bad for her. And there she is again.
She just really thought she had something. She's like, they're gonna love this.
Why would students react that way?
It's misinformation is part of it, right? There's a lot of misinformation out there about it. What I'm going to tell you is what has happened, like we were talking about before, is that technology is outpacing regulation and governance. And so now we're in a situation where there was a lot of hype around it, like we were talking about during the COVID pandemic and things of that nature. We were using it at home. We were using it for homework, et cetera, et cetera. But we have this infrastructure demand that's going on. Like, what do we do with millions of subscribers to all of these online platforms? Where is this data going to live? How are we going to implement it? And oh, by the way, how can we do this with, again, while considering the negative impacts of our neighbors and mitigating those negative impacts as much as we possibly can? So that's where we are in today's world. Like, AI is not going anywhere, but the question is, how do we reduce the negativity when it comes to community impacts, when it comes to building out the infrastructure that supports all of these online platforms?
Yeah, and much like the other video, right, where the other students seem to be embracing it.
Right.
I guess. So, I guess, so what are those kids what are they just nervous about? I get, what do we tell our kids, even anyone graduating, who wants to know more about AI or scared of AI stealing their stuff? What do we tell them?
So it's you got to break that up into 3 groups. You have your early adopters, right? Your tech heads who, anytime something new comes out, they're jumping all over it.
Fully
right?
embracing it, yeah, all the way.
Yeah, new iPhone, new Google phone, whatever their favorite tech is. They're always using the voice-activated AI bots. Hey Alexa, hey Bixby, hey Siri. They're just on top of it. Then you got the middle adopters who, they don't want to be first. They want to kind of see how it plays out, but they are cautiously optimistic. So you can talk to this audience. You can have a conversation with them. You can give them the use cases, have that polite conversation about the detractors and how do we get ahead of these unintended consequences that we're starting to see impact the world. And then you got the naysayers who just, no matter what, all tech is bad, right? So those folks, you try to bring them to the table in a polite way, but there's always going to be somebody in the room that just, no matter what, something's always bad, and that's all they have to say about it.
I mean, just kind of going off of what you're saying, it sounds like we're living in a time where everything is changing so fast. We're trying to play catch up, and we're trying to also navigate a new world with AI, and I think there is that very real fear. Students who are graduating, that really real fear of like, well, how do I fit into the world with all of this, and how do I make a living with AI existing? And so, as you said, it's going to be an ongoing conversation, and it's not something that's going to go away. And how do we move forward with it? For sure.
My best advice is just to use it, practice with it, have a conversation with it. I'm a history buff. I'll plug this in, so just ask it a historical question, and just see what kind of output it gives you. Just use it.
Yeah, because I mean, our kids are gonna grow up with this, so this is a serious conversation for us, especially. I'm always like, well, is it once you go AI, you're not going back, kind of thing, right? Like, yeah, that's it, right? Because I don't know, how do you? Because you get into AI, you're locked in, you can't. You get trapped, maybe, especially at a younger age. And maybe that's just my mindset, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? I
Well,
don't think it's a bad thing.
we should all take healthy breaks from technology,
Mhm.
right? Like when you're working at, stand up from time to time, get out of the chair, get away from the screen, go for a walk,
Touch some grass.
Yep. Do all those healthy things us human beings have gotten away from because of the digital age. So, yes, use it, but at the same time, use it in a responsible manner and stay away from those digital addictions and things like that. But yeah, take screen breaks and all that good kind of stuff.
Yeah. Sierra, I ask you, I mean, is this something that you are going to introduce a little bit younger? Sometimes they're going to find out regardless, right?
Mhm.
I don't know when to do it. That's the thing.
To introduce AI to my child, probably a while. He's 3.5. If we do have any screen time, I try to keep it to Miss Rachel and
Love Miss
Sesame
Rachel.
Street, and Bluey has become popular in our house. So trying to find like really slow paced, kid friendly with learning built into the show. That's what I'm doing right now.
Kid
But
shows, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
kids shows, fun kids shows. But down the road, as you said, it's we can't keep them sheltered forever, and you don't want them to be sheltered.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
Do you have smart appliances in your home?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
We do.
you have AI in the
Oh, it's
home.
definitely already there.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes. I know they're listening.
our phones are in our pocket, right? This is
Right. So if they have access to a tablet or a phone, then they've got access, like just hey Siri, and there you go. Now you're having a conversation. So
It's really funny you say that. Sometimes just having a normal conversation with my name being Sierra, my phone will think I'm hey, Sierra. Yeah. I'm not talking to you.
right.
Stop,
Right.
stop it.
All right, Joe. 30 seconds. What's the biggest advice for parents that you have that are
Did it again.
against AI?
So skepticism is healthy. That's not a bad thing. A parent's job is to protect their child and make sure that they are growing up in an environment that's best for them as a human being to be the best version of themselves they can be. That said, technology is changing the way the world works. It's changing the way jobs work. So therefore, they're gonna have to at some point be exposed to what artificial intelligence.
Oh, there you go. I think that summed it up. Thank you, Joe, so much for joining us on Tired Parents. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go touch some grass.
Okay, bye. Have fun.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, let it rain. Man, the rain is finally here. Drought relief in the area. It's caused actually some issues in some spots. We'll talk about where we've seen some flooding concerns and also talk about where this drought relief puts us. It's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University with a special guest on the show, Rich Tinker from NOAA's Climate Prediction Center, letting us know what goes into the drought monitor and what our drought monitor could look like with this latest rainfall. Our episode of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Welcome into this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. And if you're tapping in with me on IG or on X at WSBrandon9 or on our Queen City News pages as well, we appreciate you guys tapping in with us, connecting with us over there too. Now, obviously, it has been a pretty different weather pattern here lately for us here in the Carolinas. We've been talking about rain, something we have not chatted about a lot over the last 8 to 9 months. And I will tell you this, folks, I always say there's a cool NASCAR saying, and the saying goes, whenever you're in a drought, bring a NASCAR race to town. We had the Coke 600 weekend this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and not a single race finished. I can't remember the last time that has happened where all three of the national series have and I actually completed all the laps scheduled for a specific weekend. And that happened. It was a wet Memorial Day weekend for a lot of folks, and it continues to be a wet weekend for many areas. So drought relief is finally here. Of course, it comes on a weekend where a lot of folks are outdoors. We're remembering the fallen, and it's a pretty active holiday weekend. And we've even had some issues with the rain. We've had some flooding concerns, and this video here is a road washout that happened up in Hickory. So obviously, even with the drier conditions, we could still have problems like flooding, road washouts, and things like that. And that is what we have seen here over the last several days. Now, the big question that everyone is asking is this going to get us out of the drought? Quick answer is no, but it will help likely quite a bit as we get towards Thursday's drought monitor update. And it's definitely something we've been longing for, rainfall over the area. And of course, May, this month of May is actually the first month in Charlotte we've been without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. And you can see the jet dryers there for NASCAR had to work hard a lot this past weekend at the Coke 600. So, of course, the drought monitor, it's a big thing we've been talking about here over the last several months. The drought monitor has played a role in a lot of decision making around here in the Carolinas. So what goes into that? What organizations are creating that drought monitor and also helping us figure out how much rain we need? Well, to join us in on the discussion today is Rich Tanker. He is a meteorologist with NOAA and also an author for the drought monitor as well. And Rich, we appreciate you joining the show for us today and chatting with us a little bit about the drought monitor. Obviously, a lot goes into it. Can you just talk about all the different roles that many organizations play when it comes down to creating the drought monitor? What all goes into it before it's released every Thursday?
Well, there's a lot of coordination as much as anything else that goes into it. Of course, as you said, we have about 10 authors right now that come from different organizations. We have one from Western Desert Institute. We have myself, I'm from the National Weather Service. We have some people at USDA, and we just brought on board, excuse me, a couple of authors that work with NASA. As far as putting the map together, like I said, there's a lot of coordination. Normally, the author will take a first stab, or we will get feedback from the regions. Different regions coordinate in their own ways. For instance, we do get a unified suggestions from the state of North Carolina, which they organize themselves. I don't know exactly who they include in their discussions, but they give us feedback every week, and it's like that for a lot of places around the country. And it's it's a coordinated effort between people who have a national viewpoint, people who have regional viewpoints. More of an expert in North Carolina than in other places. Also, people have certain specialties. People who know about hydrology, people who know about water supplies will give their opinions. And all this is in a back and forth with the author each week. Probably there must be 100 emails that go back and forth between the author and other people commenting on either drafts that we've made or what's gone into it from the field. And then, we finalize it by late Wednesday and it comes out Thursday mornings.
And then what?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say, what kind of data is used? Obviously, a lot of people come together and they're making this drought monitor, a lot of different organizations. And you mentioned even here locally, there's some organizations that play a role because they know the area maybe a little bit better than others. Just talk about some of the data that's used to create that drought monitor.
Yeah, the precipitation is only one of a lot of the data that goes into it. And of course, precipitation can be looked at on a number of time frames. You could look, how are you doing the last month? How are you doing the last 6 months, the last year, or even longer than that sometimes. We also have some impacts data, things like stream flows, soil moisture. There are drought indicators and blends. In other words, we will take a variety of indicators and try to put them into one specific blend that looks at, some specific aspect of drought. Usually groundwater and water supplies are another big concern that we look at. We use observations from the ground. We use modeled numbers, satellite and radar estimates of precipitation and other factors. Temperature, of course, goes as well. Snowpack, which is not too much of a concern in North Carolina this time of the year, but in certain places at other times, even in North Carolina at other times of the year, snowpack is a concern. And so we try to meld all these together into kind of a unified status for the drought conditions in any given location, and we tend to lean more towards the parameters that seem more representative of the impacts that we're seeing. So, in a place where, crops is another thing, for instance, if we see crops are doing poorly in some place, then we may look at short-term precipitation and temperatures and soil moisture. Other places, maybe water supplies are a bigger concern. So you look at precipitation on longer time frames and other, long-term temperature anomalies that might affect how much water you have in your system and how well the water is managed. Of course, that differs from places like California, which have to manage it heavily, versus North Carolina, where we're a little more fortunate here to have more, rainfall on an annual basis in those places. So that's helpful for the water supply, certainly. But that doesn't mean, obviously, that we don't have the drought conditions that we have now. And as you had indicated earlier, right now we're looking at some sort of improvement across the state. I think, I don't know if it'll be statewide, but certainly there'll be parts of the state that improve. But you're not going to see the drought go away. Certainly this coming week, it would probably take a good bit more precipitation than what we've had. A lot of the big cities right now are still below normal. Not really for this month, but if you put March and if you put March, April, May together, they're still below normal if you sum all those months together. And if you go back farther, if you go back to what they call the beginning of the water year, which is in October, there's plenty of places in the big cities in North Carolina that are still 10 to sometimes some places 15 inches below normal for that period. So there's a lot of drought still to try to overcome, but certainly you'd rather have what's going on now than have more sunny and dry weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, you alluded to it really well. This is actually looking at our rainfall deficit over the last 30 days. Obviously, not as significant deficit as what we have been experiencing over the last few months. But when you look at this rainfall deficit over the past 365 days, over the past year, the numbers absolutely come up. So we definitely still need a lot more rain. We're just cutting into a deficit that is larger over a longer period, and definitely.
Right.
It would definitely need more rain, and hopefully we can get this on more of a consistent basis. But I was gonna say, Rich, I'll tell you what, Memorial Day weekend came in just super wet. And you look at the May Stoker we've had here in Charlotte as of May 27th here. We've had 4.9 inches of rain, which is actually about an inch and a half above the monthly total average here in Charlotte. And when you look at May in general, it's the first month we've had without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. Rich, what's the big changing pattern for all this rain?
Well, what we've seen happen is a couple of things going on at the same time this month. We've seen some frontal boundary that's kind of been over or near North Carolina for a lot of the last at least week to maybe week and a half. Those are where you have air coming in, winds coming in from different directions and converging, heading towards each other, and that causes the air to lift, and that can help precipitation. Now, in addition to that, what we've seen is some tropical moisture being fed in from the south from off of the ocean, a deep fetch from off of the ocean that's coming in and interacting with this frontal boundary, and that's adding moisture to this setup that is already favorable for some rainfall. So you're getting some fairly, we are certainly getting some quick, heavy kind of thunderstorm activity, but we're also getting more of this prolonged soaking rain, which is actually better for the drought and also better for flooding, because as you pointed out, just because you're down 20 inches for the past year doesn't mean that heavy rain can't fall and then you'll have flash flooding on any given day. As a matter of fact, sometimes the drought can make flash flooding a little worse because the ground gets dry and hard, and rather than soaking in right away, the moisture will actually fall and run off, and so stay above the ground and actually cause the flooding or road washouts that maybe if it were actually a little bit wetter and the ground were a little softer, maybe you wouldn't see happen in those situations. So, droughts and floods seem like polar opposites, but they're not quite. And, so we've unfortunately, we've got both going right now in the state, but at least the drought is certainly headed in the right direction, although we still, as you said, got a long way to go.
And then we've also got a lot of information on social media talking about the potential El Nino that is on the way coming up later this year. How much of a role could El Nino play for not only our area here in the Carolinas, but for much of the Southeast?
Well, the El Nino, as people probably know, refers to a period of above normal temperatures on the sea surface temperatures along the equatorial Pacific Ocean. We are coming out of an episode of the opposite, La Nina, where that water was cold. That cold water over the past couple of months has pretty much gone away, and the temperature of the water has increased considerably and is now above normal. But El Nino, for a couple of reasons, does not appear to be playing any role in this particular change of conditions. The first one being that while we're seeing the temperatures on the sea surface reflect El Nino conditions, it does not seem yet to have, the atmosphere has not caught on, which is to say that the weather effects of El Nino, how it affects the atmosphere and how the atmosphere, reacts in different places. We're not seeing that happen yet. So the influence of El Nino is not really a consideration for the current rainfall that we're getting, and El Nino really, in any case, doesn't tend to have as much of an influence on precipitation and conditions during the summer as it does later during the fall and during the winter. So there's a couple of reasons there why we don't think that the El Nino is playing any role in the change that we've seen over the last week or week and a half. But certainly we're thinking that El Nino's influence is going to start growing and continue to grow, for over the next several months.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, El Nino, when it does grow and strengthen and potentially become one of the very strong El Ninos we've seen in history later this year, when it does strengthen, could it play a role in maybe helping us get out of this drought later in the year, or would it not have much of an impact?
El Nino does tend to favor. Now, nothing is a perfect correlation. That is to say, just because you have El Nino doesn't automatically mean something happens in some other part of the world. However, when you have El Nino conditions, that does favor above normal precipitation across North Carolina and much of the southern United States, actually, during the fall and the winter months. So while we're not expecting it to have any significant, systematic impact on conditions during the summer and perhaps into the early fall, later on down the road, as we get into the autumn and into the winter, the odds for increased rainfall, or maybe even snowfall, are going to go up. And so we're certainly thinking that conditions may be much more favorable during the coming winter and autumn months than it was during these past few that we've seen. But exactly what happens on any given day, or how much the rainfall reacts to the El Nino conditions, can vary based on other circumstances. And so, nothing's a sure bet, but the El Nino does favor increased fall and winter precipitation across the state.
And this is Rich Tanker with a meteorologist with NOAA, also a big author for the Drought Monitor as well. Coming up, Rich, we're going to take a short break. And after the break, just want to talk about where we stand when it comes down to this drought. Are we going to be able to maybe get out of it in the coming months, and what the climatological pattern could look like coming over the next few months? We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side of the break on Pinpoint. Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. This is a look at the drought monitor from Thursday, May 21st. Obviously, a lot of extreme drought and even some exceptional drought. Level 5 out of 5 drought popping up in the foothills and mountains. New drought monitor will come out for Thursday, May 28th. We expect improvement, and we especially with all the rain that we've seen here recently, but the drought isn't necessarily going to go away. We're going to continue our conversation here with Rich Taker, the meteorologist with NOAA, the Climate Prediction Center. And Rich, I know we can't release the drought monitor yet and talk specifically about it, but is there any improvement that we're going to be expecting here in the Charlotte area or up towards our mountains and foothills as we get towards Thursday's update?
Well, I think it's excuse me, it's safe to say that you'll see improvement across a good bit of the state, not necessarily all of it, because the entire state hasn't been inundated with the heavy precipitation that we've seen in the last week to 10 days or so. However, two things I can pretty much guarantee you: there will at least be some considerable amount of improvement across the state. And the second one is that I don't think the drought's going to actually go away anywhere based on this precipitation that we've had. So we're heading in the right direction, and I think we'll see improvements, but we're still going to be in a drought, and we're going to need to keep up the pattern of increased precipitation in order to, finally dig our way out of that, because we've been entrenched in it for quite a while now.
And Rich, working with the Climate Prediction Center, talk about just the next 3 months. You guys released the climate outlooks over the next 3 months. What does our precipitation outlook look like here in the Carolinas as we get over the next few months?
Our 3-month outlook is actually pretty indeterminate, which is to say we really don't have any strong indicators that things are going to be unusually wet or unusually dry. You'd kind of default and say, well, precipitation then maybe near normal, but what we're actually saying is that it could be almost, I don't want to say almost anything, but we just, the forecast indicators that we look at aren't giving us a clear picture. Looking at the El Nino, when we go down the road into fall and winter, we do have some increased chances for above normal precipitation. And also in the very short term, it does look like for the next 1 to maybe 2 weeks, the odds do favor above normal precipitation. Consider it continuing across the state. It's not an overwhelming odds that that's going to happen, but the chances are better than not that it will. But we're still not looking at anything overwhelming right now. As far as the drought is concerned, our drought outlook forecast is calling for improvement by the end of August in a small part of North Carolina down in the far south part of the state. And that's because summer tends to be a wetter time of the year down there. They don't have a dramatic wetter dry season, but summer is wetter than most other times of the year. In other parts of the state, that's not really the case. And right now we are forecasting drought persistence, but you have to understand what that means. That means that by the end of August, unfortunately, we think things will look about like they look right now. Now, we may oscillate back and forth, in the meantime, to make it better, then it gets dry and it may get worse. But it's hard to get dramatic improvement during the summer just because the ecology, the plants, and the people all use a lot more water during that time of the year than they do during the winter time, in which times you can kind of, in a way, bank the water that falls, improve the groundwater, improve the water supplies. Certainly that can happen during the summer too, but with greater demands on the water and greater evaporation because of the high temperatures, it is more difficult to get lasting relief happening actually during the summer. So while our outlook says that the end of August, don't have anything strongly indicating, big improvements in the drought, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see it kind of wax and wane some. And certainly it's going to be waning a little bit because of the precipitation that we've recently had, and perhaps because of above normal precipitation continuing in the shorter term. But it looks like your chances for improvement, and I mean, lasting significant improvement where you kind of get things down to a moderate situation or completely out of drought, probably is going to wait in most of the state until we see those rains that would be favored by El Nino kick in later in the year.
So safe to say we were going to be in this for the long haul.
We've been in it for a long haul. Yeah. And it looks like we've got a few more months at least of dealing with this. Whether or not it's going to be, the extreme values that we're seeing in some parts of the state is unclear, but I think it's very unlikely that we're going to end the drought by the end of the summer for the reasons I was outlining with using more water evaporates. But we're hopeful for later in the year if the El Nino typical circulations kick in that we'll start to see consistently above normal precipitation then.
All right, Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Rich, thank you so much for coming on the show with us today, giving us your scientific insight on what the drought could look like. A lot of folks have been asking us plenty of questions about the drought. We're obviously also under water restrictions. That's another question. People are wondering when we could get out of those, especially as you mentioned, more water going to be used as we get hotter in the summer months. So, Rich, we appreciate you coming on the show with us today here on Pinpoint Weather University, and thanks for your insight.
And thanks for having me on.
All right, that was Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Coming up in just a bit, we'll recap the episode. I'll just talk about what our drought could look like over the coming months, as Rich just mentioned, and we'll also talk about what the rain over the last weekend looks like over the region. Coming up. Just a bit. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. He obviously has a big impact on the drought monitor as well. Gave us some really good information on the drought monitor, how it's created, with all the different data that is used. And I just want to kind of recap what Rich was speaking about when it came down to the drought monitor and some of the data that's used for it. He talked about the rainfall deficits. This is an obvious thing that I think all of us know. How far behind on rainfall are we? That's obviously a huge thing that's going to be used when it comes down to determining the drought monitor and just how significant the drought is over the area. Soil moisture was another thing that Rich mentioned. How dry or how saturated the ground is. That's the soil moisture. It's not just looking at the topsoil, but how much that moisture is seeping down into the underneath the topsoil as well and down through the soil. That's an important thing. Also, hydrology, of course, stream flows, reservoir levels, snowpack, as he said, is not a big thing here in the Carolinas, but it can be used across other parts of the U.S., especially up in the Rockies during the winter season, man. Snowpack is very important. It's a huge water resource for them to get snow in the Rockies and over towards that region out west. And for us, we don't necessarily rely on snowpack too much. Obviously, we already have our rivers and our lakes and streams that help us out. But stream flow, reservoir levels, a big thing. And then also temp and evaporation demand. You heard Rich hinting on it a little bit in our last segment, talking about hotter and drier weather. If you get out of the drought, or at least bring some drought relief to the area, and then you get a couple weeks of hot and dry weather, the hotter you are in the atmosphere, the more moisture Mother Nature wants to hold. It can hold more moisture, so it pulls that moisture out of our soils, it pulls it out of our streams, creeks, and rivers, and that also can cause the drought to get worse. So that's why evaporation demand and also temperature plays a huge role here. I want to throw a few more things at you here. I skimmed through them pretty quickly during our interview, but again, as of May 27th, Wednesday, May 27th, we've now seen 4.9 inches of rainfall for the month of May here in Charlotte. It is now the first month And since August of last year, that we have not had a rainfall deficit. We're actually about 1.5 inches above normal for the month, and I expect that will likely be where we end things unless we get a little bit more rain heading towards the weekend after Memorial Day weekend. Drought relief, though, man, you look at it, this year alone, we've only seen 11 inches of rain. It's the 11th driest stretch we've had through May 26th. This month accounted for about 44% or so of the rainfall that we've seen all year. As I'm doing the math for you really quickly on my handy dandy calculator, the app, I'm doing the math. Yeah, you got to just put your numbers together. I'm taking that 4.90, divide it by 11.07. Got to times it by 100 to get your percentage. 44.2%. That's how much rainfall May has accounted for this entire year. And just think, it's only brought us up to 11 inches for the year. So we mentioned how the rainfall deficit is massive over the past year, 10 to 15 inches around Charlotte, but there's some areas that are 25 inches or higher, pretty much over 2 feet of rain behind when it comes down to rainfall deficits. But when you look at the last month, not as bad, which is nice, but unfortunately, we've got a huge rainfall deficit to cut into, and it's just going to take some time to do it. But luckily, we have gotten some rain. We're getting a little bit of help. We just need a little bit more. Look, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll be talking more and more about the drought here over the next several weeks, especially as hotter weather returns. Could change things for us and make that drought get worse again, even after Memorial Day rains. We'll talk more about that as we go through the coming weeks. One thing to mention as well, folks, the water restrictions. I was speaking with Duke Energy. At least they cover Charlotte, Rock Hill, and some areas like that with the Drought Management Advisory Group. Not expecting those water restrictions to go away anytime soon. Remember, we're about 1.5 inches above average for this month, but we need more above average months and more consistency in the rain to continue to diminish the drought and eventually get out of our water restrictions. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, folks. With those water restrictions, make sure you're following those, taking care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. We'll see you next time on Pinpoint Weather University.
Emotion in the room now at noon. The Shelby woman at the center of a violent viral arrest, addressing the public alongside her attorneys. That's what you see there. There calls for accountability for the officer involved. Brandon.
And we're tracking some showers right now here at lunch. A few showers working their way through the Charlotte Metro. And man, it is chilly out there. Temperatures actually in the 50s, and the cooler air is also circulating in some dropping humidity levels. We'll talk about just how long these showers will stick around and when the heat is on today at noon.
All right, and Cabarrus County Schools at the center of a federal investigation. The accusations the school district is now facing and how it now relates to Title IX. Good afternoon, I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
All right, looking live here over the cloudy skies around the Queen City. So a drier day on tap for the Charlotte area, but don't put away your umbrella just yet. It's meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Brandon, so we could see more isolated showers later, right?
Yeah, still seeing a few showers actually right now here at lunch. And the thing is, these are the last little bit of the showers that we'll be seeing as we go through the day today. So you can see the showers pushing through the Charlotte Metro and just southeast of I-85 as well. Luckily, the rain is relatively light, not as heavy as yesterday, and it's not too terribly widespread either. We had some showers in the foothills earlier, and now they're drifting down towards Charlotte. You got some heavier downpours maybe over northern Union County, likely getting some downpours there. Also, maybe some light to moderate rain over Rockingham and Wadesboro right now as you're getting further east of Charlotte towards Richmond County and Anson County. Also, see a few straggling isolated downpours over southern Gaston County, moving through Matthews Indian Trail area, Mint Hill. And again, once this rain shifts down to the south, we should be mainly done for the day, but I won't rule out an isolated shower or two later today. 60 degrees in Boone right now, but look at Charlotte. It's 59 degrees right now in the Queen City. Yesterday, we were on the verge of 80 degrees around this time. We've got 70 in Sherrall, so that's the warmest spot down in Chesterfield County. Today's high temperature, I'm going 75 degrees. It's cool, it's less humid. I do think we see increasing sunshine after we get through a few of these showers. And then after the sun comes out, that should spike us into the mid-70s. Another thing, too, low humidity in store for us, dew points back in the 40s and 50s. So coming up in just a bit, we'll be talking more about the shower chances as we go into later this week and then heating things up as well in just a bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. So, Concord teen right now accused of killing his girlfriend's dad. The shooting happened yesterday at a home on Bedlington Drive. Officers found 2 people with gunshot wounds. 47-year-old Lester Jones died from his injuries, and police say a 16-year-old girl was taken to the hospital. So right now, 17-year-old Keyshawn D. Graffin Reed is now charged in connection with the shooting. An investigation revealed that he and the 16-year-old victim were dating and had an argument that just escalated into an assault. Authorities say the man killed in the shooting was the 16-year-old's father, who tried to intervene. He's being charged as an adult. One person now dead after a crash on I-85 near Sam Wilson Road. Now this happening in West Charlotte, and it happened overnight. Medic says the victim died at the scene. No word though on what caused the crash, but it shut down several lanes for hours. But the area is now back open to traffic. Federal education regulators now opening a Title IX investigation into Cabarrus County schools. They say female students reported they're required to dress and undress in the presence of males while in girls' bathrooms or locker rooms. Federal officials say that the district is now dismissing the girls' request for that to not happen. The Education Department is not providing further information, but Queen City News reached out to Cabarrus County school administrators for a statement, and we are waiting right now to hear back from them. Charlotte City Council members now making adjustments to the city's $4.5 billion plan.
We've actually accomplished one thing that works. Just one thing. Give yourself a hand. One.
Well, that applause came after back and forth among council members on the issue of pay raises for public safety personnel. The city manager's original budget called for a 10% increase for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police and 7% for the fire department. But some council members want firefighters to get the same percentage point raise as police. Now, they discussed whether the raises for both departments should be 7% or 10% or somewhere in between.
I can't support a position where we are going to reduce the CMPD officers down to 7%. I am absolutely leaning into the opportunity to get our CFD officers to that 10% level.
Well, council members voted for 10% across the board for those raises for both departments, and there's also a 1.9 cents property tax increase with those funds going to public safety. The final budget vote is next Monday. All right, one of the top stories we're following right now, a violent arrest in Shelby, now drawing national attention. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump, as you saw at the top of our show, is now representing the woman who was now, that you see right here, being struck multiple times by a now former officer. So in the viral video, Crump and the woman's family just wrapped up a news conference where Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell was in attendance. She's going to join us live in just a few minutes with what they're now calling for and give us an update. Protesters now say they want to be able to see that officer's charges upgraded, though, to a felony, arguing that police officers should be held to a higher standard. And we also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes about what it would take for officials to make that call.
If you assault a person and you leave permanent, protracted damage, if it's a serious permanent disfigurement, so yeah, it's a felony assault inflicting serious bodily injury right now. But if it's assault inflicting serious bodily injury and there is a permanent damage, like broken eye socket, you know, fracture of the face, jawbone, orbital socket, anything like that, this could be elevated to a felony. And so, yeah, he's charged with misdemeanors now, but could easily be a felony as the investigation goes on.
And as I said, we're going to hear from Savannah in just moments here from a live report as to what is now developing in the story. But for the latest updates, you can always head over to our website at qcnews.com. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will hold their final budget vote today. The $2.6 billion operating plan would not call for county property tax increases. It would also set for a minimum wage for all full-time positions at $25.53 per hour. The commission will meet tonight at 6 and we'll keep you posted. The city of Charlotte now opening up its application process to anyone interested in becoming the interim mayor. So Mayor Vi Lyles announced her resignation last month. She originally said that she would step down June 30th, but now says that she will stay in office until a successor is appointed. The deadline for the applications is next Tuesday. A vote for the new interim mayor will take place on June the 22nd. Looking live here over at the nation's capital, the Department of Justice says it will follow a federal court order to pause creation of a $1 billion anti-weaponization fund. Says Trevor Shirley reports right now the Trump administration says that the fund was created to pay people who felt they were targeted by the previous administration.
Well, Democrats and even many Republicans came out against the fund, which could have paid out big money to the president's allies and supporters. Opponents call it a slush fund to pay out those who say they were victims of the Biden administration, including those prosecuted, convicted, and later pardoned for crimes committed on January 6th.
The anti-weaponization of people, I mean, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined.
The fund was created to settle a lawsuit by President Trump against the IRS.
We're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs.
But now a federal judge has ordered the administration to stop the fund, and the Department of Justice says it will comply, blocking it from distributing any money from the $1.76 billion fund. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say they're opposed to the fund. Some say they're concerned the money could go to people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Disagreements over the fund led Senate Republicans to cancel a vote to fund ICE and Border Patrol before Memorial Day.
Let's call this what it is. This is corruption in broad daylight.
Even some Senate Republicans say they want explicit assurances from the administration the fund won't ever be created. And Democrats proposed legislation blocking the government from paying to settle a lawsuit with the president or vice president. A source close to the president says he's considering whether to move forward with the idea of the fund at all. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
A federal drug operation leads to hundreds of Charlotte area arrests. Why officials say it's just the first step in a plan to crack down on crime. Plus, an alleged affair leaves a federal judge in hot water. It's a messy situation, the accusations involving another city official. And AI isn't the biggest obstacle for recent high school graduates, so how a pandemic trend is having a much bigger impact on the young job seekers. Brandon.
Yeah, we're still seeing a few light showers rolling through the Charlotte Metro right now. Just very light rain for the most part, with some few isolated downpours as you're getting over Union County. But coming up in just a bit, we're drying out and we're heating up. Summer heat is on later this week. We'll talk about just how hot it's going to get, and we'll time out those showers for the rest of the day for you. Coming up, my full pinpoint weather forecast.
All right, time now is 12:10. Look at that. Ooh, like a lot of clouds in the sky there. 64 degrees outside. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, young people, if you're looking for a job, this report is for you. For months, we've been hearing concerns that artificial intelligence is making it harder for recent college grads to find jobs, right? But new research now suggests that AI may not be the biggest challenge after all. Instead, a workplace trend that took off during the pandemic could be playing a much bigger role. I love the tease in this. Our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, joining us now. So if it's not AI, what's behind the struggles that so many young people are facing right now, trying to land that job?
Yeah, it's actually something that's in very high demand right now, and that's the ability to work from home, which we know a lot of people would really like to do, right? So researchers with the New York Fed say remote work may be making it tougher for recent college graduates to land their first job. In fact, they estimate remote work may account for about 64% in the increase in unemployment among young college graduates since the pandemic. And the thinking is pretty simple. When employees work remotely, companies often have a harder time training and mentoring brand new workers. So that right there can make employers more likely to favor experienced candidates who can hit the ground running instead of recent grads who are still learning the ropes, which, as you could imagine, I mean, if you are brand new to the workforce, it could be hard to learn from your home, right? Without being with all of your coworkers and a mentor.
And just as you were reading that, I was thinking too, you know, if you're employing somebody younger, it might be that whole thing in terms of responsibility and kind of like proving that, you know, they're going to be actually up and working and not sleeping in, which is kind of unfair because there's a lot of responsible young people out there. But when you look at AI and it not being that culprit, why isn't the data now pointing to AI being more of this bigger issue?
Yeah, because researchers say the timeline isn't necessarily matching up, right? So the labor market changes really started showing up really before generative AI became a big part of the workplace. And instead, data shows that the biggest changes really happened in those industries where remote work really became a lot more common. So in other words, AI, it could be changing, you know, some jobs. Absolutely, there's no denying that. But remote work may be kind of changing who is landing and getting hired for those entry-level opportunities. And unfortunately, a lot of companies are just overlooking that younger generation.
Well, and you're also seeing more companies now taking away these remote jobs. So it kind of seems like the pool is kind of going smaller and smaller. But does this mean that this return to the office now, that you're seeing a growing number, does that mean that that could actually help younger people get a job?
I think it absolutely could. So researchers find that, you know, recent grads often really benefit from in-office work, right? They're with their coworkers, they maybe have a mentor or hands-on training. And it, you know, companies, if they were to bring in more workers to the office, which we are seeing that happening, right, over the last couple of years, that could really open up opportunities for recent grads who don't have to learn the first couple, you know, years of their career from their home. And I think the majority of Gen Zers really want that, which actually surprised me in this research. Gen Z is the generation least likely to want work fully remote. Yeah, I mean, about 75% actually prefer a flexible, so in office, but also maybe a day or two to be able to work from home. But I do think bottom line is that recent graduates have a high unemployment rate when we're comparing it to the national average. So they are struggling out there.
Such good information, Taylor. I mean, so many things I could ask you about this. I think that it's kind of like a wake-up call of what we're able to see, but it also shows you that young people really do want to get back into the office.
There's a lot to navigate right now.
There you go. All right, thanks, Taylor. Appreciate it. Let's talk about the weather here. Take a live look here outside over Monroe right now as I bring in Brandon to be able to talk about what's going on. We have 59 degrees right now. So, Brandon, 12:16 is our time. Isolated shower chance. When we are showing you that live shot earlier, I was thinking that was clouds, but you said no, Alicia, those are raindrops that we're seeing there on the lens.
Yeah, I mean, clouds and raindrops. You know, we still have a few showers just kind of rolling over the area. It's kind of an overcast start to the day. I do expect the day to finish better than what we have started the day, though. I think we'll see more sunshine over the next few hours developing, especially as we get these showers out of here. But notice the front that passed us yesterday that produced the storm chances is way down to the south. We just kind of have some lingering moisture holding tough over the Carolinas with that northwesterly flow. So I want to point it out to you. Let's zoom it in for you. Right around the Charlotte Metro, you can see the light showers rolling their way through. It's heavy at times in some areas. A brief downpour actually trying to approach Monroe as we speak. We'll zoom in a little bit closer there. You can see that downpour over Monroe and Indian Trail. So Union County, some isolated downpours for you. Wadesboro over in Anson County, a county over. Also a downpour being seen there this afternoon. So again, not to have the rain gear handy for lunch, but further north, we are actually starting to dry out a little bit. So Gastonia, Cherryville still dealing with some lighter showers. Cornelius, Lake Norman area up into Mooresville, light rain for you. Hickory, though, you had the light rain earlier. You're drying out quite a bit. Same with Lenore and also Boone up in the mountains. So things are drying out for the most part. And again, you can see on Futurecast the increasing sunshine as we head towards the late afternoon, evening. Now, there is another chance that we get a few downpours up in the mountains and foothills later this evening. Potentially, those make it down to Charlotte in the form of lighter rain showers around 11 or midnight. And then by tomorrow, look how much nicer it's going to be. We're seeing more sunshine tomorrow, drier conditions. There'll be barely a cloud to sky tomorrow morning and even tomorrow afternoon. That's what I'm expecting, the best conditions. A lot of Carolina blue skies out there. Rainfall forecast over the next 7 days. I mean, 1/10 of an inch of rain. That's really from the rain we're seeing today. I'm not expecting much rain here over the next 7. We could get a shower chance this weekend. There is an approaching front. I just don't think it's going to get here. I think it's going to struggle to get here with high pressure offshore kind of blocking it, but moving off to the east. And then Monday, we'll increase that shower chance to more of an isolated shower chance to start next week. But it's all about the heat from here. 70s today, low 80s on Wednesday. Then notice it's like a steer climber at the gym, right? Our temperature is going to be heating up, and we're going to be sweating a little bit more as we go more and more later into the week. Temperatures around 90 degrees by the weekend. I've got temperatures right now in the 50s for many locations. Gastonia and Charlotte, 59 degrees with low 60s elsewhere. The warm spot is Sherwall at 70. I do expect when we get a little bit more sunshine, that strong high sun angle around this time of year should be able to heat us up at least into the lower 70s. Mid 70s might be a stretch right now. 40s and low 50s tonight. Tomorrow's highs a little bit warmer, low 80s. Still cool and comfortable though when you look at where we should be for this time of year with low humidity. Tropical outlook, no threats over the next 7 days. You can see all the storm coverage though just offshore. That's like a non-tropical low that's likely going to form later this week. No concerns here and no threats to the Carolinas. Looking at your 7-day forecast, a few showers, maybe a rumble of thunder here and there for the afternoon. And then it's a dry stretch for mid to late this week with temperatures, Alicia, heating up by the weekend.
All right, Brandon Lawson, thanks for that. That was pretty good, though. Hey, all right, coming up, a North Carolina student at odds with her school district over her graduation speech, why she's now being denied her diploma. And millions in tax dollars now helping students attend private schools in North Carolina, why the program is now at the center of an audit. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. Your time now is 12:20, and you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, so breaking news right now in South Carolina out of Fort Mill, where state law enforcement officials are now investigating a shooting involving York County deputies. Now, this happened this morning at Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway. Authorities say the deputies were serving a warrant when a suspect shot at them. They fired back, injuring the suspect. No word, though, how everyone's doing at this point right now this afternoon, but Queen City News will bring you the very latest details starting today on Queen City News at 4. An education program that's quickly grown into one of North Carolina's largest investments is now under review. More than 106,000 students received opportunity scholarships this school year. State officials say that cost taxpayers nearly $600 million. By 2032, that more available. So school choice advocates say they welcome the extra scrutiny to increase public confidence in the program. State Auditor David Bullock, though, says that the audit should be done by this fall. A North Carolina high school graduate says that her school is refusing to hand over her diploma after she made unapproved remarks during her graduation speech. So Clayton High School.
Before I leave the stage, I have one last thing to say. Every single person here has a voice, and we are privileged to have the freedom to use it when so many people around the world are struggling and they're suffering to be heard. Whether it's the millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world, these are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues.
Clayton High School valedictorian Lean Hajaz delivered her district-approved welcome speech at last week's commencement ceremony. But she also went off script, that's what you see right there, and spoke about people suffering in war zones and under ICE authority. So that's when you just saw the principal seen guiding her away from the microphone, ending the speech. The district says the matter is being looked into. Just a small amount of college students believe that higher education is worth the price. A recent study by education research firm Best Colleges found that only 33% of students believe higher education is worth the price tag, while 38% of respondents say they're still on the fence about the value of college. Well, analysts also found close to half of the participants say that college was not for everyone. In 2026, the average student pays roughly $20,000 per year for a public four-year school and $36,000 annually for a private four-year school. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Stay with us. So much more to come on the other side of this break. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A violent arrest in Shelby drawing national attention now. So civil rights attorney Ben Crump is now representing the woman who you see right here, who has now, you can see, witnessed her being struck multiple times by a now former officer in a viral video. So Crump and the woman's family just wrapped up a news conference where Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell was in the room. Savannah, the officer has since been fired and charged, but right now they say that their work isn't done.
Yeah, that's right. They say just a termination and a removal from the police department and a charge is not the resolution to this case that they're looking for. They say they want to see full justice for Cherie Moore. That is the chant that we had been hearing all late morning long here, as there was an entire crowd that packed this church, the City of God Family Worship Center here in Shelby, and just absolutely packing it to hear Ben Crump and other attorneys along speaking about Cherie Moore's case. They say, first of all, while they are bringing more national attention to this case, which it has already gathered, they were taking time to thank those here in Shelby who are either different activists, family members, friends who were making this case more well known, because once again, they say transparency is key to having trust in a police force from the community. They say the video of the incident is something that they are so grateful exists, because this is giving them an opportunity to go ahead and giving them an opportunity to let others see, and giving the Shelby Police Department an opportunity to correct those who they say may not have quite the right training. So what, in addition to significant changes in the Shelby Police Department, where they talk a little bit more about training, we also know that we have the medical records back from Cherie Moore after this incident. They say that she sustained a busted lip, black eyes, and a fractured nose. Now, Crump harped on the fractured nose because that has the opportunity to increase the charge from simple assault to assault with serious bodily injury. That is what they would like to see from the Shelby police officer, now identified as Carson Hyder, who has since been removed from the department, but they would like to see him charged with, again, not just simple assault, but assault with serious bodily injury. Now, Crump made his way here into Shelby, meeting the family, meeting Cherie Moore as well, and he says this case still has a long way to go.
We want it to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. Amen. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Cherie Moore.
As the legal battle plays out with this case, there are also investigations going on as well. Shelby Police says they're running their own internal investigation about what happened and what policies may or may not need to change. And the State Bureau of Investigation is also looking into the Shelby Police Department and the incident surrounding this now viral video. Of course, we'll keep you updated with any new information that comes from this case, both on air and online at QCnews.com. Reporting live in Shelby, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thanks for your coverage there. We have some breaking news we're following out of Fort Mill right now. Okay, taking you there. This is where state law enforcement officials are now investigating a shooting involving York County deputies. Details kind of limited, but here's what we know so far. It happened this morning at Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway. Authorities say the deputies were serving a warrant when a suspect then shot at them. Well, they fired back, injuring the suspect. No word, though, on how everyone's doing at this point this afternoon, but we will, of course, stay on top of the story and bring you the very latest starting on Queen City News today at 4. More than 500 pounds of drugs and hundreds of criminals now off the streets thanks to a joint federal and local drug sting. Now, it was called Operation Spring Cleaning, and also it included last week's raid at the Garden Inn in Northeast Charlotte. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis tells us why investigators say this is the first step in a larger plan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming.
A 3-month operation dubbed Operation Spring Cleaning leads to charges against 56 people and the capture of 157 fugitives across the Charlotte region.
Our goal here was, before those summer months come, when kids get out of school, our young people get recruited to a life of crime, before that comes, we want to get the worst of the worst off the streets.
Last week's major raid at the Garden Inn in Northeast Charlotte was just a portion of this massive operation.
I think it's fair to say the hotel was probably the biggest operation we had as part of Operation Spring Cleaning, but spring cleaning focused from small to big.
The operation included North and South Carolina. Russ Ferguson, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of North Carolina, says the coordinated effort is needed to change communities that have been plagued by drugs for years.
We all know Rock Hill is very much a part of the Charlotte community. Our buses run down there. People live in Rock Hill and work in Charlotte. People live in Charlotte and work in Rock Hill. It is part of our community. And of course, criminals go back and forth between the two places.
Now, authorities say enforcement doesn't stop here. They'll still have officers out on the street, but they do need residents to stay engaged.
Even with our collective resources, we don't have enough law enforcement officers to put every single place. We need our community. If you see something, you say something. You come forward. You work with us to aggressively make sure that that community where you live, where you're invested, remains safe.
The people charged during Operation Spring Cleaning face up to 20 years in prison, depending on the charge. Will Lewis, Queen City News.
The driver of a Charlotte-bound charter bus involved in a deadly Virginia crash. You're looking at the video there, now facing involuntary manslaughter charges. So 5 people in total were killed when the bus smashed into vehicles slowing down for a construction zone on I-95 near Quantico. So dozens of others were also taken to the hospital, but 5 are still receiving treatment. Investigators are now also looking into the bus driver's certification.
We do a 72-hour look back to see what the driver's activities were during the days leading up to the crash. So we're looking for, sleep issues, distraction issues, potential drug and alcohol issues. I'm not saying that there's any of that involved here, but those are the sorts of things we want to look at and see what the activities of the driver were during the days leading up.
Federal transportation officials are now demanding records from the state of New York on the bus company, including the driver's licensing and also training documents. A former South Carolina deputy coroner and volunteer firefighter now out on bond as he faces charges of embezzlement and voyeurism. Charges against Joshua Parker stem from his time as the chief of the Buffalo Volunteer Fire Department in Blacksburg. Investigators say that he had a hidden camera at the station containing sexually explicit images. The judge granted Parker a $60,000 bond with conditions. A federal judge accused of having sex with a high-ranking police officer in her chamber will now remain on the bench. Officials say that the Atlanta judge, whose name was not released, was involved in an extramarital affair with the officer and lied about the relationship. Well, the investigation by the court began after staff overheard the intimate encounter back in February. Officials say the judge then received a private reprimand, and the issue is now raising concerns about disciplinary action for federal judges. So let's bring in Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes joining us today. A little bit messy today on this topic. But, let's talk about, we got 2 big professions here. You got a police officer and then you got a judge. So first, if a police officer lied during an investigation, 1, could they keep their badge? And then 2, why should a federal judge keep being on the bench after admitting dishonesty?
Well, I'll address the judge portion first. The judge is a lifetime appointment. So for them to be removed from the bench, Congress has to act. Even this council that they convened, this circuit court that is multiple states, they convened a council that looked at this situation, and they only had a couple options. You know, they could private reprimand, public reprimand, censure, or temporary reassign of all cases, but can't remove unless Congress acts. And Congress rarely acts in situations where it's not something that's involving money or dishonesty.
You didn't break the law.
Yeah, and so there were a number of things that were kind of jumped off the page here. First of all, once it was brought to her attention, she immediately denied everything via email, and then followed up that next day with another email saying, well, maybe the staff was just frustrated because I was making them do extra work, kind of double downing on, hey, this wasn't me. Ultimately coming out later and admitting and walking back the statements of, okay, this wasn't me. I actually was engaged in these activities in chambers.
When you look at this, I mean, the public trust here, you know, how does that play into all of this, or just your personal thoughts on legally, you know, what this all is going on here?
I'm kind of shocked that it wasn't a harder penalty, you know, or punishment. And I understand why the court went that way, or this panel went that way, because you don't want to undermine the trust of the judicial system.
Right.
You don't want the public to think that, hey, this judge is going to now treat my case some different type of way because maybe they're not focused on my case, they're focused on other things. As someone that was a law clerk for multiple judges, I can say this, I'm glad my judges never put me in a situation where I had to tell on them for something like this, because that's what happened. Her clerks are the ones that, you know, brought this to the attention of the to the courts. What I can say is this situation is troubling, but I thought at very minimum it would have been a public reprimand. But if it's a public reprimand, now you know the judge's name, you know their identity, you know a number of things. Their decision to keep it private, I think, was to keep somewhat of trust within the system, because now every case that ever appeared in front of her, people are going to try to call into question how that case was decided and was her mind actually on the case or was it on something else.
But at what point does judicial misconduct become serious enough to justify impeachment rather than just that internal discipline?
I don't think this would have anywhere close to the level of an impeachable offense. I do think this was censure. I think this was public reprimand level. I mean, but it's a case-by-case scenario. You're in that council. You're making a determination. They gave her credit because they said that it was deeply troubled by the conduct, but she demonstrated a strong propensity for rehabilitation and continued diligence to service to the judiciary. Those are the reasons and the rationale for why they chose the decision that they did to reprimand her in the way that they did.
Really?
But I would say that I thought it would have went another way. I think something like, you know, if you're removing evidence or you're, you know, sleeping with people involved in the case, which we've seen cases like that in Michigan. I remember being there. Judges were doing those types of things and they were disbarred. So I think to that level, yeah, you may not be removed from the bench by Congress, but can the state bar take your license, which then makes you not able to practice? There's other ways to get there, but I think this one was a resolution that kind of benefits both parties.
All right, I'm not judging. Any final words?
None at all. I could say that, again, as a clerk for multiple years, I would not have wanted to be one of her law clerks. Part of her punishment was an apology to the law clerks. I would have received an apology for sure.
All right, Kylie Fields, appreciate your insight.
Everyone goes into it for different reasons, and also everybody's background influences their comedy style and the way that they approach things.
Oh, this one is funny. Charlotte comedians getting serious about their craft, and an online series gives viewers insight into what makes them tick. We're looking into a snapshot of a funny business in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 12:41, 59 degrees outside here in Charlotte. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in the Queen City. Well, enjoying a cup of coffee with someone is a low-key way to be able to get to know each other, right? So Charlotte comedian says it's also a great way to jumpstart jokes and sometimes even serious talks about what makes funny people tick. Storyteller John Lee reads between the punchlines and faces of the Carolinas.
It's not groundbreaking to say that caffeine is conducive to a nice chat.
But if there's anything else you kind of want to bring up.
These two are at Queen City grounds for a little coffee talk.
Ready, Freddie? Ready. All right.
Up on the rooftop at the refinery,
Don't mind me and my madness. Sorry.
Nicole Curbs is almost ready to roll.
Gotta make sure that this mic is on. And my guest today is Randall Moore.
In March, she launched her YouTube series, Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte.
I bombed so hard. I got a giggle. Maybe it was a pity giggle.
I tell new comics to quit all the time.
Why?
It's a barometer.
I wanted to find a way to showcase not only the Charlotte comedy scene, but also the comedians behind it.
If we all make great shows, there's going to be more appetite for comedy, and therefore there's going to be more great shows.
So it felt like an amazing space to kind of hang out at.
As she interviews funny man Randall Moore, the cup of joe is an icebreaker.
An iced latte.
Nice,
with
nice.
caramel and whole milk.
Wonderful. How is it?
It's delicious.
Who would you say is your celebrity doppelganger?
Kimbo Slice. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the series is a slice of comic life.
Someone came up to me and said I looked like that person from the Blindside movie.
When Randall first took the plunge at an open mic night 4 years ago in Gastonia, laughter ensued.
That releases some kind of like dopamine or serotonin for us, so I think, yeah, we're a little bit addicted to it.
Everyone goes into it for different reasons, and also everybody's background influences their comedy style and the way that they approach things. Would you rather do a show at a one-horse town biker bar or like a super affluent like country club in like Ballantyne?
Ooh, biker bar.
Mm-hmm.
After moving to Charlotte, Nicole began doing improv to meet new friends. She also does a fun impersonation of actress Jennifer Coolidge.
You have to narrow your eyes, and it's just got to be a lot of like, I really want a hot dog real bad.
She has lots of material as a Filipino-American woman living in the South.
So I've noticed that my white friends keep calling me their brown friend, and then all of my brown friends keep calling me their white friend. So I feel like a diversity hire either way.
Observational, kind of spoken through the perspective of a very quirky, socially awkward, mixed brown girl kind of thing. So
these one-on-one conversations reveal local comedy origin stories and some of the challenges they face along the way.
Always like a balancing act.
Randall can't say yes to every gig.
I have 3 small kids at home, so it's like it's difficult to go out every night to do comedy because then like my wife has to put everybody to bed, and that's like not great for our marriage.
even though I see them week after week, sometimes they surprise me with things I didn't know about them. What would you say are maybe some of the really cool things about the Charlotte comedy community, or things that we do really well?
A lot of the veteran comics that have been around for a minute and are really good about like just being supportive of like the new people that come up.
Randall is confident nothing he says on Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte will actually be held against him.
She told me she wouldn't use it in any kind of like deposition or anything, so I think we're good. Like if that comes out in a court case, like I think I'm fine.
At least Nicole can vouch that he's a stand-up guy.
It's been a really endearing kind of experience.
In Charlotte,
And we will see you next week.
John Lee, Queen City News.
Oh, that's good times there. So you can watch the episode of Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte on YouTube. We have the link to our story on our website at qcnews.com. Let's take a live look here over uptown as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, we look outside. I think you and I would both agree it's kind of chilly out there, right?
Yeah, definitely chilly. And I mean, we're kind of feeling it in here, right? You know, you got the AC running. It's getting hot outside. You expect to run the AC, but the problem is now it's kind of chilly outdoors as well with the clouds taking over. Really just a yucky start to our Tuesday. Honestly, yesterday's weather, even with the downpours and thunderstorms, was a little better, quite frankly. I do think we'll get more sunshine later this afternoon. These showers showers are really racing out of here now. You can see them still over Anson County and Union County. A few light to moderate showers there. Richmond County down towards Chesterfield County and Sherall still have a little bit of light rain there. Even Gastonia, Kings Mountain, Dallas area still dealing with a few light raindrops. This is drifting down to the southeast towards northeastern York County as we speak. So TK, Fort Mill also getting ready to get some showers. Cornelius, Huntersville up towards the Lake Norman area. A few light showers there. And then as you get further north, we're drying out the foothills. Still have some straggling showers over western Catawba County and eastern Burke County. So Futurecast shows the showers racing out of here, but I will note it does have a few isolated downpours up in the mountains and foothills later this evening. These will be shifting down towards Charlotte probably closer to 10, 11 o'clock as you're maybe turning in for the night. Although I do think showers will probably break up. Then look at tomorrow morning. Barely anything on Futurecast. There likely will be barely a cloud in the sky tomorrow afternoon. If you're a fan of the Carolina Tar Heels, you're going to see a lot of Carolina blue skies tomorrow afternoon. Just gorgeous conditions, quiet weather, dry conditions, and we're tracking low humidity tomorrow too, which will be really nice. So next 7 days, we're only looking at about 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. It's not much, and most of that is actually falling today. And again, we don't really have a lot of rain chances this week. We do get an isolated shower chance on Monday, and I'm watching the weekend. The fly in the ointment there for the weekends, we do have a cold front moving in from the west, and that could bring some shower and thunderstorm chances our way on Saturday and Sunday. I do think the threat for that's low. It's just going to be a matter if that cold front can get here or not. You look at satellite and radar, things are pretty quiet, honestly, across much of the eastern U.S. You can see the lingering moisture over us, the cloud cover, and also the showers as well that we're dealing with right over the Charlotte metro pretty much. High temperatures, though, going to be heating up. So we've been talking about this for a little bit now. It's kind of a cool start to meteorological summer. We've got 75 today, 81 tomorrow. And then by the weekend, temperatures will be surging back to the upper 80s and low 90s again, and will slightly increase the humidity as well for the weekend. We're looking at temperatures right now, finally getting out of the 50s again in Charlotte. We're at 61 in Charlotte, 57 in Gastonia, 60 Shelby, 60 at Boone, 68 Lancaster, a little bit warmer, but temperatures are about 15 to 20 degrees cooler compared to this time yesterday. Yesterday, we were in the low 80s across much of the area. We'll be lucky to make it to the 70s later this afternoon, but once we get sunshine, it is a strong sun this time of year. 75 in Charlotte is still a possibility later today. Low 60s in the mountains. Tonight, 40s in the mountains. It's going to be a chilly night, folks. You're going to need the light jackets in the morning. Might even need to turn on the heat to break off some of the chill in the car tomorrow. Upper 70s, low 80s, though, by the time we get out the door in the afternoon. So, again, it's a chilly start tomorrow and Thursday. And then we start heating things up for later this week with temperatures in the upper 80s and low 90s. You're watching Queen City News here at noon. It's the most honored and the most local news in the Queen City. We'll be right back with Alicia Barnes on the other side.
Welcome back. The Lenovo Center now in Raleigh getting ready for Carolina's return to the Stanley Cup final. This is the first time, of course, since the Canes won it all 20 years ago. Game 1 against Las Vegas Golden Knights is tonight when the puck drops. It'll be the 17th time ever the two teams have now faced off. Now, the Knights won both games against the Canes during the regular season, but Carolina has also lost only one game in the playoffs. Tonight's game starts at 8 o'clock. Good luck. In the NFL right now, the Carolina Panthers now back on the practice field today for the second week of the team's OTAs. So the team now says they're focused on building winning habits from the ground up. Head coach Dave Canales says that the vets know what's expected, but as for the rookies, they hope for them now to be able to continue their improvement and also the familiarity that they have week by week. Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So this is what we're working on, starting on Queen City News today at 4. Charlotte City leaders considering completely banning street vendors. So what challenges law enforcement could face in enforcing the policy. And Fort Mill school leaders just found out their budget is $1 million less than what they thought. Why state leaders are now pulling back the funds. You're watching Queen City News at noon. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News has a whole new way to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. You can download the Queen City News Plus app using your smart TV, using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So this right here you're looking at is the lineup on the app for today. First, you have Morning Edition, then Across America, followed by Rich on Tech. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Brandon, some new shows we got going on.
Yeah, Rich on Tech. I don't even know who's doing that one.
No, but Rich just always sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Money.
It does sound good for sure. Temperatures in the 70s today. We've got low 80s tomorrow. And then We're back in the 90s. Might as well get closer to the weekend. Got to get rid of these showers, though, today.
Yes.
It's chilly out there.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. And thanks for joining us. See you next at 4.
Welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Coming up, we're talking about summer movie hits, but also the fact that everything now is a sequel of a sequel of a sequel. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Are we just that old and are the movies industry getting it all right? Also talking about shoe regrets. Yeah, we'll explain what's going on with that. And shoe and no more yummy treats. What does that even mean? We're talking about today, again, on Morning Edition. Welcome in Julian Sador, Ace Satowski, Jason Harper, Ted Phaeton, all here.
With his blue light glasses.
With the blue light glasses on. And we're starting, guys, with the talk about this. Ted, I believe, did you bring, who started this talk?
I believe I might have.
Ted brought this to our attention.
Ted brought it up. Okay.
So, what brought it up was Toy Story.
So not okay. I believe
we started there.
Here we go.
We started there. Started at Toy Story 5.
5.
Yeah, we're on 5 now.
4 was good.
4 was good.
Man,
I'll give them that. And so this is not a knock at Toy Story, but it's also a. Does Hollywood not have any original ideas? It's another sequel, another one.
Yeah, summer 2026.
An original character to an older movie, I guess. But yeah, we're at Toy Story 5, which, you know, T-Swizzle fans, I guess Taylor Swift made an original song just for Toy Story 5.
But this is a part, man. This was cool.
But this is, now they're introducing Lily Pad.
And AI.
Was that part of the, was that part of 4?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Then they're already promoting it on the Baby Bell cheeses.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
They
Toy
love
Story
that.
5?
And my daughter goes, frog. Like, open up the fridge because she likes the Baby Bell cheeses. And she goes, frog, frog, frog. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
There it is.
And it's literally, she found it. It's a frog lily pad, right? But it's printed on the cheese. And I'm like, you were so smart. I'm sorry, I digress.
The theme is when toys meet tech.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
I mean, that's kind of sounds interesting. I would watch it, I guess, probably for that. I remember 1, 2, and 3. The more numbers you go, the less interest I kind of have. It's one of those things where just like how much juice is left that you can squeeze out of what has been a super successful franchise. But if these are rolling out every 5 years, you got a whole new cast of, a whole new group of kids are being born and raised, and they don't have a clue what the first one is.
But I think that's where it's
I don't know.
fun because like they're clearly gearing it towards parents who grew up probably like if you're, some of our ages, you were a kid when you saw the original Toy Story.
Yep.
Or you were, Harp, you're probably taking your girls and seeing Toy Story 2, 3.
Man.
So
Watched it on repeat.
right.
All the time.
So it allows, there's a nostalgia factor, but also the fact that for now your kids, you can bring them back to the theaters and like now they're part of the Toy Story thing. And you can sit down at home and watch Toy Story 1 and 2 and 3 and all that. So I mean like
I guess.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah. What are our kids going to show their kids? Is it going to be Toy Story 10?
No, it's probably going to be
3.
No, what's the one? It's going to be what's the K-pop Demon Hunters?
K-pop Demon Hunters.
I mean, K-pop Demon Hunters 6. And that's what it's going to be for like our kids' kids, our grandkids.
I'm going to be a grandparent having to sit down and watch K-pop Demon.
Yes, you are. Get ready.
I actually still have K-pop Demon Hunters on our Netflix watch list. My wife does not want to watch it yet, so I'm waiting for my daughter to get older.
I don't really want to watch
Or it's going to be like Bluey goes to the moon. That's what it's probably going to be like. Bluey goes to Mars. Right?
But so I understand the nostalgia, and it's a toss-up, right?
Okay.
So I guess I'm calling it for what it is. Toy Story 5, it's a toss-up, right? They just want an easy win. But there are originals like Encanto. We have played that over and over again. Shout out to Encanto. That's a great original movie. So I guess I get the sequels to an extent, but I'm a little exhausted from the live action, all the live action Disney remakes, and now Toy Story 5, and it just continues and goes on and on. I'm sure there's another Spider-Man coming out, which I'm gonna see.
Of course.
But like even my wife's like, there's Spider-Man everything. There's Spider Noir coming out and stuff. So it's
like anything, right? They have to find spin-offs, right? But I'm not going to be watching. I got less interested in the Fast and Furious movies as they went on.
Yeah, okay.
So
That's fair.
we're on what did we make it to 10?
Yeah, something like
I'm very uninterested in Toy Story 10.
Okay, but how do you feel? Okay, so obviously we have Toy Story 5, and this is kind of where we started things.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Scary Movie?
Oh boy,
5. Because this is my childhood. I love the scary movies.
Wait, what number is this one? 5?
I think it's 5. Yeah.
And it's how many years later though? It's
Oh my
it's
God, like a
lot of
decade, I
years
think.
Later.
This is a lot
I
later.
was not allowed to watch any of the scary movies. And then when I got to be an adult, I know. You can shout out Barbara Satowski for that one.
Barb.
John wouldn't have cared. Barb said no. So I haven't honestly seen any of these things.
Oh my God.
I haven't.
I've only seen the first one.
Maybe I've seen the first one. I know, like, I'll say these things and my husband goes, "Are you?" He's not surprised by it anymore. If I say I haven't seen X, Y, and Z movie, I do love movies, but there's like a chunk missing because I wasn't allowed to watch that. So I have some catching up to do.
Okay.
I think people who love it, like Julian, or if you love that franchise, you're gonna go see it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would go to a theater. Are you gonna go to a theater
same
and
here,
see it, or are you just gonna wait for it to come up on
Yeah,
whatever?
maybe, because here's the thing. It's like, and I don't know how you guys feel. My wife and I get to go to the movie theater, like every so often, but it's not a frequent thing. So if we go, we want to make sure we're getting bang for our buck, and it's something we're both going to enjoy. And there's something about Scary Movie where, like, even if it's like low tier, bottom tier
so
comedy,
dumb.
but I know that we're going to leave going, that was funny.
Yeah.
You know?
You're gonna
So
leave
to
with a
me,
smile.
that's right. That would be something I'd go into, because, like, I get one movie night maybe every 3 months, every 6 months. I want it to hit, because there's nothing worse than paying probably $80 for you and your spouse to go to the movies.
Seriously.
And leaving me like, what?
And that's with a deal.
That's right. Right. That's what the AMC movie stubs or whatever. And leaving me like, well, that wasn't great.
Yeah.
That is
So,
the worst
so it kind of
feeling.
appeals to me in that sense. Like, I know at least what I'm getting. There'll be a nostalgia factor there.
Yep.
There are 3 categories, to Julian's point, that I would go to the movies for. 3 categories I've seen has been keeping the movie industry alive. Number 1
Take
is
it away, Dr.
action
Faden.
films, right? You know the action films.
Agreed.
You want that experience.
Yeah, the action films.
Number 2 is the comedy.
Okay.
The comedy is like you're in a theater, you get to laugh with a whole bunch of
It's
other people.
contagious.
It is contagious.
exactly.
And number 3 is, I think, the scary movies. Scary movies.
Being
People
scared
want
together. It's
be
like a
scared
bonding
together. Yeah.
experience.
I don't necessarily feel compelled to go to the movie theater for a drama or a romance. That's actually like a at home
Yeah.
with, it depends. But like if it comes to like my wife doesn't watch scary movies, so like if y'all trying to get scared together, I'm down to go to the
good.
movies.
I don't-
Right?
I don't
like a
like horror
good
movies.
scary
I went
movie.
for like an epic adventure. Like this summer, we all grew up in school reading the Odyssey.
Yes.
Okay,
Jason, yes.
like that's coming up,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
Pedro Pascal, come
that's
on.
what I'm saying.
Come on.
So
Pedro Pascal.
Oh, Pedro's in it.
yeah, you got Pedro, you got Matt Damon, Tom Holland. Like this to me is going to be. It is an epic. It's an epic story.
Yeah.
And so to me, I want to see that on a giant screen. I don't know what the soundtrack's going to be like, but that's a huge. Oh man,
I'm so excited.
that's a big story to me. Like I would much rather. You all right over there?
I almost spit it out. Keep going.
He's like, now I can't breathe.
So, yeah, like that's one I really want to see. The other one, I grew up as a kid on the cartoon He-Man. Oh. Now, and that one's coming out. I don't know though that I would want. I mean, if I'm going to go to the movies once this summer, it probably will be for the Odyssey, not so much for He-Man. I just want to see it because I'm curious. What's that going to be like? I haven't seen it in 40, literally, guys, 40 years is the last time I saw He-Man. So that's more just curiosity thing.
Okay.
Check Rotten Tomatoes before you go.
Yeah.
Here you go.
That is my go-to.
Yeah.
If it's low,
It's-
low
call.
Rotten Tomatoes, I'm not going to see
I
it.
put more weight on the audience score than the critic score. Like I tend to agree with more.
Yeah, because some of them are a little snooty.
Okay.
Annie, for you, what would get you to the theater? What kind of movie?
I definitely want to see Spider-Man. So when that comes out, I love the Avengers movies, and those are some that you also have to see on the big screen just because of the graphics and the fight sequences or whatever's going on. So that before having children was always the thing that would take us to the theater. So like the Batman movie, the one with what's his face?
Oh, Heath Ledger?
No, not that one.
You're
Robert Pattinson.
Pattinson, yeah.
Robert Pattinson. That was the last one, and I think that was the first time we were back at the movies since like COVID or whatever, or maybe that was Joker. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. But it's like raining all the time in that movie, and it was raining outside, and you just feel the rain.
Yeah.
So it's stuff like that that kind of immerses you in it. So all the action movies I have to go see.
You know what I just thought about when the first Toy Story came out and I went to theaters? There was no such thing as like a 4D.
No.
You know, like IMAX was there, but IMAX was like mainly for like
it was like National Geo stuff. Yeah.
For like wildfire documentaries or something.
And now you can see them in IMAX and 4D with the Dolby, like your seat will move around and all that stuff.
It's a little too much.
It's
It's
all
a little
different.
overstimulating.
Imagine like the Sphere in Vegas.
Oh.
Like
that's a bucket list.
I would want to go see the Odyssey like in like Sphere.
So I gotta look up the details of that, but apparently the Wizard of Oz like saved it. Like so they put so much money into it and they weren't getting the revenue that they were wanting. Then they did the Wizard of Oz and that was such a well-performing show that like it really ramped up
Like
the
the
revenue.
movie, they showed it inside.
Yeah, I gotta get some more footage on that. Maybe we'll go to break.
That would
but
be
like
trippy.
imagine like
the tornado scenes and all that.
That was the experience. Everyone was like, the Sphere has arrived.
Or when it goes from black and white to color.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sphere.
That would be awesome.
Sign me up. I'll
Okay,
go back to
I
Vegas for
got
that.
a question that didn't prep any of you guys for.
Uh-oh.
We talked about obviously yes. Okay, sequels. It's like okay, maybe that shouldn't be a sequel. What is one movie from your childhood that didn't have a sequel that you would love to see a sequel for? Like help the Hollywood writers out. Where are we going? I know.
I feel like so many of them did have sequels.
I know. A lot of the great ones had sequels.
I'm trying.
Oh man. Well, what's yours? What's yours?
I'm asking the question, Annie. I don't have one in mind. I haven't like, but
You didn't have one in mind?
yeah, no, I do.
It deserved a sequel?
They never got one. I know, right? Because this is probably what the Hollywood writers are doing. They're like, we can't think of one. Toy Story 5, green
Go back to
lighted.
Toy Story 5. I mean, I don't know if I really liked Up. Didn't have a sequel. It's not from my childhood.
It was called Down. It was the sequel. It was very depressing.
God.
I mean, the balloons ran out of air.
Yeah.
It was not a good one. It was not a good script.
I mean, it's just really.
It was not a good script.
Bless.
It was called Down.
Never made it past the workshop.
Nope.
Took all the air out of the box office.
I got nothing.
Oh man.
Nothing. I don't
Between
either.
the four of us, it's not a kid's movie.
Okay.
But
There
there
has
is
to be a kids movie.
so
No.
Inception. To this day. To this day. Like, which is
Was it top? Was it falling over? Or was it still going?
What's the point?
I know, but like
I would do this Inception reboot.
yeah.
100%.
I'd even be okay with like a prequel.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's go with that.
Yes.
That's my answer.
I think some
I'm with
prequels
10.
could be better than
Some
yeah.
prequels
Than-
the origin stories, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How we got to this point.
Oh, boom. That's our note to the Hollywood writers. You can send us a check in the mail. Inception prequel.
There we go.
Go ahead.
Work on it.
3501 Performance Road. All right. You know what? Coming up, we got more on Morning Edition. We're talking about shoes and food and all the things. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
welcome back, everyone. We are talking about the thing that we all have to wear shoes, right? So everyone needs them. You buy them, Amazon, Christian Louboutin, whatever. Right?
You buy Louboutins?
I have one pair.
Oh,
it was a wedding gift. So I'm not shopping there.
High roller.
Frequently. I'm not the high roller. Anyway.
Somebody's got some red bottoms in here. It's not Annie.
It's me.
No, there's some red bottoms right now.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, so we were just talking about that. Okay, so we bring this up because we've been talking about shoes a lot lately between the four of us. And then Jane King today had a statistic. A survey from Skechers said that by age 34, that is the average age that Americans buy more for comfort than for style. They care more about how it makes their feet feel. So that age is 34. And so we're all there. Some of us more so than others. But we have some red bottoms in the studio. Jason.
Yeah.
Were these from Amazon?
Here, I'm
Show
gonna
the
start. I'm
people.
gonna start with the
Show the
bottom
people.
before I reveal
show
the
the
rest.
Yeah.
Look at
Before I reveal the rest.
The red
bottoms.
Look at that.
What brand?
Look at that.
Yeah, where did they make that at?
This is El Androman.
Androman.
Okay. All right, now show everybody what the back end looks like.
All right, so here's the deal. These are slide-on slippers.
Where's the heel?
Slide-on slippers.
What do they call them?
Mules.
It's a
They call
mule.
mules. Dressy mules is what I've been Googling.
Dressy mules.
Dressy
Okay.
mules over the last week. So I have a
roll and a cigar to go with it. Okay.
Yeah, I should. And I got a
silk robe.
matching fedora and a silk robe that will be in the mail hopefully this week.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have to have foot surgery later this
Okay.
year on both feet. And so it is extremely uncomfortable to wear any kind of shoe that has a normal heel. I can't even get it on my foot. It hurts so bad. And so I've just been wearing like rubber,
That looked really good with your socks.
cheap slides that you get it anywhere that you wash the car. So this is now with my suit and my socks. And I'm like, this is not a long-term solution. There are times I still need to have dressy footwear, but I can't wear normal shoes. So, God, y'all. So going online to look for shoes for a guy that is really, really white bread, I'm just trying to give this conversation with a little sensitivity.
What'd you type in for that?
Yeah, what?
It took me a while. I mean, I first was just I first put in like slip-on shoes.
You got slippers.
I got slippers. I got women's shoes. I've got purple alligator dress shoes with feathers.
Yeah.
And so there were extremes all over the place. I'm like, how do I dial that? I know there's something similar to this out there. I don't know how to look for it. And it took me a good day or so. And then you guys have been helpful in finding me suggestions.
Instrumental.
Julian immediately started saying, well, once you put those slides on, you're going to have to adjust your gait.
Got to adjust the gait, man.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta get a little flavor in the walk. That's it, a little flavor.
Well, I've had to do that because if you walk too fast twice today, I've come out of these.
Oh, see?
No, but
Trying to get from point A to point
And
B.
we're talking about this.
Pigeon-toed.
Andy, come on.
Pigeon-toed.
We're talking about this.
He said that you got to get rid of your socks.
You got
to wear
those
sockless.
Jason are those are sockless shoes.
Gotta see some ankles, dog.
You right? You got
kidding me.
Nah,
Yeah,
come
man.
on. They're
Are
like
they gonna get sweaty?
They're like the summer loafers, man. You can't wear socks with those.
Maybe the sweat will keep them
It's
keep
a
them
skin.
on.
It's a skin
Because right
on
now
it.
I'm sliding out of them.
Come on, yeah.
And I told Andy yesterday I need those socks with grippers like when you go to the trampoline
man.
park.
Lita, I know you. I know you love your socks. Jason has a great sock collection.
Wait a second.
Time to let the ankles
Just put
breathe,
like-
brother.
Put a little baby powder in there, too.
Can you do it tomorrow? Can you just not wear socks?
That's what I'm saying. Those man.
You can.
That's
I
how
do
you
it right
do
now.
That's
I
how-
do it right now.
Do it.
Oh.
Here we go. Here we go.
Doc will get a pack.
Here we go. Go full screen,
Come
Julian.
on, I got you, brother. I got you.
Here we go.
I got
Gold toe.
Not for free.
Gold
Not
toe
for
coming off.
free.
Content.
Oh, that's true.
Not for free, Jason.
You have to subscribe to see what happens next.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, put it on. Come on.
it.
Oh,
I think I pulled something.
Put the Venmo
Hang on
link
my
up.
right leg. I broke my hamstring.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
There we go.
How's that feel though? Now go ahead, put your foot down on the ground. Tell me you don't get some grip. Come on. Come on. What you getting?
You want to stand up a
How
little?
you feeling?
It's like a little toe air conditioning going on. I'm not gonna lie.
Feel good, doesn't it?
Spread them out, and then if you really need it, you can get the pinky toe and the big toe to like.
I feel like I'm trying so hard. You guys, the last 2 days, I've gone to 8 shoe stores around Charlotte.
Oh no.
And I have been in the. Okay, no offense against Skechers.
No, here we go.
Skechers has some good shoes, and I don't want to offend them, especially if you ever would like to advertise. I must have tried on 12 different pairs, and I was in the group of other men over the age of 70. We're all shopping in the same section, looking for things that are comfortable. Oh, this is what it's come to. This is what it's come to. So, I mean, at what point, and then now I have a different appreciation for women trying to cram your feet in heels, and you're sacrificing comfort for fashion.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at what point have you guys, because you're all 3 millennials, like at what point have you started to make the adjustment to what's more comfortable?
Jane King hit it right on the head, 34.
Why?
That was when I bought my
Why?
first pair
Why?
of canes.
Which are like Crocs.
No, they're
Which
not.
look like.
No.
Thank you.
No,
They
no,
I
no.
mean,
look
they're
Thank you.
like a sporty, closed-in version of Crocs.
They're
Okay.
closed-in.
Okay. They've been
Goofy.
kind of this conversation.
Yes.
Wow. To me, about the cane viewer.
To the cane bros.
Right, the cane bros. They are not Crocs.
Nope.
Athletes with they are performance recovery footwear.
So you think you're an
They
athlete?
are for, they are for
They are for
you,
athletes.
athletes only.
They are
You
for
are
Be
athletes.
careful. You know I have the power now to remove both
You
of
are
you.
swallowing that marketing pill. That's exactly what you're doing.
It's active recovery.
Beans is going, sucker. That's what they're saying.
They're caged in Crocs.
They are waterproof. Right? You can
They are
wear them
waterproof.
anywhere. They're very comfortable. They help you recover again from athletic
sure they're
events.
Would you wear them to a funeral?
Well, no.
Okay.
No.
Uh-oh.
They go hold the Ted.
Ted's like, if I had black ones, maybe.
I was
could get
gonna
away
say
with
they got the black on black ones.
They do have the black on black.
They have holes in them.
Dear Lord.
They have the ones without the holes as well.
Shut up.
They
They
do.
do.
Do
They
they?
do.
Like
Mhm.
this
They
is
do.
like when Crocs said, "Hey, we're gonna make high heels," and no one bought them.
Too bad they're not Crocs. They're canes.
They're canes. There's a difference.
You think you're
I'm
gonna
telling
make
you.
Cane's
So,
dress shoes?
when it comes to the canes,
Talk about it. Talk about it, Ted.
I first got these a few years ago, and I heard it from my mother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it from my
From
wife.
your mother-in-law.
My mother-in-law, my wife, my father-in-law, everyone could not understand it. Now my wife has 2 pairs.
No, they're Converse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my mother-in-law is
Converse.
considering a pair.
Oh, I thought you were saying that your mother-in-law turned you on to them, and I said,
Oh no.
They were anti.
They were anti-canes.
Does those look like Crocs to you, or those look like
Those look like Crocs to me.
performance? Look at them all athletes.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that.
I
Come
mean,
on, all
well,
conditions.
of course, but those are also athletes.
Those are athletes.
So let's start with that.
Let's-
All right,
yeah,
don't
let's
put
start with
yourself
that
in the
part
category
first.
as athletes, okay?
Julian,
Number 2, what they look like, Annie, are aerodynamic Crocs.
They look like heavy-duty Crocs with all of
Listen.
with like the extra padding on the bottom. Like, I'm not saying they don't look comfortable.
Look, Jason, they even have some without a back.
I'm just saying.
Listen, I would
Jason.
try it. Like I said, I've been trying on everything under the sun
They
the
look
last
like-
couple of days.
They
What?
remind me of like, you know, in restaurants where you have to wear like the big old grippy shoes so you don't
non-slip in the
The
kitchen.
non-slips. So in the kitchen.
That's it.
All right. Well, and you're not off the hook here. When did you officially reach the age of getting some comfort wear?
I've always wanted comfortable footwear.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
Start that way.
Oh yeah, it kind
Always-
of started that way. I always was more about performance as a kid. Like
Performance.
I would put on the tennis shoes
Uh-huh.
in the Macy's section, like
And
old,
you'd be
like 90s,
racing
and
back
I
and forth?
literally would sprint from side to side. The shoe sales people are like,
Yeah. And you know what they say? That looks athletic. You
Yeah.
should get some canes.
Oh man.
With that, we're gonna
That's
be
what
back
they
with one
say.
morning edition.
Mark my words.
Wrap things up.
Well, I have canes by the end of the year.
good right now.
That's good.
Welcome back into Morning Edition. We're wrapping things up, and we were talking on the desk today about, remember back in the day when you could eat things and it didn't impact your waistline, and now you're like, oh, I need this amount of fiber and this amount of protein, and if I'm gonna have some pizza, well, then I can't eat all. Like, it is just tough now.
Yep.
I miss the good old days when you could just eat whatever.
Not just the
I do.
waistline, but the body's like response to it.
Yes, that part.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna feel it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have to have a conversation with my body before I eat certain foods. Like, all right, bro. I know you acted up last time, and you're probably gonna act up again today. But just deal with it, okay?
Deal with it.
It's good.
And they're like, I'm gonna let you know, big dog, you need to be within 100 feet of a bathroom. It's
You can't eat that much, big dog.
So, but like, what's the thing? You were saying that as you were eating a protein bar this morning.
Well, because like now I'm on such a regimented, like I have to track everything I put in my body because like that's what you get to an age. Like, if I don't want to gain a bajillion pounds, I have to eat a certain way. And that's just the way it is. Jason's got some thoughts. I want to get you in here. Come on.
Nope.
No.
I'm not even going to open the door to what I've changed in the last 60 days in my diet because of my routine.
Come on. Come on.
I'm going to pick
You
that
get
lock.
right. You can't say the F, the T's. Come on, Jason.
Okay, I have started drinking weekly a gallon of aloe vera juice.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all,
What's it
I am now ordering.
Oh, God.
I'm now ordering Gaviscon, which is like a heartburn medicine. I'm drinking Gaviscon, and I'm ordering it straight from the UK. Y'all, I'm not making this up. I've done a lot of research. My heartburn in the last year or so has gone to another level. Not so much that I need a GI doctor and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, so I was just taking some over-the-counter like Prilosec or whatever, and a lot of relook talking about that.
Prilosec OTC, let's go.
That's it. And so you can also sponsor if you want to, along with Skechers. It's fine. I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. So one of the things said, so aloe vera juice. Think about what aloe vera does to your body, right?
Yeah.
And so if you drink it, it's just a light lining before you eat something. You just take a shot or two, couple of ounces. But now I have a big gallon that I have delivered every week. I just chug this stuff. It kind of lines your esophagus, your throat, your digestive system before you eat whatever it is. It helps. It doesn't take care of it, but it helps, right? So I do that. But I'm just telling you, everything I found said this. It is a high intense concentrate of this nasty, thick, almost like rubber cement. But you can only get it from the UK. They don't have it in the US. You can't just run to CVS or Walgreens and buy this stuff.
Gaviscon.
Yo, it's minty and it's like a mint rubber cement.
And it's going to be on my cart. T-minus 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
But the fact that I'm going to these, the fact that I have to think about, like Ted, to your point, what I want before I eat it, I got a plan now, and I didn't used to do that.
You can't have this before you're going to go do that. What are we going to be doing next?
Right.
Sort of a thing.
Yep.
Heart. Oh, I'm sorry, Heart.
No, you know what?
What does that aloe vera juice taste like, though? Does it taste like the stuff that we put on our skin after we get sunburned?
I've had some that have shown up that have no flavor to them, and they're disgusting. And you got to get some that have like a little lemon or a little something in it.
A little
But it's
something.
just,
Yeah. Well, you know what? We'll leave you with Gaviscon, aloe vera, and Prilosec and OTC Skechers. Hit us up. That does it for 40 Edition. We'll catch you guys next time.
there is a dark side to disclosure, a secret too terrible to be told.
They briefed us on some stuff that was frankly terrifying.
Hey, there's aliens.
We already know life exists in the universe.
All the religions have been telling us that there are other beings.
Have all new questions. It's time to discover what's next. Accidental Truth, Next, a film by Ron James, narrated by Matthew Modine.
All right, that's just a preview, just a few snippets from a brand new and long-awaited documentary, already described as one of the most important UFO documentaries of all times. Award-winning filmmaker Ron James joins us today. We welcome you back and we congratulate you on this long-awaited documentary. Welcome back to the show. We are not alone, and welcome to all of our viewers today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, I mean, we were so excited now. It was in, 2023 when you came out with Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, right? It won like 28 awards. You've won over 70 awards. We didn't have time to get into that. Very talented filmmaker, obviously. So the sequel will be released June 2nd. Can't wait. The timing seems magical. And that's titled Accidental Truth Next, Beyond UFO Disclosure. So I understand it took you 2 years. Is that right, to work on this?
It really did. I thought it was going to be something that would just take me 6 months. It originally started off, it was going to be a director's cut for the first movie, and then it just kept evolving. And one of the things that I kept getting caught up in was a certain amount of the film's dedicated to some of the work I've done in Washington, D.C., and showing people behind the scenes of that. And there was always going to be one more hearing, one more evidence drop, one more file that was going to be released. And it just kept getting delayed and waiting for this one more piece of information until finally I had to come to the realization that, this has been dragging on for almost a decade, and we're still no closer to getting any kind of really significant admission from the government. So I had to just stop in Washington, D.C. and realize that it was time to look elsewhere.
So, Ron, obviously you're very well known in ufology as a researcher, writer, producer, director. You've been on Ancient Aliens. Most people are very aware of that show, many podcasts, many programs. And I understand that working on the sequel changed you. Can you tell us what you mean by that? How did it change you?
Well, when I first started out as deciding to do independent productions in my video production career, I own a studio and I get paid to do work for other people, and then I take my spare time and work on this stuff. I decided that I wanted to cover the nature of reality, the life after death question, and the UAP question. And what I didn't realize at the time was that we're going to reach a day and age where all of these things dovetail into brand new understandings that we're going to have to accept. So this journey that I did making the film is a journey that I'm bringing the audience on. You get to come along with me as I start off kind of naively walking around Washington, D.C., thinking maybe I can talk to some people and some congressmen, which I do, and maybe I could have a little influence on the disclosure movement, which I did. And then maybe we're not asking the right questions yet. And so that's where we're at right now, and this film is meant to illustrate that. We don't know what we're dealing with. We don't even understand space and time in a practical manner. So the real question is not, are there UFOs, and are UFOs real, and is there some form of non-human intelligence interacting with us? The real question is, what does it mean, and what should we ask next? And that's why the film's called Next. It's about where the journey goes after the acknowledgement is understood.
Right. And I saw in your press kit, the purpose, and this agrees with what you just said, the purpose behind Accidental Truth Next is not merely to ask whether non-human intelligence is real. It is here to ask what humanity must do with that realization once the denials stop working. And I think we're at this stage right now. We think disclosure is coming. We just saw the UFO files that were declassified, and that, I think, was a very big disappointment to a lot of people. How did you feel about those files? We know there's more to come, but the ones that were just declassified by the administration, Were you excited about them? Is it what you expected or what?
It seems like whoever compiled that list of stuff was actually knew nothing about any of this topic or its history or the things that we in the community already know. The public is touting. I just saw a very famous newscaster person touting this release of this Apollo video where it shows these 3 triangle lights in the sky above the moon, and there's a notation that it could be a physical object. Well, this network pundit did not realize that that photograph has been out for a long time. It was actually debunked by MUFON's Mark D'Antonio about 4 years ago on a cable show. So people are thinking, oh wow, look, this is new evidence. They're really, these videos, they're very cryptic. They don't explain anything. The one major video that that people were talking about with the thing that looks like a cross turned out to be analyzed by many, many people as a flare on a parachute. That's why you see exhaust coming out of it. And the question is, with all of the technology that the military has at its disposal, why are they giving us this and calling it a UFO when MUFON's own photo analysis team was able to figure it out in about 5 minutes? So, and then we have FBI files, it mentions Lonnie Zamora. Well, we already know about Lonnie Zamora in that case. We've known about it for years. The FBI files that were released, a lot of them have been in the public domain for a long time. So we got some interesting videos that are, again, cryptic and non-conclusive. And we got a bunch of information that just seems like it was cobbled together from a bunch of publicly available sources. And then they tell us this is this big revelation. And it's not. We're dealing with a situation where there are elements of the government and private industry conclaves that are going to keep this thing a secret for as long as they can. And the latest from Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee, who is in my film and has come to be a friend of mine, is that even Donald Trump is being stonewalled by the intel community. So this dump of information we got, for people that are inside the UFO community, there's a lot of people trying to be polite about it, but let me call a spade a spade. It's kind of a joke, and it's an insult to anybody who really understands the evidence that we should be getting.
Do you think, Tim Burchett is such a great, enthusiastic, down-to-earth speaker, and when he talks about what he has seen, and he says, once you see the files I've seen, it's going to keep you up at night.
Right.
Will we ever see those files?
Well, look, here's what I've seen happen. In the new film, we follow Washington, D.C., and in the beginning of this, we had some front-facing politicians that were very vocal and very passionate about getting to the bottom of the situation. And it seems as though over time, a lot of them have been able to get their security clearances. In the beginning of this, a guy from the intel community could go into a congressperson's office, and the congressperson doesn't have the security clearance to hear what this person knows about a variety of topics. So therefore, they can't be briefed. But over time, it's been years now, a lot of these members have been able to get cleared to hear information. And the pattern that we see now is that instead of talking about how they're, going for the truth and want to deliver it to the public, they're now saying things like, well, I've been shown things I can't tell you. So it's like I've told people that have tried to clue me in the past, I don't want to be I don't want to carry the burden of your secret. Now these people in Congress, a lot of them seem to be carrying the burden of the secret instead of advocating for the truth to be revealed to the public.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So much more to talk about with Ron James. Accidental Truth Next, the documentary that'll be released in just a few days. And we'll be back with Ron James right after this. Stay with. Welcome back, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. Ron James is our special guest today. He has returned. Previous guest returned to talk about his brand new documentary coming out on June 2nd, Accidental Truth Next. Ron, as you know, Age of Disclosure came out with Dan Farah last year, and it was fascinating. And the documentary, and we know that a movie of obviously Steven Spielberg's Age of Disclosure, or excuse me, Disclosure Day, is coming out on June 12th. Tell me about the timing of your new documentary. Took you 2 years. We talked about that before to work on it. Seems like the timing is magical and it's just right. How is this documentary different and why does it matter?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in that question, but I wanted to have this film done a lot sooner. Things happened in my life that I lost my mom in August last year after taking care of her for 6 years. And my editor, Christopher O'Brien, passed away while we were working on the film. There was a lot of crazy things that occurred that made it that just kept dragging it out. But at the end of the day, I do think the timing is perfect. Age of Disclosure was a film that really brought the government end of this into focus. But I met with Dan Farah years before the film actually got made. We had some mutual business. We met on a street corner in Hollywood. And I said to Dan, you cannot make a true disclosure movie using these guys because none of them can tell you the whole truth. They either don't know it or they're unwilling to share it. And so we got Age of Disclosure, really moved the ball. Great film. Congratulations to Dan. But it was, basically a bunch of people telling us that they could tell us, but they'd have to kill us. And so, at the end of the day, it sheds a lot of light on the topic and all ships will rise. But now we have the Steven Spielberg movie coming out, Disclosure Day. And I'm really looking forward to this film. I think it's going to be incredible, but it's a movie. And
Right.
there seems to be this kind of expectation that some sort of earth-shattering revelation is going to be made to humanity through a Steven Spielberg movie. And if we look at the history of his films, which are all fantastic, but I've been working with MUFON for a long time, and I can tell you that we have no reports of a man being bothered by ET and building a sandcastle in the middle of his house. We have no reports of deer breaking into the bedroom of an experiencer with a cardinal on its antlers, and we have no reports of a alien riding a bicycle. So at the end of the day,
yeah,
we're gonna get grains of truth embedded in great storytelling, but if we're in a situation where we need Steven Spielberg to be the person who comes out to humanity with the truth of our existence, we're in pretty bad shape. So expect a great movie. Age of Disclosure did its job. It brought forth people with a lot of credibility, adding credibility to the topic. I'm not as big a filmmaker as any of these guys, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But my voice and my films moved the ball, and this film just the divine timing couldn't have been better. It's coming out 10 days before Disclosure Day. And hopefully people are going to be wanting to learn more after these other movies and they find Accidental Truth Next. And it really gives them a new perspective in how to look at this stuff and their own existence at the same time. This is a very progressive movie, and it takes the discussion in directions that have never been put together for the public to consume. And it's profound and it's thought-provoking and it's fun to watch. So I just have to count on the powers that be in the universe to have placed this movie where it needs to be and when it needs to be there.
Everything happens for a reason and perfect timing. Age of Disclosure, when that came out, I thought, this is huge, this was huge. But then it kind of fizzled and nothing great really happened. And then the files are just declassified 2 weeks ago. What's going to happen with that? Now it's like, And now the movie with Steven Spielberg, and of course, that's fiction. And so sometimes people confuse what's based on reality, what is fiction, what is a story. Your documentary, this new one now, this is based on your research, correct? It's not a story.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's not only based on my journey
Yeah.
and my research, but it's not all just another talking head documentary. You actually get to come with me behind closed doors in Washington, D.C., and you're privy to discussions that are not public. You get to see things happen like inside the hearings that defy explanation. We were actually texting questions to ask the panel live during the congressional hearing, and we're responsible for Lou Elizondo kind of spilling the beans about a Lockheed Martin relationship to some materials. We actually did that from the back of the room. And if we told that story, you'd never believe it because it sounds so preposterous. But we were bringing the receipts and showing you how it happened. It's really fun. And when we finish in Washington, D.C., we go into some materials cases that to this day defy explanation. And so we have a very old UFO material case that has been studied by numerous labs, been featured on numerous TV shows. Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo got their hands on this stuff. There it is on the screen right now. And the poor guy that has the material still can't get a straight answer about what it is. So we take this material and we hand it over to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and ask her to have Arrow analyze it, and they do. And so that's pretty cool. And then you get to come with me as I meander down the path of, what's the nature of reality? How does this play into our spiritual teachings? And what is the ET thing really all about in the bigger picture? And what about AI? And the film ends on a note that people that have watched it, they tell me, I was still thinking about your film 3 days after I watched it. And if that's true, that's a huge compliment.
Absolutely. This is a very personal question because I know we're still trying to figure out what are UFOs? Are they ETs? Are they from the Middle Earth? Are they from another galaxy? Are they angels? Are they interdimensional? Are they our deceased loved ones? I hope this isn't too personal to ask because I know you've lost your mom, and I'm so sorry. And I've lost my parents as well, and you've lost.
Well, it was a long time coming. She was
get
dead
it.
for a while.
You still miss them, though. I know you still miss them, though. Do you think there is a connection?
Oh, today's her birthday, actually. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, what is your mom's name?
Dorothy. She would have been 98 today.
Dorothy. God bless you, Dorothy. Oh, I have goosebumps. How wonderful. Do you think there's a connection between our lost loved ones and life after death and spirituality and UFOs and ETs and non-human intelligence?
Absolutely. You rattled off a lot of different possibilities for non-human intelligence engaging us. And my answer to that has been for a long time before it became fashionable to say so. It's all of the above and many more aspects that we can't really define. There's mechanisms within our physical reality that make certain things possible. In other words, there's mechanisms within physics and this simulation, as I call it, the matrix, that make it possible for a non-embodied being to appear and interact with the human who's in flesh and blood form inside of this reality. Now, that mechanism works the same way, rather this form is appearing as an angel, a demon, a ghost, or an interdimensional being, or any other mysterious form that we're encountering. It's the same mechanism that makes it possible. And as we start to explore the mechanisms of how does reality actually work, it fuses in with the most ancient of spiritual teachings that we live in an illusion, that we have the Maya, we have the grand illusion. All of our teachings tell us that this world is not real. And then we have modern simulation theory that's telling us the same thing. And so we really need to start looking at the teachings that tell us about the illusionary nature of reality and the science that is beginning to support that, because the fact that consciousness is fundamental and that we are spiritual beings having a human experience is going to need to become the underlying fabric for us to expand new understandings on. And right now it's still controversial, but I'm absolutely convinced that it's true.
So this is heavy stuff. So
Yeah, it's
yet,
very heavy
I
stuff.
love it though. It's heavy. So the other day, Christina Cook, our Artemis 2 beautiful female astronaut, was describing what it was like when she was in space. I don't know if you heard this soundbite or not, or heard this interview. And she said, I guess when they were coming home, and she said this and she just stopped. She said, to see Earth, it was just hanging there. And then she stopped and she rethought, what am I going to say? And to me, and I know I'm interpreting this through my own filter, it was like, it's not even real. It's just hanging. It's an illusion. And then you think, are we like in the Truman Show? Is it
To some extent.
an illusion that we manifest? What do you think?
Well, I think that the simulated nature of reality is coming forth hard and fast, and we're going to have to get to the point where we can understand it. And in the film, I try to unpack simulation theory to a point where people can kind of wrap their heads around it. Because when people hear this, they're like, "Oh, I'm not some little blob in a computer in a big thing with things plugged into my head." It's not exactly like that.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, this universe that we're living in is a illusion of solid matter. Physics already agrees on this and has for decades, and that it is governed by mathematical algorithms that make it all work. By its very existence, it is by definition a simulation. And however you want to interpret that and make it work for you, I hope you spend the time doing it. That same thing that happened to her coming back from the moon happened to Dr. Edgar Mitchell. He had a profound spiritual experience coming back from the moon where he realized the interconnectivity of all things. And he was moved to the point where he returned and founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences and spent the rest of his life working toward understanding our role in the universe and our connection with non-human intelligence. So for astronauts to have that happen when they encounter the Earth from space, it's happened before, and it's profound and life-changing for them.
I'll say this, and we have to take a break because this is really heavy. It's like when William Shatner, Captain Kirk, went up on Blue Origin, and they just go up to the Kármán line, hang, and then whoop, come back down. And he said when he was in 0G looking out the window, they have like 3 minutes to do that. He said he couldn't believe how black and empty the universe looked to him. He said it was black. It's like no feeling, it was just empty. And I thought it's fascinating he felt that way, but maybe that's part of the illusion. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with Ron James on We Are Not Alone right after this. Welcome back. Everyone to this special edition of We Are Not Alone. Ron James, the acclaimed filmmaker, joins us. His new documentary, a sequel, is coming out on June 2nd. Ron, you have a lot of voices in this documentary, and Nick Pope is one of those cherished voices. He is no longer with us. Was his interview with you one of the last interviews he did? Can you tell us a little bit about Nick's role in the documentary?
Yeah, Nick has been a friend of mine since I first got into the field, and I knew who he was even before then. I've interviewed him over the years 6 or 7 times, and he's always been good to me. And I interviewed him for Accidental Truth Next. It was, not too long before he got his diagnosis. I have heard that he's that he did some interviews with a European production company in his last months, but as of now, this is the last big movie that he's appearing in. And what Nick Pope has to say in this film are things you've never heard from him before, which is very, very interesting, especially his take on this idea that there's a dark side to disclosure.
So what is the dark side to disclosure?
Well, Mackay, it probably dovetails in to our understanding of the nature of our reality, and that we're not, as Lou Elizondo frequently says, we're not at the top of the food chain. There's also elements of artificial intelligence that are coming in and creating all new questions. And I think that right now, human civilization is pretty easy to control through the power structure of money and religion. And what happens if all of a sudden those bridles are thrown off and none of that stuff actually works to contain us anymore, and everybody embarks on a personal journey to understand the true nature of their own existence? We're dealing with a whole evolution in humanity that will upset the current apple cart, so to speak. And some of these realizations might be hard to stomach. So, at the end of the day, I think that the dark side to disclosure is that once we really understand the truth in a broader way, nothing will ever be the same.
Okay, so as I said before, this feels heavy. I feel like I have to go to therapy to understand this.
It's heavy, and all I can say is don't shoot the messenger. I tried to make a fun film that I hope people are going to enjoy watching, but if you're not ready to be challenged mentally and be pondering things that mean a lot to your own existence, then maybe skip this one. But yeah, we're going for it. We're digging in and asking some really important questions that anybody who is a seeker in this life is going to want to participate in.
Okay, so we are out of time. So we're all along for this ride. Do we need to be nervous? Or
No,
is there anxiety associated with this? We don't know what's going to happen or how we're going to grow and evolve. And are there going to be reptoid people? And are we going to find out that we've been lied to all these years? And are our lives going to change? Do we need to be anxious about this?
I don't think we need to be anxious about it. A human lifetime happens in the blink of an eye. The evolution of a civilization happens over generations and centuries. So we're a small part in a big show. You're certainly not going to watch my movie and all of a sudden your life is completely different. But yeah, we've been being lied to since the ability to lie to the general public and use those lies to control society has been a thing that somebody thought up. So yeah, don't be surprised by that one. But look, we're all here for whatever reason on an individual basis, living in a subjective reality that is all ours. And people need to understand that your world is your world. You're living in one that is completely unique to you. So how you choose to do that is a big part of finding the truth.
Okay, Accidental Truth Next, coming out June 2nd. Where can folks watch it?
It's coming out on Amazon, YouTube Movies and TV, and Apple TV. The original Accidental Truth, you can watch it for free on YouTube right now. I encourage people to go check it out. And the website is Accidental Truth Next. It'll have links to where you can get the film.
We can't wait to see it. And we thank you so much for joining us. And we're on this ride together. And thank you for sharing your insight with us. Ron James, best of continued success to you. And thank you for all you do.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. And thank you all for joining us for this edition of We're Not Alone. I am May-Kay Bueller with Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live on this Tuesday, here live from the Blues Room at Queen City News, as we've got myself. We got Morgan Francis. We got meteorologist Brandon Lawson talking about a little bit of rain today. We'll get to that forecast. And then we got Amy Thompson running the show over there, right? And then Austin McCollum sitting over there back in the corner. Yep, there he is. He's going to throw up his hands. And then you could watch us, of course, Morgan, on several different places. We got YouTube. We got Facebook. We got the CW Charlotte, if you want to check us out. But we're going to talk about the top stories. And the first one, things are not so rosy at the Rose Garden between Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump right now today, after we're getting a little bit of readout of a call that they had.
Yeah, so the White House is extremely upset for a few reasons, right? There was this leak of a private conversation between President Trump and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump lashed out at Netanyahu because Israel escalated their kind of offensive in Lebanon. That move infuriated Iran, which said that the U.S. violated its ceasefire because of that action, and Iran considers Lebanon a part of this ceasefire. So that's one thing that Trump was upset about. And then there's this phone call that was leaked, and the details of the phone call kind of could weaken the U.S. position in these negotiations with Iran.
Well, these two have been at odds for a long time, but they've been kind of like allies as the United States.
Frenemies?
Yeah, frenemies is a good word to use out of this. But Trump and Netanyahu and the United States and Israel have been longtime strong allies. President Trump is very, very upset about his the attacks on Lebanon and the Hezbollah group during this time of the ceasefire that they're having. But he basically called the premier effing crazy and telling them everyone hates Israel. And that's what he was saying. And if you would be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your rear end. That's not the word he used. Everyone hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. And so Israel downplayed, and Netanyahu downplayed the call, but said there were profanity-laced stuff that was used by President Trump during this call.
Well, this was a report from Axios, and then there was a second source that said a very similar thing, said he called him effing crazy. All of this, while on the outside, Trump has seemed seemingly unbothered by all of this, saying, well, we have time if Iran doesn't want to come to the table and talk about this 60-day ceasefire that we're trying to, get on the books. He said they're losing a fortune. Those were his words, with U.S. blockading their ports. There's a lot going on here, but he's seemed on the outside unbothered by it. And then the details of this phone call come out, and that paints a completely different picture.
Oh yeah, and there's the outward appearance of a lot of things, but then there's sort of stuff that's really going on, and I think there's a lot of. Trump is also worried because there's been a lot of reports that says he was pulled into the war in Iran by Netanyahu himself, and that he was talked into doing it. And then Netanyahu, when Trump was talking about, I saved your rear end from being in prison right now if it weren't for me. He's talking about him being indicted, and he's under criminal investigation for fraud and a lot of other bribery type of things at this very moment, and corruption trial that's going on.
And that's been, long
gone on.
Yeah, that's been going on for a long time with Netanyahu, all those allegations. Meanwhile, on X, Netanyahu wrote that he told Trump that Israel will attack targets in Lebanon's capital if Hezbollah does not cease attacking our cities and citizens, and added that forces will still operate in southern Lebanon. So it doesn't sound like he's backing down, regardless of the
But it doesn't help the overall
language.
peace deal going forward.
No,
Yeah.
because you could see this as his response, him being, Trump, him being upset about Israel's actions could potentially make him look weak when he goes to the table to talk with Iran.
And President Trump could already be in a bad mood about a lot of other things, considering one of the other things being is that the administration has been criticized heavily for that $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund that has now been pulled, according to the Justice Department, as they have been blocked from that. And also lawmakers don't want to really see that going forward, neither does a judge.
Right. So the administration is kind of backing off of it. So in terms of who exactly made this final decision, there's some people who are saying that they were told that it's not going to happen, and then the administration that says we're not going to do it anymore. This was a settlement that came out of a lawsuit between Trump and the IRS because his tax returns were released to the media in 2019 and 2020. The actual purpose of the settlement was for anyone who felt like they had been unfairly prosecuted by the federal government. They could submit a claim to this fund, and then they would take a look at their case and determine if they were eligible for a payout. Well, it was kind of unrelated to the original lawsuit, which was about tax returns.
And they were also trying to throw this in on the bill that they're trying to get through.
It was this fund
buried in
itself
there,
is
yeah.
separate from the reconciliation bill,
That's the word I'm looking for. Right.
Which is that's been a long time coming, because that was separate from the original budget, and because of ICE and Border Patrol was extracted from it. And now they're trying to get funding passed for ICE and Border Patrol.
But they also stuck in the ballroom $1 billion
was in
upgrade,
there.
and then they stuck in this $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund
This
that
is a
has very
separate
few
bucket.
guardrails on it, and that's what really upset a lot of people too going forward. Is that there was going to be very little oversight about who's going to get what,
Right.
except for a 5-member panel of who was going to decide. Hey,
Right.
you're going to get X amount of dollars just because you think you were
The
wronged.
anti-weaponization fund happened around the same time that they were talking about the $1 billion that was going to be in the budget, in addition to the funding for ICE and Border Patrol, and it just didn't sit well with people. And so
Especially
that
at a
is
time when higher gas prices are happening,
right.
more
So
paying
the
more for
the
everything.
fund
yeah.
the fund is not happening. The $1 billion for security upgrades to the White House and the ballroom, that's now been taken out of the budget. And it looks like they're possibly going to finally pass this thing. It's been a long time coming. Drama with the anti-weaponization fund isn't over, though, because Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said that Democrats will force Republicans to vote on an amendment to the budget reconciliation package to bar the administration from setting up a fund in the future.
I love it. Well, hopefully something
can only
will get
afford
done
two
with that
defections, the
moving forward.
Republicans.
Yes. And moving back here, by the way, gas prices are coming down right now. $3.92 in North Carolina and a little bit lower in South Carolina, dropped under $4 a gallon for the first time in a month. Here in York County, they're looking at an apartment complex investigation right now. An officer-involved shooting where this shootout happened during an investigation near Nations Ford High School regarding
It was a warrant.
there was a warrant they were looking for. It was regarding some crimes against children type of a warrant.
Right.
So,
Internet crimes against children. This was Sycamore Apartments. This is right off of Springfield Parkway. We don't have a ton of information about the suspect, but agents tried to serve the warrant. The suspect reportedly fired shots toward the deputies. They returned fire, hitting the suspect. That suspect has been taken to the hospital for treatment. We don't know the person's condition at this point. No law enforcement officers were hurt in the incident, but as is normal in a situation like this, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division is investigating. They always do anytime there's a shooting that involves an officer.
and with this type of investigation, the internet crimes against children, we're hopefully going to learn a little bit more about exactly what that was all about. And we'll have much more on that as Queen City News. We'll be on from 4 to 7 and also at 10 tonight and also on QCnews.com.
Over to Shelby now. This viral video that I'm sure all of you have seen at this point shows an officer punching a woman. And that woman, Cherie Moore, has now hired civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Officials initially charged Moore with breaking and entering, resisting arrest, and assaulting a government employee. Those last two charges have since been dropped. The woman's family says that she was experiencing a mental health issue at the time of the incident. Crump called the officer's response during this incident disturbing and says it raises some serious questions. Let's listen in to what Crump said during his hour-long press conference, and then we'll discuss after.
We wanted to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Cherie Moore.
Well, this was a packed news conference. The church parking lot overflowed. This is the doorbell video that showed Shelby police officer is Carson Hyder. He has since been fired from the police department.
And charged.
And charged with assault and for punching the woman. And and also with serious injury right now. He's out on bond. He made his first court appearance this morning. But one of the things, too, about this ring video here that you're looking at, you can see the other officer come in and try to say, stop.
You can
stop,
hear him say
stop.
that.
Yeah, you hear him say it, stop. As we released this on Queen City News on Friday. But this has certainly gone viral, and it's gone all over the country now. And Benjamin Crump is a lawyer who has certainly fought for the human rights of Black individuals who have been wronged by police and other types of crimes. And so he is a very, very well-known person who has been brought in to oversee whatever this investigation has and how it is going to be going forward.
Right. And I think, on the police side, they dropped those 2 charges. And
for what Moore was charged with.
Yeah, she still faces, let me see here, the one charge was breaking and entering. She still faces that one charge, but the other 2 related to, resisting an officer and assaulting an officer have been dropped. So again, we'll see if there is any sort of lawsuit that comes of this, if that will play a role in how they view the department's response to all of this. By the way, the SBI is also reviewing this case and is looking at both the arrest and the department's response as part of their independent investigation.
Oh, another story that we're following today, before we get to the weather. Cabarrus County schools, they are facing a federal Title IX investigation right now by the Department of Education. And it stems from an incident that happened earlier where young males were watching females undress inside a female locker room, is what they're saying. That's the report.
So the complaints were from female students, and like you said, they were required to dress and undress in front of males in bathrooms and locker rooms. And in one specific incident, the principal said there isn't anything the district can do and suggested the girl can go somewhere else if they felt uncomfortable. Well, as part of this administration, there is a clear shift in how they view Title IX and gender. And this has been something that they have focused on. This is, June is now celebrated as Title IX month. This Title IX of the Education Amendments was brought into effect in 1972, and it's not just based on education programs, but also activities as well.
Yeah, and the investigation reportedly came after the U.S. North Carolina Representative Addison McDowell requested the investigation. McDowell says that he claimed on April 17th, a parent of a female student at Cox Mill filed a complaint alleging that her daughter's civil rights were violated, and that learned of multiple reports where the school knew about these type of incidents but didn't do anything about it. And it's also happened in 2024, I believe, where similar type of things happen, where a boy walked into a girl's bathroom, and a lot of these incidents where the school department has never really done anything to address these type of situations. So that's why where this investigation is right now.
Right. In Cabarrus County Schools, they still haven't commented on the investigation. The Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, Kimberly Ritchie, said today's investigation demonstrates that the Trump administration will not stop pursuing districts that reportedly subject our women and girls to egregious violations of their privacy and safety. Let's lighten things up a little bit and talk about the weather, the forecast. Everyone wants to know what it's looking like for the second half of the week. I know it's Tuesday, but we're already thinking about the second half of the week as we take a live look outside. It's still just kind of gloomy out there.
Yeah,
Brian.
meteorologist Brandon Lawson tracking a little bit of rain today, but it is going to hopefully break up as we are also going to go back to some hot temperatures because it's really kind of chilly out there. I wouldn't say chilly, but it's in the 60s.
Man, I was in the 50s at noon. I couldn't believe it. Just looking at the temperature and seeing 59. We've already seen numerous 80 to 90 degree days so far this year, and we're 59 degrees today at lunch, and we have warmed up a little bit, still low 60s, but man, the clouds have really just taken over the forecast today. Let's get right into the radar. We're still tracking a few light showers. I'm going to go ahead and just play the radar forward here for an hour. You can see these showers are drifting pretty quickly to the south and east, but most of the rain, for the most part, is south of I-85 now, but we had most of those lighter showers over the Charlotte Metro a couple hours ago. Freezing the radar now currently. You can see the light showers over Chesterfield County. Sherrall, Pageland still dealing with a few showers. showers as you're getting over to Chester County. Still a little bit of light rain over downtown Chester. A little bit towards the Fairview, Unionville area, east of Indian Trail there in northern Union County. Still got some light showers there. The Lake Norman area has dried out quite a bit. There's still a few spotty showers up here towards the foothills, but notice up towards Marion as you're getting into southwest Virginia, up towards the Wytheville area. We actually have some showers that are working their way down towards the North Carolina state line into Ashe County. And I expect that will be the case as we go through the rest of the later afternoon and evening hours. Notice Futurecast brings those showers into the mountains and foothills probably around dinner or thereafter. And then they try to track south towards Charlotte. But notice there's not really a whole lot of reflectivity popping up on our model here, meaning these showers are going to be diminishing as they move to the south. And then tomorrow, if you're a Carolina Tar Heels fan, there'll be a lot of Carolina blue sky, barely a cloud in the sky as you're out the door tomorrow. Going to be a gorgeous day outside, really the best day we've had, I'd say, since Saturday. Let's go ahead and show you rain chances again. 40% chance of a shower on today because we are dealing with those showers and even some rumbles of thunder, but really, we're dry after that. It's all going to be about heating things up into the upper 80s and low 90s. But temperatures right now, as Brian was just saying, very chilly out there for this time of year. We're only in the low 60s, and I really don't expect temperatures to warm up much more today. But tomorrow, I've got highs in the low 80s. A drier stretch really takes over. And then we're heating up by Friday and into the weekend, just in time for Taste of Charlotte. We're going to be talking about upper 80s and low 90s.
Forgot about that. Taste of Charlotte. Always one of the great things.
Yeah.
That for that we have here at Queen City News. We're always out there enjoying our time and partaking in all the great food.
I was going to say enjoying our time. You mean eating all the food?
Eating all the great food. It's always one of the great events that we have here in Charlotte too. One of the things too, yesterday we had great World Cup stuff, didn't we? The USA beat Senegal, and then we've got more World Cup action coming up on Saturday. But we're going to be hosting a lot of the World Cup stuff right here in Queen City.
Starting June 11th. And Mexico's dealing with kind of an issue with the World Cup
ahead of the World Cup hosting.
They've
a lot
got
of
some demonstrations going on right in the middle of the fan zone that they're trying to get that taken care of before all the festivities start. We'll detail that craziness coming up in just a little bit. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. It is 3:20 on your Tuesday as we take a live look at I-85 in West Charlotte. Traffic moving relatively smooth for this time of day, not too shabby. Hey, it's going to get a lot hotter outside as the week goes on, and we're going to finally shed some of that rain that has been hitting
plaguing us here for
I was
the last
gonna say
few
plaguing,
days.
yeah. I was going to go with that, but I know we need it. Blah blah blah.
We still are under water restrictions too, by the way.
We are. It's a serious matter. So this is crazy. The Department of Justice just released all these pictures and videos of this sophisticated drug tunnel that went from Tijuana, Mexico to apparently a well-known street in San Diego. It was 900 feet long. It had ventilation, lights, electronic sliding mechanism that goes back and forth.
It's a very, very well constructed tunnel. That's illegal, at least when you're coming into the United States.
Especially if you're transporting drugs.
Yeah, it's a 2,000-foot tunnel, and then it went under from Mexico, under the border, and went to Otay Mesa, right there, near a checkpoint. And it was at a storefront where they sold a bunch of goods and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there had been a 6-month investigation here that they were just transporting the drugs through here, and they seized a big shipment. It's 851 packages of cocaine, total weight of 2,400 pounds. So that's a ton plus.
Mm-hmm.
Estimated value of $45 million. Look at all that. That's just crazy. And that store was operating, it was doing liquidated goods where they sell appliances, luggage, and seizure, and also miscellaneous household items. But that's very elaborate, that tunnel.
And I think what's interesting about this is you always think of these investigations maybe start on the U.S. side. And no, it was on the Mexico side. They investigated this home and they raided it.
Yeah.
And they think that this home, where all this originated, was operating as storage, logistics, trafficking center for weapons, explosives, and illegal drugs.
For the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, which is the ones that operate obviously on Baja California and all the way down through that area.
So obviously everything was confiscated. It's not uncommon to find these tunnels. I feel like a few times a year that we hear about them. It's interesting to see the pictures and video. You don't always see the pictures and video. There was one reported, for instance, in June of 2025 that was almost 3,000 feet long. That one was unfinished, but it was highly sophisticated.
Some of these even have like rail tracks on there where they just throw them on rail
it's
cars.
A business.
It's tremendously well funded. Staying in Mexico, Morgan, we talk about some riots that were happening with teachers that are marching in Mexico City because they want higher pay, just like what you hear in the States. They want higher pay down there in Mexico and Mexico City. This is at the plaza here at FanFest for the World Cup, which is starting here very soon.
Right. This is a Zocalo main square. And as you mentioned, this is a specific fan zone for fans. The World Cup's going to be there in just 10 days. The opening match is going to be there June 11th against South Africa at the Azteca Stadium. So, this is a big deal for Mexico, Canada, and the United States. All three are
hosting. For North America hosting, yeah.
Right, but these teachers, they want higher pay, and they said the demonstrations will continue right into the World Cup if there's no resolution. The problem is it doesn't sound like there's really a pathway to a resolution.
And you worry about security. You worry about the optics of this being with the World Cup. They're watching all over the world. United States is also concerned about a lot of these type of demonstrations popping up. June 11th is when the United States national men's team will be taking on Paraguay. They'll be happening at the SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. We will have a lot of these matches on Queen City News. But there's certainly concerns about security is going to be at paramount when it comes to whether it's in Mexico, United States, or Canada.
Well, and even yesterday we talked about, officials are taking the potential for the spread of Ebola very seriously. So there are a lot of things to consider when any country is hosting a big event like this. And demonstrators see it as an opportunity to get a lot of eyeballs on their, core mission. Mexico's president responded saying basically there's a budgetary situation and it's just not possible to meet those demands. So we'll see if those protests will continue.
Coming up, Morgan, we are going to be talking about Mallard Creek High School track team. Remember that from, I think, a week ago? Well, there's been a decision on their appeal, and we're going to have more on that and what happened with them coming up as you're watching Queen City News Plus Live.
You may have heard of this story about this track star who won the 4x400 meter relay, and as a result, their team was going to win the state championship.
Ballard Creek High School,
Except
yes.
for he got a DQ.
And
Here's why.
Yeah,
You can
and that's
see-
for holding up the 5 or the right there at the end.
Mhm.
In Mallard Creek, they were disqualified as soon as he crossed that finish line. That would have given them the state championship over Jordan High School. And so they appealed that. And then the North Carolina High School Athletic Association just came back with the decision on that, and they overturned that.
Mhm.
And now they're making them the co-champion with Jordan.
Right. And, you know, depending on how you look at it, no one wants to be a co-champion, I think. You know, you work your butt off for the whole school year to try to get the state title, and you want the whole thing. But I think this was probably the best possible outcome for this
Yep.
situation. Some say he was showboating, some say he was celebrating.
Say he was told
he was-
beforehand not to do this.
He was.
did
It was
anyway.
supposed to be because of their 5th title as a school.
And a lot of the things that Mallard Creek was saying is that there were other people that did celebrate, just like
Mhm.
this guy did right here, but they didn't do anything to them.
Supposedly he had been warned. It was a whole controversy, but it seems to have been settled.
Mallard Creek champions. Thanks for watching.
We'll see you next time. Have a nice afternoon.
We just have people all over the place, and we try to match their gifts and talents as much as we can.
So today we're stepping into Fort Mill and checking out the Fort Mill History Museum as we celebrate 250 years of the American story. Just redefining, reflecting our past, building on our future. And Fort Mill, that's where the rich history, small town charm, and proud traditions come to life. From railroad beginnings to textile mill history and the people who helped shape this growing community, the museum welcomes visitors to explore the local roots that continue to define Fort Mill today. I want to thank you for streaming with us on Queen City News Plus and welcome you into Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes, and I have 2 amazing guests joining us today. I have the Executive Director, Christia Humberg, and also board member, Kaylin Detman. Thank you so much for being here with us on Queen City News and Local Roots, talking all about Fort Mill. 250 years. What kinds of things are going on in Fort Mill?
South Carolina is doing a great thing with the SouthCarolina250.com, and they have a committee, and each county has a committee. So in York County, it's YC250. And so that committee has a group that, and they're working on different things, but each county is doing that. So we are, even though we're not part of that committee, we are supporting that committee in our activities that we're doing. We're doing, one of our projects that's coming up is next Thursday, where we are taking, this project started out as we wanted to do
we wanted to honor our veterans. We wanted to tell a little bit more about military history. And we know there's organizations out there. You've got American Legion and VFW, but we wanted to, because of our role with the history, we wanted to take that part of it and support them in that. So we have formed a research team. Well, we have a research team, and they took on the project of this veteran history. And so what they did was they researched approximately 20 veterans. They've been in touch with the families. They've gotten their veteran stories, and they've gotten some hard facts, but also those more personal stories on the veterans. And so we have taken that, and now we know more about these 20 veterans, and we want to continue this this project, and we want to honor more veterans. But we've got their story on the website, and then what we're going to do on the 21st is we're going to recognize those, and we're going to have banners in the backyard. And it'll be like an open house from 5 to 6, and then at 6 o'clock we'll do a ceremony. And we've got several families coming. They're coming from all over. Some are coming from out of state.
And this is Thursday. What's the date?
Next Thursday, the 21st.
Okay.
And so it'll be an open house from 5 to 6, and the program starts at 6. Program will be about 30 minutes, and we want to tell about this project. That it really started out one way, and now it has evolved. And so now not only are we'll have banners, we'll have a recognition, and the American Legion, they'll have a little part in it. And we just want to honor those that are hometown heroes.
Yeah.
And it is open to the public, and we've had quite a response. We want to grow the military history. We see that military history is so important to our community, and we want to be able to grow that. And so that's just one event that we're doing that's coming up, and that we are very proud of.
Kaylin, you're on the board,
Yes.
right? So what attracted you to the museum, and how did you become on the board, and what all does that entail?
Well, I actually met Christia when I was working at Visit York County, so I felt like I knew enough about the area. And then when she asked me to be on the board, thought it was just a good fit. And then this year she actually convinced me, because she's very convincing and wonderful, to help with their social media.
Okay.
And, take photos and whatnot for the museum. So it's been good because I'm now more invested in it. I'm not just a board member. I've got
a responsibility.
Yes.
Right.
So,
and also too, from the social media aspect of, we're streaming here, so this kind of shows you where we're going and how people are watching and how people are learning. What was kind of surprising to you as you were posting things and you could see a certain interest, people being interested in this versus this, or, has that been able to kind of surprise you a little bit with anything?
Well, the first month we started was when the monks walked through, and Christia was waiting for them, and she was waiting for them in front of the peach stand, which is iconic in Fort Mill.
Absolutely.
And they were walking past the peach stand, and she sent me that video, and I was like, this is gonna do so well. Posted it. It was like, what, not even a 10-second clip. I don't even remember. And it
basically
took
went viral.
Yes,
Yeah.
It was awesome. So it's like, okay, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Yes, and I've also tried to switch the lens of the museum to not just being the place, but like sharing about everything around downtown Fort Mill. So not just being like, we're this house in downtown, come visit us, but we're a part of Fort Mill. So when people are having events like our neighbors or restaurants, I would like to share that on social media as well, too, just to get people to come and experience everything.
I think you really get that too, because it's when you go to the Fort Mill History Museum, I love how you share what else is going on. Like you'll say, hey, around the corner they're doing this, or on Main Street they're doing this. So there really is a sense of community. And speaking of the sense of community, we're going to go inside the museum next. We're going to take a little short break right now, but coming up, you're going to meet a volunteer that most people in Fort Mill may know. Her name is Libby Chambers. She's an amazing woman, and she's going to take us on one spectacular tour next.
Long before the traffic, the development, and the booming population, Fort Mill was a mill town built on hard work, close-knit families, and a deep sense of community. And inside the Fort Mill History Museum, those stories aren't just remembered, they're brought back to life. From the textile era that defined this town to the people and the moments that shaped generations, this is where Fort Mill's past meets its present. So today on Local Roots, we're stepping inside to uncover the history that continues to shape this community and why it still matters today. I'm Alicia Barnes. Thanks for joining us here on Local Roots. Let's get started. Let's talk about why we're here and where history lives.
You're going to show me around.
All right, this house was built in, we think, around 1869 on Main Street. And then it was moved here. And we used to think it was the 1920s, but I think research has shown that it was a good bit earlier, maybe early 1900s, maybe 1908, 1909, something like that. And it's been a home. It was a wonderful gift shop for a while. And then it was a home again. And the guy that owned it last, a very talented artist by the name of Jim Kamen, gave us such a good deal that we were able to purchase it. And we have paid off our mortgage. So the museum owns the building now. It owns this. If you'll come around here, you can see this is our tribute to Main Street. There were pharmacies on Main Street. The old buildings are all the same. They've been changed and painted and things like this. This right here is a real treasure. This guy, his name was Lee Walters, and he came to Fort Mill between 1936 and 1942, and he just filmed people living their lives. It doesn't have any audio, but we have a nearly 99-year-old volunteer here who I think has on this tape about 4 times. She still lives in the house that she was born in. Yeah. So that's really cool. But you can see, that this is all Main Street. And look how busy Main Street was. That's the thing. I mean, it was the hub of the community. The Center Theater building is still down the street, and it houses a restaurant now. But at the time this photograph was taken, it was showing Gypsy with Natalie Wood in color. They made sure you knew it was in color. And this is the actual poster box from the center there. And we were able to get a reproduction of the poster that's shown there. One of the things that Fort Mill is most proud of is our school. None of these schools are around anymore, but Fort Mill Academy was down on Academy Street. The Carruthers School it's where the First Baptist parking lot is. Central School is where the post office is. And the old high school was, there's a housing development near the golf course, and that was Fort Mill High School. The new high school opened in '86, and that's the year that I came to teach in Fort Mill. So we're very proud of our school. We're also proud of the African American school that was part of Fort Mill for many years, the George Fish School. And the man who was the principal had all the students. They were at the old school on Academy Street, and they marched to the new school. This is where the Duke Power Group, that thing is. It's where that's located. Of course, bands have always been important at Fort Mill. We still need to get something from Catawba Ridge, but the old Fort Mill uniform, Nation Ford uniform. One of our bands went to the Macy's parade. They pretty much go back and forth winning state competitions, including the Catawba Ridge School. This is a tribute to the journalistic family in Fort Mill, the Bradford family. Mr. Bradford's father started the Fort Mill Times over 100 years ago, and it was always owned by the same family. And Mr. Bradford used to write a column every week, and it was always very, very interesting. He was, their family, it says, was the news source for 47 years. It's unfortunate that local papers have pretty much died out now. But Fort Mill Times was around for a very long time. That was Mr. Bradford's typewriter. This was something where they would do some kind of press so they could check out the paper proof press before it actually went into production, to check for any kind of problems or mistakes that it made or anything like that. So we're very fortunate to have this.
Obviously, with any history, there's a dark part of the history. Is there anything that you feel comfortable talking about for people to understand?
If you go down to where the Center Theater is, where that little restaurant is, this building has been taken on, you can see a place where there was obviously a door that went in. And that's where, if you were African American before desegregation, you had to go in that door, go up the stairs, and sit in the balcony, because that was the rule. That was the law, actually, and very much the tradition. And you can see, if you look at the side of that building, you can see where the entrance was. And if you were African American, I don't imagine you were able to go into the concession area either. But you would go up and sit upstairs to watch the movie. And that was one of the, it's like I said, it's not all of our history is pretty, but it's history.
Talk to me here about the George Fish School.
The George Fish School was established in 1925. And the white students were no longer using the Gold Hill Academy, the Academy Street Academy. And so that's where the Black children were going to school. Everything was segregated. And they got their own school when the George Fish School was built. And it was built there. Julius Rosenwald was a multi-millionaire business person, and he was the president of Sears and Roebuck. And he became very philanthropic, and he gave a lot of money away to build schools for African Americans. And so George Fish was partially funded from that. And it was, and the people in Fort Mill that I know that went to the George Fish School, it was very important to the community, but it was also very important to them. I mean, they have a special place in their heart for this school. And so it was quite a an asset.
Welcome back. I'm joined with Executive Director from the Fort Mill History Museum, Christia Humberg, and also board member Kaylin Detman. You guys know that volunteering is huge at the museum, and I was like kind of wowed to learn how many people volunteer at the museum. Fill us in.
Yes, we are super proud of that. We have over 250 volunteers, and it has really grown since I started 7 years ago.
Yeah.
But we feel like the History Museum is a family. So we have all types of different volunteering because we really look to the gifts and talents of our people that come in that want to volunteer. So what we do is you're not going to have the same person that's going to be a museum guide as the same person that might go out and work a beer event at one of the downtown events, or might not be the same person that maybe serves on the board or does one of our Lanterns and Legends tours. We just have people all over the place, and we try to match their gifts and talents as much as we can, and that is so important to us. And so you find a place for them. Yeah. So we're super proud of our volunteers and very blessed to have them because we're a nonprofit, we don't always have the money. So we rely a lot on our volunteers.
Well, one of your super volunteers is Ray Felder, and I had the chance to be able to sit on the porch in front of the History Museum and hear why the Fort Mill History Museum was just so important, not only to her, but to the people of Fort Mill. Take a listen.
We are very blessed that we have had several families that have made a conscious effort to protect and preserve that history. So it is here. The Unity Presbyterian Church, a very old building here. St. John's Methodist Church, a very old building. We have the old armory, which sits now behind our current United States Post Office. The old armory we hope to restore, to bring it back. That building has been in Fort Mill and a major part of Fort Mill. Anyone that attended high school here in the 60s, 70s, and 80s remember having their high school dances, their proms, their events at the old Armory building.
What do people need to really know when you walk into the museum and you start seeing the history? I mean, there's kind of little bits of everything. Even when you talk about the Catawba, in the Catawba, I guess you want to say how that leads into where we were pre-Civil War, where we were after the Civil War. There's so many assets. When people walk in, what kind of take me through your lens?
I think when people first walk in and they put on the audio tour, the first thing that really kind of brings you around to not hearing the noise, not hearing the hustle and bustle, but actually feeling the feeling that it gives you to hear the stories, to see the video, to see what Main Street looked like, 75 years ago.
That's when we talk about Main Street. There it is right there. I think Ray just knocked it out the park in terms of the feeling that you get being inside the museum. But watching that, what comes to mind, Christia?
It's just the fact that, it's a feeling, it's a community, it's bringing people together. And that's also a testament of the celebrating 250 years. And that's what, with America's 250, that's what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to build community and be kind to each other. And Fort Mill has that. Fort Mill has that all around us. And we're a huge part of that, I feel like.
Helen, from the social media aspect of it, I mean, you get to be able to see a lens in a different way. And you mentioned a couple things. You could tell people are excited about certain things. Fill us in on anything more that you've noticed. Hey, you know what? I think people really like to see this. Or if you have a call that you want people to be able to chime in a little bit more so you can be able to get some more feedback, let us know.
Honestly, the biggest surprise to me, because the way I did social media before was much different than now, is this audience is way more engaged in people's faces. Like, they love when they see the people that they know in pictures or videos that we post. And so we actually started a campaign with Anna Culver from Fort Mill Now, and it's called Fort Mill Then and Now. And we're kind of going around to different iconic places in Fort Mill and explaining it, and going from the past to the present. And I feel like it is going very, very well. And people just love to know the history, but then also connect it to a time that's more relatable now.
Yeah. And just so people know, if you volunteer, I mean, you guys say younger people, older people, all across the board, because my first experience going into the Fort Mill History Museum is I was over at the Speckled Pear, had a couple minutes before I had to go in for dinner. That's a restaurant in Fort Mill, and a fabulous restaurant in Fort Mill, by the way. And when I went in, I was like, let me check this place out. And I was given a tour by two high school students, blown away by the knowledge that they had
and the fact that they were so interested, this volunteering.
Yes, and we are that's another thing we're very proud of. Our youngest volunteer is 10 and our oldest volunteer is 99. And we have captured a lot of high schoolers that are interested in Fort Mill history. And those two high schoolers that you're referring to, which I'm pretty sure it's the same ones, they have graduated. They're on one goes to Brown and the other goes to Duke. And
high achievers.
Yes, very much so. And they were amazing. And to be on a tour with them and for them to and they're so engaging. They're young and they're enthusiastic about the history and they're excited about the learning. And they've actually already signed up to work this summer when they're home. So they've just finished a year of college and they're coming back. And I think that says a lot. I mean, we are really instilling something in them that's so important that they are carrying with them all over the place. So,
well, hopefully we've spoken about why you want to come visit the Fort Mill History Museum. As we close out, for those who want to volunteer, you want to be in the number of the 200 and almost 50 volunteers as we celebrate 250 years of America's history. How do they do that?
Here, you can just go on our website. It's fmhm.org, and there is a section on support and how to get involved. And you just look under that section, and there's a volunteer tab.
And not to be intimidated, right? Because you don't have to know all about Fort Mill history. You kind of meet people where they are. Is that right? Okay.
Exactly. We want to talk to you and we want to know what you want to do, what you find that's interesting to you. We can always use museum guides like you just showed with Libby and Ray, which they're amazing. And they show up Wednesday through Saturday to open our doors and welcome visitors. We can always use them, but we can always use you at our events and just telling our story.
Yeah. Do we have a lot of out-of-town visitors who come in?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. We are very into the tourism community with Visit York County and South Carolina PRT, and we promote tourism, and we want those out of guests too, because of course that helps our numbers and our grants.
Yeah. Well, we want to thank you so much for joining us, streaming with us here on Queen City News Plus, and also watching Local Roots. Hopefully you learned a lot about the Fort Mill History Museum, and you want to come down Main Street and take a left, and there the house is right there on the corner. You can be able to come inside, and it's free to the public, right?
It's free.
And they always take donations. Thanks so much for joining us here on Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes. While trying to protect his daughter, what we now know about the deadly domestic shooting that has neighbors on edge. And the decision is in. The new ruling after controversial disqualification cost Mallard Creek's track team a state title.
Another off and on rainy day for a lot of us today, tracking a few more storms starting to move back over the high country as well here through this evening. But I am tracking also a drier stretch ahead, a hotter stretch of weather as well as we head through these first few days of meteorological summer. Pinpoint weather forecast coming up.
Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. So police say the man was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he shot and killed. And he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive. This happening in the northwest part of town. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who's heard the gunshots.
It was the sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
2 people's lives were, more than 2 people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say de Graffenried was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
And we are now working to be able to learn how a suspect is doing after they were shot by York County deputies. So this happened shortly before noon. Investigators say several agencies were at the Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway to serve a warrant for a suspect accused of internet crimes against children. So when shots were fired at law enforcement, it's when all this chaos happened. Authorities fired back, hitting the suspect, who was taken to the hospital. No officers were hurt, thankfully, and the state law enforcement division is now investigating. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump, representing the woman at the center of the viral arrest in Shelby. Now he and is now Sharia Moores and their family they all gathered today to address the arrest that has now led to the officer, Carson Hyder, being fired and also charged now with a criminal charge. Video showing here Hyder taking Moore to the ground and then repeatedly hitting her in the head. This all stemmed from Moore allegedly breaking into a home. Hyder is now charged with a misdemeanor assault charge. Crump and Moore's family are now calling for accountability.
We wanted to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. Amen. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Cherie Moore.
Visibly, you can be able to see bruises there on her face. Hyder is out on bond and appeared in court today, so his next hearing is set for next month. State Bureau of Investigations is overseeing the case. The Trump administration now investigating Cabarrus County schools. Officials with the Department of Education now accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, this all stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely linked to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agree the district should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you, we hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
So Fort Mill School District officials now say that their budget for next school year will be $1 million less than expected. The South Carolina Department of Education warned the district that its funding projections contain several errors leading to the decrease. So district administrators are now proposing a property tax increase to overcome the difference. And they plan to be able to hold a public meeting about the change ahead of next Tuesday's school board meeting, which is when the budget will be voted on. All right, now to a breaking update right now. Mallard Creek High School's track team won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that cost them the state title. So Nyan Brown was issued a DQ for holding his hand up at the end of the race. State athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision today and overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions. Charlotte City leaders are now considering a new rule that then would criminalize street vending for repeat violators. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has now details on the proposal, and complaints continue to be able to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life throughout the city. And I think a wide variety of our ordinance need stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners are set to hold their final vote on a budget this evening. So the $2.6 billion operating plan is now calling for property tax increases, and it would raise the minimum wage for all full-time positions with the county. So during the meeting, leaders also plan to terminate their agreement with the Metro Transit Commission as soon as it dissolves into the Metro Public Transportation Authority. The Board of Commissioners meets tonight at 6. Charlotte City leaders are now taking applications from anyone interested in becoming the next interim mayor. So Mayor Vi Lyles initially planned to step down at the end of the month, but now she says that she will stay until the replacement is chosen for that office. So the deadline for applications is next Tuesday, and a vote for the new interim mayor will take place on June the 22nd. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes return to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in 20 years. The game 1 against Las Vegas Golden Knights is happening at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. So the Canes have not been in the finals since the last time they won the Cup. That was back in 2006. Now the puck drops at 8 o'clock.
All right, go Canes. And what we're tracking out there today, just some scattered showers still moving through mostly over some of our South Carolina communities. A lot of it's clearing out. Some of you back to some sunshine, but I'm tracking another round of some storms moving into the mountains right now. How long that will last into the night? That's next.
And pushing back against data centers at the local and state levels, how North Carolina lawmakers are now working to make sure neighbors don't have to pay the price of the controversial facility's high utility bills. And another setback nearly 2 years after Hurricane Helene, White Chimney Rock State Park was forced to close again. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Data centers are now bringing billions of dollars in investment to North Carolina. But as the industry now grows, so do the concerns about its impact on communities, water use, and electric bills. So our Shabnam Dinesh tells us that there's a new bill lawmakers say will address those concerns.
We're not saying don't come. We're putting guardrails on the development of these in response to the consumer, outrage.
As AI drives growth in data centers across North Carolina, state lawmakers say they want to make sure customers aren't left footing the bill. The Ratepayer Protection Act targets large data centers with power demands exceeding 100 megawatts. To put that amount of energy consumption into perspective, that's about the same amount of electricity as a mid-sized city of 100,000 households.
Data centers must contractually cover all new infrastructure and energy costs so they don't shift them to ratepayers. The bill also blocks foreign adversary ownership, prohibits eminent domain, and ends new local taxpayer incentives.
The bill would also require environmental reviews, noise studies, and restrict certain water-intensive cooling systems.
A large data center uses somewhere between 1 million and 5 million gallons a day of fresh water.
Trade groups warn the bill could make North Carolina less attractive for future investment.
Electricity costs are among the top 3 concerns in industry, considering whether they locate or relocate in a state.
And that many smaller communities view data center projects as opportunities, not problems.
These investments often occur in rural communities seeking jobs, tax-based growth, and infrastructure investment.
That was Shabnam Dinesh reporting for us this afternoon. So the bill passed the Rules Committee today, and it now heads to the House for a vote next. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police still working to be able to improve safety in the Queen City. The department released the results of its recent Queen City Safe operation that really focuses on the areas of Uptown and South End. Officials say they conducted 238 traffic stops, issued 86 citations, and made 18 arrests. Hundreds of grams of drugs and dozens of guns, as you see right here, were also seized. So this is all part of the monthly initiative where different agencies in the city identify hot spots in terms of crime locations, and also they just kind of collaborate to help make the area safer. North Carolina leaders are now highlighting the importance of firearm safety, so they're making stops across the state for Secure All Firearms Effective Week. Guns are a leading cause of death for children in the Tar Heel State, and that data now shows 92 children died from gun-related injuries in 2024.
That family teaches us, and what all of these incidents across the state of North Carolina have taught us, is that most of these incidents are completely preventable.
And this week, organizations across the state are giving out free gun locks and safe storage materials to residents. Chimney Rock State Park in western North Carolina now closed. Look at this, just all due to a landslide that happened. Park officials say the landslide was small and it was a result of the recent rain, but the park will be closed through Friday as crews make repairs. Take a live look here at King Street in Boone. Part of a dry day across the Carolinas, kind of, but we also could see some wet weather this evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining me now. So Tara, you're not tracking anything severe. That's a good thing. But there was kind of off and on showers today, right?
Yeah, we had, I know we were talking about this last night, how we could see some of those off and on showers. And yeah, sure enough, we did have those. And a lot of those moving out right now. But up in the mountains, it's dry right now. We've been seeing some of that sunshine, but we could be tracking another round. It looks like we're already starting to see some of that. It's some scattered showers, and even a few stronger thunderstorms can't be totally ruled out for another few hours and going into this evening. Right now here at 417, we've got a cooler 64 degrees outside of our studio. So we were talking about that too, how it would be a cooler day, and sure enough it is, especially with all that cloud cover and some of the rain from earlier. But as I said, at least across the Piedmont, most of it, the showers continuing to push on off to the south here. We have just a little bit of lingering, some scattered light rain over Chester, South Carolina, where they did have several reports of trees down from that severe thunderstorm rolling through yesterday, just over 24 hours or under 24 hours or so before going into yesterday afternoon and evening. But again, all of that is pushing to the south and seeing some more of that clearing. But here's what I was talking about, higher elevations. We have another round of some of that rain pushing back into friends in Ashe County there, northwest of Jefferson, and heads up friends in Boone. We could get maybe some heavier showers or a thunderstorm headed your way a little bit later on this evening. Notice on Futurecast through about 7 to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. o'clock or so. Some of that rain dropping down toward the I-40 corridor. So mountains and foothills in the more favored zone for seeing the additional rain or any stormy weather for the rest of this evening. And then it will start to fizzle by, say, 10, 11 o'clock later on tonight. And then it's back to some clearing and a cooler start waking up tomorrow morning. So with all this rain here lately, let's check out some of the latest look at the lake levels here. Still running below full pond by, in some cases, several feet, but we have seen some improvement. Lake Norman still running about 4 feet below full pond. A couple of weeks ago, it was down to about 6 feet below. Mountain Island Lake the same. Lake Wiley, Lake Hickory, Lake James about 1 to 3 feet, still running a little bit below full pond. All right, so temperature change. Here's that cool down that we are feeling out there today. Anywhere from just 1 degree or 3 degrees cooler to as much as 10 to 15 degrees cooler compared to this time yesterday. 67 right now. That is it in the Queen City with a cooler north wind at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. We still have some low to mid 70s with the help of a little more sunshine here showing up to the north of the Queen City, low and mid 60s up in the mountains. So we're about to feel even more heat in the days to come with the drier stretch that we're going to enter into starting with tomorrow. So after that final round of showers and storms clears out in the mountains and foothills later this evening, mostly clear tonight, and it's going to be a chillier start tomorrow morning, waking up to mid and upper 40s up in the mountains, low mid 50s across the foothills and the Piedmont, but a nice recovery tomorrow afternoon, rising through the upper 70s to lower 80s with abundant just wall-to-wall sunshine from sunrise to sunset. And the muggy meter, that's going to remain nice and comfy here in the dry or comfortable zone for the next couple of days. It doesn't start to rise a little bit again until we head into say late weekend and early next week. So there's that final round of showers and storms coming in from the north later on this evening. Everything clears out while we're sleeping tonight. And a quick check of the tropics, things are still nice and quiet over the Atlantic Ocean basin. Not expecting any sort of tropical development over at least the next 7 days. So the 7-day forecast shows lots of sunny pictures there right on into the weekend. Great news for the taste of Charlotte, kicking off uptown on Friday through the weekend, but feeling the heat. Those high temps flirting with 90 starting Friday.
All right, remember that in the morning. It's going to be COOL. A controversial verdict sparks backlash in the South Carolina community. The verdict in a case against a store owner accused of shooting a 14-year-old. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:20, 64 degrees outside. Traffic not so bad around Independence Boulevard. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. A recent verdict in a South Carolina murder case is now sparking backlash within the community. So, jury yesterday found Columbia convenience store owner Chiki Rick Chow not guilty of a 14-year-old's murder. So, Chow was on trial for shooting Cyrus Carmack Belton in the back after chasing him away from his business in 2023. So, Chow says that he did it to protect his son, but prosecutors argued that Chow acted in anger because he thought the teen stole water bottles from his store. The attorney for the victim's family addressed the controversial verdict.
There's no way that a child who did nothing wrong, who is shot in his back, how that jury can justify that verdict. I've been practicing law for almost 30 years. I've never seen anything like this.
So prosecutors acknowledge the teen had a gun, but they say it fell on the ground while he was being chased, and he never threatened anyone with it. His family now plans to file a civil lawsuit. The man found in North Carolina after being accused of killing a Virginia deputy is no longer in the Tar Heel state. So Michael Puckett was extradited yesterday. Authorities located him at a Mount Airy home over the weekend after a multi-state manhunt. So Puckett's arrest came days after one Virginia deputy was killed and another was injured during a welfare check.
I shouted at him, said, "Come here." I said, "He's here, he's over there, he's right here, get him." So they got out and they took out their guns and they went up and they pointed their guns at him and they told him to put his hands over his head. So he did. And then he laid on the ground up here on the grass near that trailer and they handcuffed him.
Murder of a law enforcement officer and also possession of a firearm by a felon. The deputy killed has been identified as Logan Utt. Officials say that the other deputy survived thanks to his ballistic vest. State and law enforcement agencies in South Carolina are now increasing efforts to crack down on littering, illegal dumping, and also unsecured loads. So the statewide initiative is now happening during June, which is Zero Tolerance for Litter Month. Officials will be reminding people that state laws exist to hold people who litter accountable. Penalties for violations can also include fines, community service, and possible jail time, depending on the severity. Cabarrus County Schools at the center of a federal investigation, how it now stems from a local debate over who can use the restroom. And the Carolina Panthers now back on the practice field. We hear from the team as we continue to gear up for the upcoming season. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Thanks for hanging with us today. Here's a live look over Monroe right now. Your time is 4:26 and it's 66 degrees outside. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is now in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. The police say the man was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive in Northwest Charlotte. So Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who heard the gunshots.
It was a sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
More than two people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
All right, heading to South Carolina now, working to be able to learn how a suspect is doing at this hour after they were shot by York County deputies. So this all happened shortly before noon. Investigators say several agencies were at the Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway to serve a warrant for a suspect accused of internet crimes against children when shots were fired at law enforcement. So authorities now fired back, hitting the suspect who was taken to the hospital. No officers were hurt, thankfully, but the State Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED, is now investigating. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the woman at the center of the viral arrest in Shelby. So he and Sharia Moore's family gathered today to address the arrest that has now led to Officer Carson Hinder now being charged and fired. Video now shows Hyder taking Moore to the ground and then repeatedly hitting her in the head. This all stemmed from Moore allegedly breaking into a home. Hyder is now charged with misdemeanor assault. Crump and Moore's family are now calling for accountability.
We want it to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. Amen. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Sharia Moore.
Hyder is out on bond and appeared in court today, so his next hearing is set for next month. The State Bureau of Investigations is also overseeing the case. The Trump administration is investigating Cabarrus County schools. Officials with the Department of Education are also accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, it all stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to be able to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There is nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely links to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agreed that districts should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you, we hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
All right, to South Carolina now. Fort Mill school district officials say that their budget for next school year will be $1 million less than expected. So the South Carolina Department of Education warned the district that its funding projections contain several errors leading to the decrease. District administrators are also proposing a property tax increase to overcome the difference. So they plan to be able to hold a public meeting about the change ahead of next Tuesday's school board meeting, which is when the budget will be voted on. Mallard Creek High School's track team won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that cost them the state title. So Nia Brown was issued a DQ for holding his hand up at the end of the race. And state athletics leaders, you see him right there, discussed the team's appeal of the decision today and overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions. Charlotte City leaders now considering a new rule that would criminalize street vending for repeat violators. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has the details on the proposal as complaints continue to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life. Throughout the city, and I think a wide variety of our ordinance need stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners are set to be able to hold their final vote on the budget this evening. The $2.6 billion operating plan is not calling for property tax increases, and it would raise the minimum wage for all full-time positions with the county. So during the meeting, leaders also plan to terminate their agreement with the Metro Transit Commission as soon as it dissolves into the Metro Public Transportation Authority. The Board of Commissioners meets tonight at 6. Charlotte City leaders are now taking applications from anyone interested in becoming the next interim mayor. So Mayor Vi Lyles initially planned to step down at the end of the month, but now she says that she will stay in office until her replacement is chosen. The deadline for the application is next Tuesday, and then a vote for the new interim mayor will take place on June the 22nd. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes returned to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in 20 years. So Game 1 against the Las Vegas Golden Knights is happening at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. The Canes have not been in the finals since the last time they won the Cup back in 2006. The puck drops at 8 o'clock. Tara.
All right, go Canes. Wearing my Carolina Hurricanes red here tonight. But we've got some green still showing up on radar, indicating some scattered showers mainly over South Carolina. We have a few more showers and storms entering the mountains and possibly affecting the foothills later on tonight. I'll track those. And yeah, a drier and hotter stretch ahead over the next few days. Next to my pinpoint weather forecast.
Okay, who doesn't like Java? Having a conversation over coffee. The Charlotte host putting a spotlight on the local voices that make us laugh. and Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Enjoying a cup of coffee with someone is a low-key way to be able to get to know each other, right? So a Charlotte comedian says it's also a great way to jumpstart jokes and sometimes have some serious talks about what makes people just tick and what makes them laugh. Storyteller John Lee reads between the punchlines and Faces of the Carolinas.
It's not groundbreaking to say that caffeine is conducive to a nice chat.
But if there's anything else you kind of want to bring up.
These two are at Queen City grounds for a little coffee talk.
Ready, Freddie? Ready. All right.
Up on the rooftop at the refinery,
Don't mind me and my madness. Sorry.
Nicole Curbs is almost ready to roll.
Gotta make sure that this mic is on. And my guest today is Randall Moore.
In March, she launched her YouTube series, Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte.
I bombed so hard. I got a giggle. Maybe it was a pity giggle.
I tell new comics to quit all the time.
Why?
It's a barometer.
I wanted to find a way to showcase not only the Charlotte comedy scene, but also the comedians behind it.
If we all make great shows, there's going to be more appetite for comedy, and therefore there's going to be more great shows.
So it felt like an amazing space to kind of hang out at.
As she interviews funny man Randall Moore, the cup of joe is an icebreaker.
An iced latte.
Nice,
with
nice.
caramel and whole milk.
Wonderful. How is it?
It's delicious.
Who would you say is your celebrity doppelganger?
Kimbo Slice. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the series is a slice of comic life.
Someone came up to me and said I looked like that person from the Blindside movie.
When Randall first took the plunge at an open mic night 4 years ago in Gastonia, laughter ensued.
That releases some kind of like dopamine or serotonin for us, so I think, yeah, we're a little bit addicted to it.
Everyone goes into it for different reasons, and also everybody's background influences their comedy style and the way that they approach things. Would you rather do a show at a one-horse town biker bar or like a super affluent like country club in like Ballantyne?
Ooh, biker bar.
Mm-hmm.
After moving to Charlotte, Nicole began doing improv to meet new friends. She also does a fun impersonation of actress Jennifer Coolidge.
You have to narrow your eyes, and it's just got to be a lot of like, I really want a hot dog real bad.
She has lots of material as a Filipino-American woman living in the South.
So I've noticed that my white friends keep calling me their brown friend, and then all of my brown friends keep calling me their white friend. So I feel like a diversity hire either way.
Observational, kind of spoken through the perspective of a very quirky, socially awkward, mixed brown girl kind of thing. So
these one-on-one conversations reveal local comedy origin stories and some of the challenges they face along the way.
Always like a balancing act.
Randall can't say yes to every gig.
I have 3 small kids at home, so it's like it's difficult to go out every night to do comedy because then like my wife has to put everybody to bed, and that's like not great for our marriage.
even though I see them week after week, sometimes they surprise me with things I didn't know about them. What would you say are maybe some of the really cool things about the Charlotte comedy community, or things that we do really well?
A lot of the veteran comics that have been around for a minute and are really good about like just being supportive of like the new people that come up.
Randall is confident nothing he says on Charlotte comedians getting coffee in Charlotte will actually be held against him.
She told me she wouldn't use it in any kind of like deposition or anything, so I think we're good. Like if that comes out in a court case, like I think I'm fine.
At least Nicole can vouch that he's a stand-up guy.
It's been a really endearing kind of experience.
In Charlotte,
And we will see you next week.
John Lee, Queen City News.
Oh, what a great personality. He made me laugh. Okay, you'll be able to watch episodes of the Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte on YouTube. We have a link to this on our website at qcnews.com. That was really funny. I like that. Thanks, John Lee. Looking live here over at Lake Norman. It's been a noticeable cooler day across the Charlotte area. Rain popping up in some neighborhoods this evening. I don't think it was a great day to get on the lake today.
Yeah.
But it is nice to be able to look at it right here. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joining me here. So we're going to heat things up as we get closer to the weekend, but kind of dipping in the cool temps tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I know. So it's going to get a little chilly out there. I mean, downright chilly, 40s in the mountains, 50s, some low and mid 50s out there. So that's cool for this time of the year. I mean, typically we're starting out in the 60s, and we'll get back up there. Speaking of 60s, yeah, 66 degrees outside of our studios. This is the coolest day of the week. From here on out, starting tomorrow, we are gradually getting warmer and eventually just downright hotter, especially as we get into the weekend. And we're starting to see a little more clearing taking place on the visible satellite imagery. You can see especially up to the north here and just north of Charlotte, and especially north of South Carolina communities here with that cloud cover still hanging tough. We have more sunshine popping out, but at the same time we still have some areas of rain, especially up in the mountains, even a couple of thunderstorms starting to re-enter the picture, but mostly a clear scan. So really for a good part of the area, the rain is coming to an end for the rest of tonight. Down into South Carolina, we're still tracking a little bit of that exiting light rain moving past Chester there and on off to the south, but up into the mountains we have a final round of showers, heavy at times rain, even a thunderstorm or two. That's moving back over. You can see a little more rain moving back over Jefferson, West Jefferson, up toward Creston and Lansing, and down toward Elk Knob there in Watauga County, Todd and Boone. That thunderstorm is on the move here, moving in from the north, and so we have this final round that's going to drift on down, perhaps affecting areas around the foothills, friends in Lenore, Morganton, maybe around Hickory. Even Statesville could pick up an isolated shower, maybe a pop-up storm for another few hours. But by the time, say, 9, 10 o'clock rolls around, most of this is either fizzling, fading away with time, or just moving off to the south and getting out of here. And then it's back to some clearing while we're sleeping tonight. Now, lowest temperature here so far today coming in at 58. Again, cooler than normal for this time of the year. High temperature only 69 so far. We'll see if we warm up a little more in the Queen City now with a little more sunshine popping out. Where we do have a little more of that sun, you can see temperatures have responded. We've got those low and mid 70s, places like Statesville and Salisbury, 74, and Albemarle 67, and Shelby in those low and mid 60s up in the mountains. But check out all this heat back off to the west. We've got widespread 80s, low and mid 90s, of course, in place over the Lone Star State of Texas. We will be feeling some of that type of heat with highs flirting with 90 by the time we get into the weekend. Tonight, though, another cool one. As I was telling Alicia, even chillier than last night for a lot of us, down to 54 early tomorrow morning. Once we get this final round of showers and storms out of the mountains and foothills, everything clears out while we're sleeping tonight. Starting out in the 50s with those 40s and the higher elevations, lots of sunny pictures all day long. Going through the day tomorrow as those temperatures warm up back into the lower 80s, so a little closer to normal. It's going to be another comfortably cool start with that low humidity in place through early Thursday morning, back in the mid 80s for Thursday afternoon. So again, gradually getting warmer, and all the while we're going to stick with this dry weather here through at least the first half of the weekend. Now by the end of the day on Sunday, we could pick up a minor shower chance and maybe the return of a little bit of an unsettled pattern and some shower and storm chances going into early next week. But that will not impact the Taste of Charlotte kicking off on Friday. It's looking like great weather overall. Again, just watching for that minor shower chance by the end of the day on Sunday, but expecting mostly dry weather all around, lots of sunshine, and just plan for the heat and staying hydrated out there as you're sampling some of the good eats over uptown Charlotte and uptown there. And temperatures rising through the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. So there we go. 7-day forecast shows lots of sunny pictures there right on through the weekend. Early next week, tracking that return of maybe a few spotty showers or storms with temperatures staying on the warm side.
All right. Thank you, Tara, for that. Marco Rubio taking his turn testifying on Capitol Hill. The tense face-off as he answers lawmakers' questions about the ongoing Iran war and potential peace deal. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Carolina Panthers continue OTAs in Uptown with just one more day to be able to go this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald shows us the player who's making his presence known on the field as he comes back from injury.
Panthers OTAs rolling on here in Charlotte as we inch closer and closer to the 2026 season kicking off. Jonathan Brooks, of course, has been a big topic over these last several weeks as he makes his return from injury. Now, even though he did tear his ACL in his final season at Texas in 2023, if you remember, there was a ton of hype surrounding him ahead of the 2024 draft. And it was a draft that ultimately saw Carolina trade up to get him in the second round. Now, Brooks would see the field as a rookie, but unfortunately, it would only be for 3 games. It's now a clean slate and a fresh start for Brooks after spending the entire 2025 season on the physically unable to perform list. Consider it a redshirt year after he tore the same right ACL that he tore in college in a December 2024 game against the Eagles. So even though he's entering his third season in the league already, this is actually his first time going through OTAs in Carolina. As a man that is deeply rooted in his faith, Brooks is fully leaning into it as he looks to help make a big impact on the field this year.
Trusting in my journey that God has for me and not looking at other people's journeys, other people's injuries, and be like, oh, he came back at this time, just trusting in my process and really making sure that I feel 100% and that I'm doing what's best for myself in terms of rehab to get myself back out there.
Now, Brooks was held out of the 11-on-11 period earlier in Tuesday's OTA session, but he was moving around well in individual drills with his fellow running backs. Panthers head coach Dave Canales saying it's mainly due to usage, as he's already gotten plenty of work over these last couple of weeks. The Panthers have one more OTA session coming up on Thursday before mandatory minicamp gets underway next week. It will run next Tuesday through Thursday. Reporting at Bank of America Stadium, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio now says that he's optimistic about resuming nuclear talks despite a shaky ceasefire in the Iran war. So testified on Capitol Hill today, got very tense at certain times. This is the first time since the war began that he testified despite Israel launching new attacks on Iranian-backed Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon today. Rubio told lawmakers Iranians have agreed to negotiate on nuclear points they weren't willing to address in the past. So the U.S. is also now putting severe economic pressure on Iran, and the country's yearly inflation rose 77% last month, the highest since World War II. Gas prices have now been on the rise since the war began. The national average for a gallon of regular gas, look at this, currently $4.29. A 3-cent drop from yesterday. North Carolina averages $3.92. People in Charlotte are now paying a few cents more at $3.95. Average in South Carolina, look at that, $3.87. Well, President Trump now tapping the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency to be the acting director of national intelligence. Bill Pulte now will replace the Tulsi Gabbard, who resigned last month after her husband was diagnosed with cancer. President Trump says that Pulte will also continue in his current role. So if he's nominated to permanently replace Gabbard, he would then need to be confirmed by the Senate. Only on Queen City News Plus. Oh, it's an original. Having kids in school means AI is front and center when it comes to homework, right? So this week, Tired Parents Club, they talk about what's going on with local experts about how schools are now adapting to AI.
Gonna make us dumber, or is it gonna make us smarter? Because the idea is hopefully it's helping us learn, but are we just putting in blind prompts and seeing whatever happens? Like, I still want my kid to learn.
AI is still capable of hallucinating, which means it's capable of making up an answer for the benefit of wanting to satisfy the user. That is the major flaw in AI, which is good for the world because it says there still needs to be a human in the loop to verify the information that's coming out of those responses.
All right, don't let your kid think 2 + 2 is not 4. You can be able to watch the full episode of Tired Parents Club right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or your Amazon Fire Stick. On Queen City News at 5, Cabarrus County Schools at the center of a federal investigation. How it stems from a local debate over who can use which restroom. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Now on Queen City News, a Concord man killed while trying to protect his daughter. What we know about the deadly domestic shooting that has neighbors on edge. And the decision is in. The new ruling after a controversial disqualification cost Mallard Creek's track team a state title.
And off and on showery day again for a lot of you. And now I'm tracking another round of some scattered showers and a few storms entering the mountains. How long that storm chance will last into this evening before a drier and hotter stretch of weather kicks in. That's coming up, my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. Police say the man was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive Northwest. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who heard the gunshots.
It was a sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in and to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
2 people's lives were, more than 2 people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
We're working to learn a suspect's condition after being shot by York County deputies. It happened shortly before noon. Investigators say several agencies were at the Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway to serve a warrant for a suspect accused of internet crimes against children. Authorities said when they went to serve the warrant, the suspect shot at deputies. They returned fire, hitting the suspect, who was taken to the hospital. No officers were hurt. The State Law Enforcement Division is now investigating. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the woman at the center of the viral arrest in Shelby. He and Cherie Moore's family gathered today to address the arrest that has led to Officer Carson Hyder being fired and charged. Video shows Hyder taking Moore to the ground and repeatedly hitting her in the head. This all stemmed from Moore allegedly breaking into a home. Hyder has been charged with misdemeanor assault. Crump and Moore's family are calling for accountability.
We want it to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. Amen. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Cherie Moore.
Hyder is out on bond and appeared in court today. His next hearing is set for next month. The State Bureau of Investigations is overseeing the case. The Trump administration is investigating Cabarrus County schools. Officials with the Department of Education are accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, it stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely linked to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agreed the district should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you, we hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Fort Mill School District officials say their budget for next school year will be $1 million less than expected. The South Carolina Department of Education warned the district that its funding projections contained several errors, leading to the decrease. District administrators are proposing a property tax to increase to overcome the difference. They plan to hold a public meeting about the change ahead of next Tuesday's school board meeting, which is when the budget will be voted on. Mallard Creek High School's track team won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that cost them a state title. Nine Brown was issued a DQ for holding his hand up at the end of a race. Some say he was showboating, others say he was celebrating. State athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision today and overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions. Charlotte City leaders are considering a new rule that would criminalize street vending for repeat offenders. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has details on the proposal as complaints continue to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life throughout the city. And I think a wide variety of our ordinance need stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County commissioners are set to hold their final vote on a budget this evening. The $2.6 billion operating plan is not calling for property tax increases, and it would raise the minimum wage for all full-time positions with the county. During the meeting, leaders also plan to terminate their agreement with the Metro Transit Commission as soon as it dissolves into the Metro Public Transportation Authority. The Board of Commissioners meets tonight at 6. Charlotte City leaders are now taking applications from anyone interested in becoming the interim mayor. Mayor Vi Lyles initially planned to step down at the end of the month, but she now says she will stay in office until her replacement is chosen.
The deadline for applications is next Tuesday. A vote for the new interim mayor will take place on June 22nd. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes return to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in 20 years. Game 1 against Las Vegas Golden Knights is happening at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. The Canes have not been to the finals since the last time they won the Cup back in 2006. Puck drops at 8 o'clock tonight, and it is not weather dependent. Tara?
That's right. They're nice and cool inside. We're cool outside, too, today, of course, with those chillier temperatures. I mean, especially with that rain moving in earlier. 50s and 60s. Now a lot of you jumping into the 70s and a little bit drier. However, it's a different picture as we look live up in the mountains of Boone. Rain has moved back in. We have another round on the way. How many more neighborhoods that will impact for the rest of this evening? Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
Pushing back against data centers at the local and state level, how North Carolina lawmakers are working to make sure neighbors don't have to pay the price of the controversial facility's high utility bills. And another setback nearly 2 years after Helene, why Chimney Rock State Park was forced to close again. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Data centers are bringing billions of dollars in investment to North Carolina, but as the industry grows, so do concerns about its impact on communities' water use and electric bills. As our Shabnam Dinesh tells us, there's a new bill lawmakers say will address those concerns.
We're not saying don't come. We're putting guardrails on the development of these in response to the consumer, outrage.
As AI drives growth in data centers across North Carolina, state lawmakers say they want to make sure customers aren't left footing the bill. The Ratepayer Protection Act targets large data centers with power demands exceeding 100 megawatts. To put that amount of energy consumption into perspective, that's about the same amount of electricity as a mid-sized city of 100,000 households.
Data centers must contractually cover all new infrastructure and energy costs so they don't shift them to ratepayers. The bill also blocks foreign adversary ownership, prohibits eminent domain, and ends new local taxpayer incentives.
The bill would also require environmental reviews, noise studies, and restrict certain water-intensive cooling systems.
A large data center uses somewhere between 1 million and 5 million gallons a day of fresh water.
Trade groups warn the bill could make North Carolina less attractive for future investment.
Electricity costs are among the top 3 concerns in industry, considering whether they locate or relocate in a state.
And that many smaller communities view data center projects as opportunities, not problems.
These investments often occur in rural communities seeking jobs, tax-based growth, and infrastructure investment.
That was Shabnan Dinesh reporting. The bill passed the Rules Committee today. It heads to the House for a vote next. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police are still working to improve safety in the Queen City. The department released the results of its recent Queen City Safe operation that focused on the areas of Uptown and South End. Officials say they conducted 238 traffic stops, issued 86 citations, and made 18 arrests. Hundreds of grams of drugs and a dozen guns were also seized. This is part of a monthly initiative where different agencies in the city identify hotspot crime locations and collaborate to help make the areas safer. Carolina Panthers continue OTAs in Uptown with just one more day to go this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald shows us the player who's making his presence known on the field as he comes back from injury.
Panthers OTAs rolling on here in Charlotte as we inch closer and closer to the 2026 season kicking off. Jonathan Brooks, of course, has been a big topic over these last several weeks as he makes his return from injury. Now, even though he did tear his ACL in his final season at Texas in 2023, if you remember, there was a ton of hype surrounding him ahead of the 2024 draft. And it was a draft that ultimately saw Carolina trade up to get him in the second round. Now, Brooks would see the field as a rookie, but unfortunately, it would only be for 3 games. It's now a clean slate and a fresh start for Brooks after spending the entire 2025 season on the physically unable to perform list. Consider it a redshirt year after he tore the same right ACL that he tore in college in a December 2024 game against the Eagles. So even though he's entering his 3rd season in the league already, this is actually his first time going through OTAs in Carolina. As a man that is deeply rooted in his faith, Brooks is fully leaning into it as he looks to help make a big impact on the field this year.
Trusting in my journey that God has for me and not looking at other people's journeys, other people's injuries, and be like, oh, he came back at this time, just trusting in my process and really making sure that I feel 100% and that I'm doing what's best for myself in terms of rehab to get myself back out there.
Now, Brooks was held out of the 11-on-11 period earlier in Tuesday's OTA session, but he was moving around well in individual drills with his fellow running backs. Panthers head coach Dave Canales saying it's mainly due to usage, as he's already gotten plenty of work over these last couple of weeks. The Panthers have one more OTA session coming up on Thursday before mandatory minicamp gets underway next week. It will run next Tuesday through Thursday. Reporting at Bank of America Stadium, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Chimney Rock State Park in western North Carolina is closed. You can see here why. It's due to a landslide. Park officials say the landslide was small and it was the result of recent rain. The park will be closed through Friday as crews make repairs. So thankfully, obviously, not as long of a closure as what they experienced during Hurricane Helene. Taking a live look at King Street in Boone. We've seen plenty of rain pop up throughout the day today, including right now in the higher elevations. You can see it there, some raindrops on the lens as drivers pass through the downtown area. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. You're not tracking anything severe, Tara, right? Any shower storm chances the rest of the week that we need to be concerned about?
After today and this final round kind of coming through the mountains and especially the foothills right now, we are done for the rest of the week for the most part. So we have a nice dry stretch, a hotter stretch ahead too after this cool down today. Today is definitely the coolest of the week.
It's back to paying attention to the days that you can water your lawn. Which days are your days and what times you can do it, because we don't have the rain to rely on right now.
I know, exactly. So yeah, we're going to kind of see an end to those rain chances here and just a stretch of off and on wet weather that so many of you have been dealing with, and of course a good part of the area and still dealing with out there tonight. Now we are a little more clear and breaking out with more sunshine and breaks of blue sky, looking live here from our West Charlotte Tower cam, but off to the south of Charlotte and then north and west mountains and down through the foothills here eventually. We still do have some areas of rain as we zoom into a couple of spots, and starting with the higher elevations up there in the mountains. We saw the wet picture in Boone. That rain is picking up a little more, some moderate rain. We still have some occasional lightning showing up around, say, the Elk Knob area. So this swath is moving through from north to south, and so eventually, yeah, it's starting to close in on the mountains of Burke and Caldwell County. And if it holds together, friends in Morganton, Lenoir, and maybe to the east out toward Taylorsville or Statesville could pick up a couple of isolated showers, maybe a rumble of thunder, hearing that later on this evening. And this batch of rain continues to move farther away and eventually out of completely there, Chester and parts of Lancaster County. So notice on future radar through about 10, 11 o'clock tonight, we could still see some showers, mainly focused, say, near I-77 west up until midnight tonight. But after that, everything clears out and it's back to some cooler temperatures come tomorrow morning. And talk about the cool down. Check out the temperature change for a good part of the area, especially around the Piedmont, south and west, and up toward the mountains and foothills today. We are still running anywhere from 5 to close to 15 degrees on the cooler side. Now with the help of a little more sun, that number is starting to climb a little bit out of the 60s, at least in the Queen City. We've got 70 right now with a west-northwest wind at 5 to 10 miles per hour, where we have seen a little more sunshine for slightly longer so far this afternoon, early this evening. You can see it's a little bit warmer there, 74 in Statesville, Salisbury, Albemarle, and we're still in the cooler lower 60s with some of that rain moving back over the high country. But overall, all of us, yes, going to be feeling and seeing a drier and warmer stretch of weather after a little bit of a chilly start tomorrow morning, waking up to mid and upper 40s for you all up in the mountains. Otherwise, the theme will be low and mid 50s to kick off the day tomorrow, but it will be dry. No need for the umbrella heading out the door tomorrow morning or through the afternoon. We'll see wall-to-wall sunshine, plenty of Carolina blue sky with temperatures rising back up into the lower 80s. So a little bit warmer certainly than today. And all the while, I mean, check out the muggy meter. We're going to keep those dew point numbers in the dry or just comfortable feeling zone. We're sweeping out some of that higher humidity certainly that we felt yesterday. It's not so bad out there today. And any moisture out there in the tropics, anything coming together, brewing? The answer is no. On the second day of Atlantic hurricane season, no tropical activity is not expected to develop over at least the next week over the Atlantic Ocean basin. All right, so again, after that cool start tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, lots of sunshine. Temperatures will rise for the most part back into the low. A few spots in the mid 80s. We'll keep it in the upper 70s closer to the I-40 corridor and lower 70s up in the higher elevations. 7-day forecast shows that dry stretch right on through most of the weekend. An isolated shower or storm may pop up in spots later in the day on Sunday, and we may get back into a little more of an unsettled pattern with rain chances returning early next week. But temperatures heating up. 82 tomorrow. We're going to be flirting with 90 throughout the weekend.
Ooh, all right, thanks, Tara. A controversial verdict sparks backlash in a South Carolina community. What the jury decided in a case against a store owner accused of shooting a 14-year-old. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A recent verdict in a South Carolina murder case is sparking backlash within the community. A jury yesterday found Columbia convenience store owner Chikai Rick Chow not guilty of a 14-year-old's murder. Chow was on trial for shooting Cyrus Carmack Belton in the back after chasing him away from his business in 2023. Chow says he did it to protect his son, but prosecutors argued Chow acted in anger because he thought the teen stole water bottles from his store. Prosecutors acknowledge the teen had a gun, but say it fell on the ground while he was being chased and he never threatened anyone with it. His family now plans to file a civil lawsuit. The man found in North Carolina after being accused of killing a Virginia deputy is no longer in the Tar Heel state. Michael Puckett was extradited yesterday. Authorities located him at a Mount Airy home over the weekend after a multi-state manhunt. Puckett's arrest came days after one Virginia deputy was killed and another was injured during a welfare check.
I shouted at him, said, "Come here." I said, "He's here, he's over there, he's right here, get him." So they got out and they took out their guns and they went up and they pointed their guns at him and they told him to put his hands over his head. So he did. And then he laid on the ground up here on the grass near that trailer and they handcuffed him.
Puckett is charged with murder of a law enforcement officer in possession of a firearm by a felon. The deputy killed has been identified as Logan Utt. Officials say the other deputy survived thanks to his ballistic vest. Cabarrus County School is at the center of a federal investigation, how it stems from a local debate over who can use what bathroom. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. A Concord father is dead and his teenage daughter is in the hospital after a deadly domestic shooting. Police say the man was trying to protect his daughter from her boyfriend when he was shot and killed at a home on Bedlington Drive Northwest. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke to a neighbor who heard the gunshots.
It was a sound Josh Elmore never expected to hear.
Heard 5 what sounded like gunshots go off. Sounded very muffled, but I did take a peek out the window and didn't see anything.
But officers' arrival just moments later confirmed what Elmore feared.
Immediately started surrounding it, yelling for anybody inside to come out, and then they bust the door down to get in.
Concord police say officers found 47-year-old Lester Jones dead and his 16-year-old daughter with serious injuries. According to the preliminary investigation, the teen victim and 17-year-old Keyshawn Terrell DeGraffenreid were dating and had an argument that escalated. Police say Jones tried to step in to protect his daughter when DeGraffenreid hit her with a 9mm handgun. That's when Jones was shot and killed.
2 people's lives were, more than 2 people's lives were completely ruined by what seems like a just barbaric act of stupidity and violence.
Investigators say DeGraffenreid was caught on a nearby street and faces numerous charges, including 1 count of murder and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill, inflicting serious injury. People going to the home Tuesday declined to say their relation as they waited for a locksmith to open the door. Neighbors say the shooting is eye-opening.
It does kind of give you a rude awakening that in today's society that you just have to vet everyone that comes in and out of your home, and you just don't know anymore.
In Concord, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
We're looking to learn a suspect's condition after being shot by York County deputies. It happened shortly before noon. Investigators say several agencies were at the Sycamore Apartments off of Springfield Parkway to serve a warrant for a suspect accused of internet crimes against children. Authorities said when they went to serve the warrant, the suspect shot at deputies. They returned fire, hitting the suspect, who was taken to the hospital. No officers were hurt. The state law enforcement division is now investigating. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing the woman at the center of the viral arrest in Shelby. He and Cherie Moore's family gathered today to address the arrest that has led to Officer Carson Hyder being fired and charged. Video shows Hyder taking Moore to the ground and repeatedly hitting her in the head. This all stemmed from Moore allegedly breaking into a home. Hyder has been charged with misdemeanor assault. Crump and Moore's family are calling for accountability.
We want it to be clear that we're here to get full justice for our sister. Amen. We don't want partial justice. We don't want 3/5 justice. We don't want half justice. We want full justice for Cherie Moore.
Hyder is out on bond and appeared in court today. His next hearing is set for next month. The State Bureau of Investigations is overseeing the case. The Trump administration is investigating Cabarrus County schools. Officials with the Department of Education are accusing district leaders of illegally allowing male students into female-only spaces. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, it stems from a local debate over allowing transgender students to use the girls' restroom.
In a release put out Monday, the U.S. Department of Ed said it was celebrating Title IX month with an investigation into Cabarrus County schools. The department accusing the district of violating Title IX protections by allowing males in girls-only intimate facilities, such as bathrooms and locker rooms. According to the release, multiple female students have reported being required to dress and undress in the presence of males.
There's nothing political about a child that feels unsafe when they are changing clothes. That is a basic expectation of privacy, and it is all of your responsibility.
That investigation likely linked to a debate that's recently played out at Cabarrus County government meetings. In April, all 5 county commissioners agreed the district should require students to use a bathroom that matches their biological sex.
We see you, we hear you, we support you, and we will stand for you.
In a statement to Queen City News, Cabarrus County schools said they are limited about what they could say in reference to specific allegations, but plan to fully cooperate with this Department of Education investigation.
It is a violation of Title IX for a school board to have a policy requiring a transgender student to use the bathroom consistent with their biological sex. To do so, according to the Fourth Circuit, constitutes sex-based discrimination.
And while the investigation is ongoing, staff for the district's Board of Education argue recent rulings prevent them from requiring students to use the bathroom that matches their biological sex.
Individuals have the right under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to peacefully petition their elected officials to change laws they disagree with. What neither side has the right to do is to expect or require elected officials to violate the law.
No word yet on how long the investigation will last. In Cabarrus County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Fort Mill School District officials say their budget for next school year will be $1 million less than expected. The South Carolina Department of Education warned the district that its funding projections contained several errors leading to the decrease. District administrators are proposing a property tax increase to overcome the difference. They plan to hold a public meeting about the change ahead of next Tuesday's school board meeting, which is when the budget will be voted on. Mallard Creek High School's track team won its appeal of a controversial disqualification that cost them a state title. Nine Brown was issued a DQ for holding his hand up at the end of a race. Some say he was showboating, others say he was celebrating. The state athletics leaders discussed the team's appeal of the decision today and overturned it, naming Brown the co-winner of the race and Mallard Creek co-state champions. Charlotte city leaders are considering a new rule that would criminalize street vending for repeat violators. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has details on the proposal as complaints continue to come in.
6-month pilot street vendor program in NODA came with mixed feelings. After ending in February, the Charlotte Safety Committee has been trying to figure out how to implement the program citywide.
They know there's no recourse, and they're just going to be out there every night. And we are receiving, the police department is receiving a lot of complaints from areas like South End, where this is still a daily issue with street vendors that have no regulation.
While the program gave small businesses a way to sell goods in designated areas, it didn't come without any problems. Officials say despite issuing fines, there are repeat offenders causing trouble and no one is paying up.
Here in Charlotte, we're struggling with the perception and the reality of petty nuances impacting quality of life. Throughout the city, and I think a wide variety of our ordinance needs stronger teeth to them.
Ultimately, the committee decided to explore criminal penalties for repeat offenders, extend street vending regulations citywide, and collect data on numbers of citations and rule breakers, plus who's paying the fines.
Without data, it's hard to evaluate whether our implementation, whether this citywide regulation works or not. We need data.
This goes before a full council before anything becomes official. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners are set to hold their final vote on a budget this evening. The $2.6 billion operating plan is not calling for property tax increase, and it would raise the minimum wage for all full-time positions with the county. During the meeting, leaders also plan to terminate their agreement with the Metro Transit Commission as soon as it dissolves into the Metro Public Transportation Authority. The Board of Commissioners meets at 6 tonight. The Carolina Panthers continue OTAs in Uptown with just one more day to go this week. Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald shows us a player who's making his presence known on the field as he comes back from injury.
Panthers OTAs rolling on here in Charlotte as we inch closer and closer to the 2026 season kicking off. Jonathan Brooks, of course, has been a big topic over these last several weeks as he makes his return from injury. Now, even though he did tear his ACL in his final season at Texas in 2023, if you remember, there was a ton of hype surrounding him ahead of the 2024 draft. And it was a draft that ultimately saw Carolina trade up to get him in the second round. Now, Brooks would see the field as a rookie, but unfortunately, it would only be for 3 games. It's now a clean slate and a fresh start for Brooks after spending the entire 2025 season on the physically unable to perform list. Consider it a redshirt year after he tore the same right ACL that he tore in college in a December 2024 game against the Eagles. So even though he's entering his 3rd season in the league already, this is actually his first time going through OTAs in Carolina. As a man that is deeply rooted in his faith, Brooks is fully leaning into it as he looks to help make a big impact on the field this year.
Trusting in my journey that God has for me and not looking at other people's journeys, other people's injuries, and be like, oh, he came back at this time, just trusting in my process, and really making sure that I feel 100% and that I'm doing what's best for myself in terms of rehab to get myself back out there.
Now, Brooks was held out of the 11-on-11 period earlier in Tuesday's OTA session, but he was moving around well in individual drills with his fellow running backs. Panthers head coach Dave Canales saying it's mainly due to usage, as he's already gotten plenty of work over these last couple of weeks. The Panthers have one more OTA session coming up on Thursday before mandatory minicamp gets underway next week. It will run next Tuesday through Thursday. Reporting at Bank of America Stadium, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Another rainy start to the day for a lot of you earlier, and early afternoon as well. We still had some of those showers. Most of you are drying out, seeing more sunshine for now, but I'm tracking yet another round of rain and a few storms moving back over the mountains and foothills. How long that will last into the night before a dry stretch and hotter stretch of weather returns. That's next.
Having a conversation over coffee, the Charlotte host putting a spotlight on the local voices that make us laugh in faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Enjoying a cup of coffee with someone is a low-key way to get to know each other. A Charlotte comedian says it's also a great way to jumpstart jokes and sometimes serious talks about what makes funny people tick. Storyteller John Lee reads between the punchlines and faces of the Carolinas.
It's not groundbreaking to say that caffeine is conducive to a nice chat.
But if there's anything else you kind of want to bring up.
These two are at Queen City grounds for a little coffee talk.
Ready, Freddie? All right.
Up on the rooftop at the refinery,
Don't mind me and my madness. Sorry.
Nicole Curbs is almost ready to roll.
Gotta make sure that this mic is on. And my guest today is Randall Moore.
In March, she launched her YouTube series, Charlotte Comedians Getting Coffee in Charlotte.
I bombed so hard. I got a giggle. Maybe it was a pity giggle.
I tell new comics to quit all the time.
Why?
It's a barometer.
I wanted to find a way to showcase not only the Charlotte comedy scene, but also the comedians behind it.
If we all make great shows, there's going to be more appetite for comedy, and therefore there's going to be more great shows.
So it felt like an amazing space to kind of hang out at.
As she interviews funny man Randall Moore, the cup of joe is an icebreaker.
An iced latte.
Nice,
with
nice.
caramel and whole milk.
Wonderful. How is it?
It's delicious.
Who would you say is your celebrity doppelganger?
Kimbo Slice. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, the series is a slice of comic life.
Someone came up to me and said I looked like that person from the Blindside movie.
When Randall first took the plunge at an open mic night 4 years ago in Gastonia, laughter ensued.
That releases some kind of like dopamine or serotonin for us, so I think, yeah, we're a little bit addicted to it.
Everyone goes into it for different reasons, and also everybody's background influences their comedy style and the way that they approach things. Would you rather do a show at a one-horse town biker bar or like a super affluent like country club in like Ballantyne?
Ooh, biker bar.
Mm-hmm.
After moving to Charlotte, Nicole began doing improv to meet new friends. She also does a fun impersonation of actress Jennifer Coolidge.
You have to narrow your eyes, and it's just got to be a lot of like, I really want a hot dog real bad.
She has lots of material as a Filipino-American woman living in the South.
So I've noticed that my white friends keep calling me their brown friend, and then all of my brown friends keep calling me their white friend. So I feel like a diversity hire either way.
Observational, kind of spoken through the perspective of a very quirky, socially awkward, mixed brown girl kind of thing. So
these one-on-one conversations reveal local comedy origin stories and some of the challenges they face along the way.
Always like a balancing act.
Randall can't say yes to every gig.
I have 3 small kids at home, so it's like it's difficult to go out every night to do comedy because then like my wife has to put everybody to bed, and that's like not great for our marriage.
Even though I see them week after week, sometimes they surprise me with things I didn't know about them. What would you say are maybe some of the really cool things about the Charlotte comedy community, or things that we do really well?
A lot of the veteran comics that have been around for a minute and are really, really good about like just being supportive of like the new people that come up.
Randall is confident nothing he says on Charlotte comedians getting coffee in Charlotte will actually be held against him.
She told me she wouldn't use it in any kind of like deposition or anything, so I think we're good. Like if that comes out in a court case, like I think I'm fine.
At least Nicole can vouch that he's a stand-up guy.
It's been a really endearing kind of experience.
In Charlotte.
And we will see you next week.
John Lee, Queen City News.
Looks like fun. You can watch episodes of Charlotte comedians getting coffee in Charlotte on YouTube. We have a link to it in our story at qcnews.com. Right now you're looking live at Lake Norman. It's been a noticeably cooler day across the Charlotte area, and rain has been popping up in some neighborhoods this evening. But pretty soon it'll be nice again where you can head out on the water. Yeah. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. Tara, we're also heating things up gradually as we get closer to the weekend.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be today definitely the coolest of the week here.
Mm-hmm.
Those temperatures today only in the 60s and 70s, but starting tomorrow we're back in the 80s. We're going to be ending up around 90 degrees heading into the weekend.
Roller coaster ride continues.
Yes,
right?
And the summertime heat, that is going to be back. Not so much the humidity though. That's going to remain in check over the next few days. So that's some good news if you're not a fan of that. Getting hotter, but humidity not so bad. Of course, this early in the season, that's oftentimes the case. But 70 degrees now with more sunshine. So we've seen some nice clearing happening across a good part of the Charlotte metro, and temperatures have been responding with most of the showers clearing out and pushing away from even our South Carolina communities. However, it's a much different picture up there for you all in the mountains. It's heavily raining at times up in Boone. We have a few rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning still happening out there from time to time. All of this rain, this final round here pushing off to the south, you can see moving into some of the mountains of Burke and Caldwell County. We've had a little bit of light rain developing and moving into Lenore too, but all of this is generally pushing to the south. And so we stretch it out over the next few hours, and that motion will continue. So basically around I-77 west, it's going to be the more favored zone for seeing some additional rain the rest of this evening. So even over possibly Lake Norman, Statesville, a little bit of a shower, maybe an isolated storm, even dropping down toward Gaston County or York County, South Carolina. It's possible up until about 10, 11 o'clock midnight or so tonight. After that, every everything clears out, even the cloud cover, and temperatures will take a tumble. It's going to be a little bit of a chilly start for a lot of you early tomorrow morning. Like earlier today, we dropped to about 58 degrees, the lowest temperature, as some of that rain started to move in from the north. But responding to the sunshine, we have recovered into the lower 70s, which is well below the normal high of 84 for this time of the year. We've got some warmer spots a little closer to 80. Places like Albemarle with a little more sun happening a little bit earlier today. In that part of Stanley County, Richmond County is up to 76 degrees, 66 though only in Rock Hill. And we've now cooled back into the upper 50s up in the mountain communities with that rain moving through. But look at all of this warmth and heat back off to the west. And so we're going to be tapping into this ridge of high pressure, and that hotter air mass is going to be streaming in here over the next few days. But tonight, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to cool down. 54 early in the morning. We'll be waking up to some 40s up there in the mountains as the sky clears after that final round of showers and a few storms moves out. The wind overall staying nice and calm. So there's that dip in temperatures coming up early tomorrow with the clearing sky. And look at all the sunny pictures. We're going to see the sun from the morning and all through the afternoon and evening before it goes down tomorrow. Low humidity, temperatures warming up into the lower 80s. We'll keep it mostly clear overnight tomorrow, waking up to mid and upper 50s in the morning, and then more sunshine ahead for Thursday as temps warm up even a little more back into the mid 80s. So we're getting into a drier stretch after this evening that will stick around through most of the weekend. Now by the end of the day on Sunday and then through early next week, it looks like shower and storm chances may try and make a comeback, so we may turn a little more unsettled again. But overall, weather is looking great if you're headed out to the Taste of Charlotte. Kicking off uptown in the Queen City on Friday and all throughout the weekend. Go on out there and taste some good food and samples from around various restaurants and things around our areas and food trucks and things like that. Refreshments, temperatures, yeah, you're gonna need some refreshments and staying hydrated out there with those highs reaching the upper 80s to near 90. But again, lots of sunshine, so the weather looks pretty good overall for anything happening outside. Mountain forecast looking good through the end of the week. Abundant sunshine temperatures after that low of 46 in the morning, warming up into the low and mid 70s eventually, yeah, close to 80 heading into the weekend with that low chance of a shower or thunderstorm popping up end of the weekend there on Sunday. So yes, a drier stretch of weather ahead with those temperatures warming up through the high 80s, a few spots around the lower 90s going into the weekend.
All right, Tara, thank you. Marco Rubio is taking his turn testifying on Capitol Hill. The tense face off as he answers lawmakers' questions about the ongoing Iran war and potential peace deal. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's optimistic about resuming nuclear talks despite a shaky ceasefire in the Iran war. He testified on Capitol Hill today for the first time since the war began, despite Israel launching new attacks on Iranian-backed Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon today. Rubio told lawmakers Iranians have agreed to negotiate on nuclear points they weren't willing to address in the past.
There is the prospect before us, which could happen today, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week, that for the first time, certainly in my memory, they have agreed to negotiate aspects of their nuclear program.
The U.S. is also putting severe economic pressure on Iran. Country's yearly inflation rose 77% last month, the